If you're still trying to figure out which niche to start, stop guessing. I've done the research, tracked these channels, and I'm about to show you the exact steps you need to create videos in the most viral niches right now. AI has made it so easy to create content, and as a result, channels that started this year are already pulling in massive numbers. And the craziest part is that new niches are still popping up every week. But this works in our favor, especially if you're still looking for a trending niche that you can start right now. The best part is that I've recreated every one of these trending niches, well, almost all, and have compiled them into this course just for you. As a bonus, I'm going to reveal a hidden viral niche that barely anyone is talking about yet. And no, I'm not going to hide it somewhere for you to find. It'll be at the end of this video, so if you want me to make a tutorial on that niche, hit the like button and comment that channel name. Now here's what we're going to cover. We'll start with these long historical sleep videos that are blowing up right now. Then we'll move on to creating viral self-development videos, followed by this trending finance niche that's picking up serious traction. After that, we'll dive into epic horror stories, and then explore those traveler relaxation videos that take barely any time to make. Next, we'll get into viral relationship content, and I'll show you exactly how to create stick figure videos using completely free AI tools. From there, we'll break down trending philosophy videos that work for both education and relaxation. Then we'll look at how to make videos targeting an underserved elderly audience. After that, we'll cover two low-competition niches, one in basketball history and the other in debates. We'll even touch on the spirituality niche as well as the viral chat music trend, and move on to this trending biblical insight niche before finally wrapping it all up with two short-form content niches that are exploding right now. To make sure you've got everything you need, I've put together ready-to-use prompts for these niches, each one organized in its own Google Doc. You'll find all of them inside the prompts channel on my Discord. Now, let's get started. This YouTube channel is combining three powerful niches, and the results are absolutely mind-blowing. As you can see from here, they launched their first video about a month ago, but in that short time, they've uploaded a new video every single day and already gained over 160,000 subscribers. What's even more interesting is the numbers the videos are pulling in. This video, which was posted a day ago, already has over 100,000 views, and the same applies to most of their recent videos, including this one that was posted just about a week and a half ago, but has already brought in almost 2 million views. That's how insane their strategy is. If you're wondering exactly what they're doing, they've combined a bit of the lo-fi niche, the viral point of view niche, and finally merged them with the history niche. And the result is this unstoppable channel that the algorithm seems to be loving. In simple terms, the channel creates relaxing sleep content by telling historical stories from the viewer's perspective, paired with ambient sounds and soothing narration. This blend of immersive storytelling and calming audio helps transport the audience to the past while fostering a peaceful, sleep-friendly atmosphere. The best part about all of this is that these videos are typically more than 2 hours long, which means more ad revenue from a single video. Additionally, the videos don't take much time to edit. In fact, you can create an entire video in less than an hour. So whether you have a full-time job or you're looking to make YouTube your permanent gig, this niche could be the goldmine you've been looking for. You don't even need to spend anything, as these videos can be created using completely free AI tools. That's how game-changing this entire niche is, and no need to worry about monetization, as this style of content is highly monetizable. But there's always going to be someone coming to the comment section to claim the channel isn't monetized, so I'm going to make this easy for you. The truth is that these people are using YT large to check monetization, which unfortunately isn't accurate anymore. At the time of making this video, almost every channel you check with this tool shows monetization is off, which is completely false. It even says my channel isn't monetized, which isn't true. If you check Mr. Beast's or any other channel, you'll get the same result, as you can see. So if this tool is totally wrong, which other tool can you use? Well, I personally recommend combining two tools just to be on the safe side. The first tool is NextLev, which shows monetization right on the channel page. It also makes mistakes sometimes, which is why you need the second tool, which is YouTube Monetization Checker. Install the extension from the Chrome Web Store and come back to the channel page. Go to the extensions bar and hit this icon, then select Check this channel, and in a few seconds you'll know whether the channel is monetized or not. As you can see, this one is monetized. So you can scratch that off your list of excuses not to enter this niche right now. To make things even easier, I'm going to carry you step by step through the entire process of creating these videos, from finding intriguing topics to creating engaging scripts and converting them to voiceover. Then we'll generate the same style of images these channels are using and move on to editing the video. Finally, we'll end with a short course on designing thumbnails, just like these channels. Guys, this is going to be detailed, so I've made every prompt that will be used in this video available inside a Google Doc, which you can find in the prompts channel of my Discord server. Just look for the name Sleepless Historian, and the link should be on that card. I'll leave the link to the Discord in the description of this video. And hey, if you find this helpful, don't forget to hit that like button. It doesn't cost you anything, but it really helps me out and keeps me motivated to keep dropping more tutorials like this. To give you a quick glimpse of what we're about to create in this video, check out this short demo I made using the exact same strategy I'm about to walk you through.
Hey guys, tonight we set sail. Not on a ship made of dreams or moonlight, but on a creaky, splintered deck that smells faintly of sweat, seaweed, and pickles. Yes, pickles. Forget buried treasure or glittering swords for a moment. You're standing barefoot on the slick boards of an 18th century pirate sloop. And what's got the crew in a frenzy isn't gold. It's the sour crunch of something floating in brine. A barrel gets cracked open and the scent wafts out. Tangy, sharp, weirdly mouth-watering. Pickles. That, my friend, is what's keeping this crew from going completely feral. You probably won't survive this, by the way. Pirate life is all bruises and mildew, and the food, mostly beige and horrifying. But tonight, you'll learn why pickles, those humble, shriveled champions, were the unsung heroes of high-sea survival.
Now, the first step is to come up with topics for the videos. For this step, you can check out some of the topics that these channels are creating. But to make things easier, I've created a prompt that will simplify this process. First, go to the Google Doc I mentioned and look for this heading, copy the full prompt and open your preferred text generator. This part depends on your personal preference, so you can go with DeepSeek, Qwen, or ChatGPT. But for this demonstration, I'll be using ChatGPT. So open your chosen tool and paste the prompt. You need to specify the number of topics that you want the AI to generate. Feel free to choose as many as you want, but I'll go with 20 for this demonstration. So remove this placeholder and replace it with however many topics you want. Then scroll down to the bottom and replace this second placeholder with the same number. Once that's done, hit enter and wait for ChatGPT to do its magic. As you can see, it's generated topics in the same style as the channel we're modeling, so go through and pick whichever topics interest you. If you don't find any that you like, regenerate as many times as necessary till you find one. The next step is to generate the script. Head back to the Google Doc and look for this heading. Now, as I said at the beginning, the channel we're modeling creates really long content. Their videos typically average around 2 hours long. So the prompt is structured to create scripts ranging from 15,000 to 16,500 words. But I'm sure you know that most AI text generators won't create scripts that long. To achieve this word count, the scripts will be split into 15 sections each with a word count anywhere from 1,000 to 1,100. Just in case you want to make your script shorter or longer, you'll need to change these numbers to reflect exactly what you want. Once you're done with any changes that you want to make, copy the full prompt and paste it inside ChatGPT. The only thing you need to add to this prompt is the topic you've chosen. So look through the ones that ChatGPT generated and choose the one you want. One important thing you should keep in mind is that the titles typically have these words at the beginning, followed by the real topic. You don't need to copy the full thing, but only the second part, which is the real topic of the video. Replace this placeholder with the topic and hit enter. The first thing the AI is going to do is to create an outline for the video. Once that's done, scroll to the bottom and you'll see this. It simply means that the AI is expecting you to type that word to move on to the first section of the script. So type continue and wait for the AI to finish generating the first section. As you can see, the first section is complete, and the AI has even printed out the total word count for the section. That may not be very accurate, but it should be close enough. It's also expecting the same command we used, so type continue again and wait for section 2 to be generated. This section is also done, so repeat the same thing for the remaining sections till the entire script has been generated. Once that's done, you can go through the full script to make sure there are no issues, and then move on to creating your voiceover narration. For that, I recommend using 11 Labs if you've got a budget, but if you want a free alternative, Clipchamp is a great option. The quality of their voices are pretty good, and I haven't seen a limit on their voice generation so far, so feel free to use that one. For this demonstration, I'm going to be using 11 Labs. The first thing you need to do is to find a voice character, so head over to their voice library and browse through the available voices till you find whatever voice you prefer. To make things easier, you can use the filters. Just make sure you select your preferred language. In this case, I'll choose English, an American accent, set the gender to male, and select the age range for the voice. A deep and calm voice works great, but this all depends on your personal preference. Listen to a few samples until you find one that works for you and choose that. Now paste the narration and hit generate. If it doesn't sound good enough, you can make changes to the settings till you find what you like. The next step is to generate images for the video. But before that, you need image prompts that will simplify the process. So go back to the Google Doc and copy this prompt. Paste it inside ChatGPT and make a few changes. As you know, the typical duration for these stories is about 2 hours. Simply asking the AI to give you image prompts for the full 2 hours isn't going to cut it. Most of the time, the AI will pick random scenes that do not match key parts in your script. To avoid this issue, the prompt is created to take in individual sections and then generate image prompts for only that particular section. Let me show you. First, replace this placeholder with the number of image prompts that you want to generate for that section. Let's go with 10. Scroll down and replace this second one as well with the same number. Then finally, it's time to add the script from the section that you want to generate the image prompts for. So copy the script for that section, leaving only the title, word count, and the command at the bottom. Remove this placeholder and paste the script you just copied. You don't need to do anything else, just hit enter and wait for the prompts to be generated. As you can see, each image prompt includes a detailed scene description as well as the image style. Repeat this for all other sections of your video. Now it's time to move on to generating the images. You can use any image generator that you prefer, but for free users, I recommend Google's ImageFX or Leonardo AI. Let's test them both. I personally like the images from ImageFX, but let's first see the results from Leonardo AI. Hit this button to be taken to their image generation page. The first thing you need to do is go to Preset and choose the Phoenix model. Close the pop-up and choose the style. Feel free to test some of these out, but I'll go with Dynamic and also select a high contrast. Then choose 16:9 aspect ratio for long form and paste the prompt. You can make changes if necessary or simply go ahead with the generation. It doesn't take long, but take a look at these results. They don't look bad, so let's try the second prompt. These images look good as well, so you can use this for the images. Now, let's try giving these prompts to ImageFX. Paste the prompt and choose the same 16:9 aspect ratio. Hit create and wait for the images to be ready. Check these out. I personally prefer these to the results we got from Leonardo AI, but they're both good, so you can use either of these tools. Alternatively, you can use ChatGPT's new image generation if you have a GPT Plus subscription. Once you have your images, it's time to move on to editing the video, but before that, you can enhance the resolution of your images. This is completely optional, but the higher definition images will be useful if you want to export the video at 2K or higher resolution. The tool I personally recommend for this is Upscale with a Y. It's completely free and works for both Windows and Mac, so make sure you install and open it. Also put all your images inside a single folder and check Batch Upscale. Select the folder that contains your files and choose your preferred model. In this case, this model works just fine. Choose anything from 2 to 4 times for the scale and hit Upscale. The duration typically depends on the speed of your computer and the number of images, so the entire process could take anywhere from a few seconds to a couple of minutes. Once this is complete, it's time to edit the video. You can use any video editor you prefer, but CapCut works perfectly, so I'll be using that one. Import all your files, including the images and narration. Then drag and drop the voiceover inside the timeline. Go through the narration and remove any long pauses. Don't forget to keep playing it to ensure that you're removing just enough for the narration to still flow normally. If you're using a video editor like Premiere Pro, you can simplify this with just a few clicks. But if you want something that can help with this process, download and install Audacity. Don't worry, it's completely free to use. Once you've opened it, drag and drop your audio file inside. Then with the track selected, go to Effect, Special, and Truncate Silence. You'll get this pop-up with these settings. The first numbers here represent what you want the tool to detect. So any sounds below this threshold that lasts for this duration should be detected, and the second part represents how much it should be decreased to. You can modify these based on your specific audio, but once you're done, go ahead and hit apply. As you can see, the audio track has shortened a bit. You can undo if the audio seems too fast and change the numbers. When you're done, go ahead and export it as an MP3 or WAV file. Now back to CapCut. This style of video is really simple, so you don't need to do too much. Just arrange your images in the timeline according to the flow of your narration. Feel free to decrease or increase the duration of the clips where necessary till you're done with the full video. Once that's done, go to Filters and look for the one that best fits the look you're going for. Unfortunately, most of these filters have become paid now, so it may be best to use an adjustment layer if you're on the free plan. Go to Adjustment and drag the adjustment onto the timeline. Extend it to cover the full duration of your video and look for the settings under Basic. Play around with these settings till you get the look that you want. Once everything looks the way you want it, go to Effect and look for this vapor effect. The channel we're modeling uses this one, so if you want the same look, you may need to become a CapCut Pro user. You can even add the spark effect as well, just like theirs. No need to worry though if you don't have CapCut Pro. I'll show you a few ways to make your videos look similar to theirs. But first you can try a different look with the film frame effect. Drop it inside the timeline and extend it to cover the full video. To add a bit of movement to your video, go to the start of each image and set a keyframe. Then drag this line to somewhere around the middle and increase the scale amount slightly. Now drag the line to the end of that image and decrease the scale back to the same size as it was at the start. Repeat this with all the other images, and your video should have this slight motion animation. This looks alright, but it's not the same look as the channel we're modeling. We're going to use a simple overlay to achieve the effect, so go to your preferred stock footage website like Vecteezy and search for vapor or smoke. Download whichever one you want and add it to your timeline. Go to Blend and choose Color Dodge. This looks alright, but since the footage I chose had a reddish color, it has increased the saturation of the video. So I'm going to move the adjustment layer to the top and play around with the adjustment settings to fix the color. Once that's done, duplicate the overlay as many times as necessary to cover the rest of the video. Now for background music, you don't need anything special. Instead of using a soundtrack, the channel we're modeling simply uses some form of soft burning sound effect. You can grab one from a platform like Pixabay. Just make sure you select sound effect, search for fire, and play a few for one that sounds just right. I like this 30 minutes long one, so I'll go ahead and download it. Add it to the timeline and trim it. Don't forget to decrease the volume if it sounds too loud. The video looks alright now, so you can export it at either 1080p, 2 or 4K resolution. The final step is to create a thumbnail for the video. You can use Photoshop or any preferred image editor. Photopea works perfectly, so I'll be using that. But before we jump into the editing, we need an image that will be used in the thumbnail. Normally, I'd give you a prompt to automate this entire process, but you'd only get something generic if you leave this very key step to AI. Instead, you need to look at the topic of your video and come up with a concept. In this case, mine revolves around pirates and pickles, so a pirate holding a pickle works fine. I want the image to be something simple, but make sure yours is as dramatic as possible. Then go to the Google Doc and copy this last prompt. Paste it inside ChatGPT and replace this placeholder with the description that you came up with. Now hit enter and ChatGPT will give you a simple prompt to generate the image. The channel we're modeling uses ChatGPT to generate the images for their thumbnail, so feel free to use that. But free users can still use ImageFX. Simply paste the prompt and choose your aspect ratio. I'll go with a portrait style for this simple image. Hit create and check out the images. Now that the image is ready, we can go to Photopea and create a new 2560 by 1440 aspect ratio document. Drag and drop the image on the canvas. In case the image isn't showing, simply move it above the background layer and position it to the right. We could remove the background for the character, but that isn't necessary since it matches the background of the canvas. I'll scale it and bring in these images I generated. Then arrange them however you prefer. Once that's done, select text and write out this text. Feel free to change the font to what you want, but once you're done, hold Alt on the keyboard and use the mouse to drag the text layer down to make a duplicate. Drag the copy down and change the text to history. Duplicate the layer again, but this time change the text to something like this. Feel free to make any additional changes, but once you're done, export the image as a JPEG. One of my subscribers recently brought my attention to this channel called Napoleon Hill that is crushing it right now. What I found interesting is the fact that they uploaded their first content just about a month ago, but within that short period, they've somehow managed to post 46 videos raking in almost 120,000 subscribers. If you take a closer look at the channel, their most popular videos are pulling in hundreds of thousands of views, with one even racking up more than 2.5 million views. All this from a channel that's only a month old. If you're wondering what this channel is doing, they're simply creating motivational and transformational self-development videos. But what really makes their content unique is that, unlike most self-development channels, this one produces content inspired by Napoleon Hill's core philosophies, especially those found in his classic works. What's even more interesting is that they do this in the classic voice of the legendary speaker Napoleon Hill himself. This makes it a clever blend of old wisdom and modern storytelling, something that clearly resonates with today's audience. And if you're thinking they just got lucky, this 3-week-old channel, which also started with a similar strategy, has already raked in about 37,000 subscribers. That's how viral this niche is trending right now. So there's no better time to get started than right now. But if you're thinking you can upload a single video, sit back and watch your video go viral, think again. As you can see, the first channel has already uploaded 46 videos in just 1 month, while the second one has uploaded 28. However, you don't need to worry, as this style of video is easy to create. In fact, you can create a full video in less than 30 minutes using just a few steps. And the best part is that you don't need to be an expert in self-development or even know anything about Napoleon Hill. Speaking of which, if you're worried about getting copyright from using his content, no need to worry. Like I said earlier, these videos are simply taking inspiration from his philosophies. So they aren't really narrating his books or speeches. To make things simpler, I'm going to carry you through the entire process of creating your own Faceless YouTube channel like these guys, from coming up with interesting topics to generating the full scripts and creating voiceovers. Then we'll go over how to find every resource you'll need for the videos before moving on to editing the video. Finally, I'll take you through a short course on creating thumbnails like these guys. Before we dive in, just a heads up, I've put together a Google Doc with every single prompt I'll be using, plus a folder with all the resource files from this video. You can find the Google Doc in the prompts channel of my Discord server, and the resource files will be in the files channel under the name Napoleon Hill. I'll leave the link to the Discord server in the description below. Don't worry, you don't need to pay anything to access the Discord server. Oh, and if you find this video helpful, don't forget to hit the like button, and feel free to drop any questions you have in the comments. I try my best to respond to everyone. To give you a glimpse of what we're going to be creating in this video, check out this short demo I created that barely took 30 minutes to complete.
There is a quiet killer that walks among us. It doesn't scream, it doesn't threaten, it wraps itself around you like a warm blanket on a cold morning, whispering, "Stay here, it's fine. You've earned this." And slowly, without warning, it begins to suffocate everything you could have been. Comfort. It seduces the ambitious. It tames the wild-hearted. It turns potential into a memory. Not with violence, not with fear, but with convenience, with safety, with the illusion that staying still is progress.
Now, the first step is to come up with topics for the videos. For this step, you can check out some of the topics that these channels are creating. But to make things easier, I've created a prompt that will simplify this process. First, go to the Google Doc I mentioned and look for this heading. Copy the full prompt and open your preferred text generator. This part depends on your personal preference, so you can go with DeepSeek, Qwen, or ChatGPT. Based on my test, the free version of ChatGPT still works great for this prompt, so no need to worry if you don't have a subscription. Once you've opened ChatGPT, go ahead and paste the prompt. You don't need to make a lot of changes to the prompt. The only necessary change here is to specify the number of topics that you want. So remove the placeholder and replace it with however many topics you want to generate. I'll go with 20, then hit enter and wait for ChatGPT to do its magic. The topics it generates are usually spot on, so take a moment to go through them and pick the ones that work best for your video. If none of them click, just hit regenerate and ChatGPT will give you a fresh batch. Now that you've got your topic, the next step is to generate the script. I've made this part just as easy with a ready-to-use prompt. Head back to the Google Doc and look for this heading. But before you copy the prompt, there are a few things you should know. The typical word count for the channel we're modeling is around 4,000 words or more. Unfortunately, most AI text generators struggle to go beyond 1,200 words in a single go. So the prompt is designed with that limitation in mind. It breaks the script into chunks of around 1,200 words, which makes it easier for the AI to generate the full script without cutting off. If you want a shorter script, you can adjust the word count in the prompt. Once you're happy with it, copy the full prompt and paste it into ChatGPT. Then scroll down to the bottom, find this placeholder and replace it with the topic you selected. Hit enter and wait for ChatGPT to generate the first part of the script. It doesn't take long, but as you can see, the first part is done. The best part is that it follows the narration style perfectly without any boring introductions. To generate the next part of the script, simply type continue and hit enter. Then wait for the second part of the script to be generated. Repeat this step till the entire script has been generated. Keep in mind that the number of parts that the AI will split the script is based on the topic and minimum word count that you specified in the prompt. The default one should split the video into 4 or more parts. Now, once the full script is ready, it's time to move on to creating the voiceover. Normally, this is where I tell you to use any AI voiceover generator that you prefer, but this niche is quite different. Instead of looking through 11 Labs voice library for something that you like, you're going to use a specific voice for this niche. This step is very crucial for this niche, so you have to pay close attention. We need the voiceover to be done in the same voice as Napoleon Hill himself. That means you'll have to create the voice manually. For this, you're going to need sample voices. No need to worry though, as this is where the resource folder I spoke about earlier comes into play. Inside the folder, you'll find 2 voice recordings. One is around 4 minutes long and the other is about 40 minutes. So download these files and go back to 11 Labs. Make sure you're on the Voices tab and hit this Add a New Voice button. Now, there are 2 options here that you can use. The one that produces the best result is the Professional Voice Clone. You'll need to use the 40-minute voice sample that you downloaded from the resource folder. But I don't recommend this, as there's one slight issue at the end where they request that you read something on screen in the same voice as the recording. There are a few workarounds, but honestly, it's more trouble than it's worth, especially since the Instant Voice Clone option does a solid job. Just select that option and upload the 4-minute sample from the Google Drive. Leave the default settings as they are, then hit Next to start the cloning process. It usually takes a minute or 2. Once it's done, fill in the required details and save the voice. After that, you can click this button right here and select the voice from your list. Finally, paste the script and hit generate. If it sounds slow or you want to make changes, feel free to use the filters. Now that the voiceover is complete, the next step is to start editing the video. But before that, we need to find an image of the speaker. So go to Google and search for Napoleon Hill. Look through the results and pick one that you like. You can use a younger image of his, but the channel we're modeling uses an older one, so feel free to download one. However, keep in mind that the quality of these images aren't too good as the pictures were taken before our current technology. Unfortunately, AI doesn't do a good job creating images of the speaker, even when you use the original image as reference. But you can still upscale the existing images with a tool like Upscale with a Y. It's completely free to use, so download it from their website and make sure it's installed. Then upload the image and choose your model. This part is very important, so make sure you pay close attention. You can test out the other models, but this one works best for realistic images, so make sure you select it. For the scale, you can go with either 3 or 4 and hit upscale to enhance the image. Once that's done, you need to remove the background of the image. Head over to Adobe Background Remover and upload the enhanced image. It doesn't take long, but the image of the speaker with a transparent background is ready. Before we start editing, there's one more thing that we need. Most of the videos start with real quotes by Napoleon Hill that are relevant to the topic. So go to the Google Doc and copy this prompt, paste it inside ChatGPT and scroll down to the bottom. Remove this placeholder and replace it with the topic you selected. Then hit enter, and as you can see, ChatGPT has presented a simple quote with the author name as well as where it can be found. The last part won't be necessary. But for now, open CapCut and import the voiceover as well as any other files you'll be using, in this case the image of the speaker. Then drag and drop the voiceover inside the timeline. Go through the narration and remove any long pauses. Don't forget to keep playing it to ensure that you're removing just enough for the narration to still flow normally. If you're using a video editor like Premiere Pro, you can simplify this with just a few clicks. But as far as I know, my current version of CapCut doesn't have that feature, so it has to be done manually. Once you're done with that, the next step is to add a dark background. You can create a black background with Photoshop or make sure you're on import, hit stock material and grab this black background. This works perfectly, but the only issue is that you can't extend it since it's actually a video clip. So you need to keep duplicating it for the entire duration of your video, which can be inconvenient. The best option is to go to a website like Vecteezy and search for black texture or background. Look through the results and download the one that you want. Import it inside CapCut and drop it in the timeline. Then extend it to fit the entire duration of your video. You can scale the image, but it's not necessary since it fits perfectly with the dark background. Next, add the image of the speaker to the timeline. Scale and position it here. You don't need his entire body to show, so feel free to scale it up as much as you want. Don't forget to stretch this one as well to fit the video duration. If you want to tweak the color a bit, you can go to filters and test them out. Once you find the one you want, drag and drop it on top of the character layer. You only need to apply it to that layer, so make sure you don't drop it above, but directly on the character image. With the layer selected, you can increase or decrease the intensity of the filter. You don't need any real design here, but in case you decide to add something like flowers at the border, simply download PNG images of hand-drawn floral branches or download something from a website like FreePic. Then extract the vector file and drop it inside Photopea. Expand this layer and hide the background as well as any other images you don't need, leaving only the ones you want. The images need to be white, so double-click each and change the color to white. Once you're done, export the file as a PNG. Then drop it inside CapCut and expand it to fit the video length. You only need one of these flowers at the moment, so hit crop and use the handles to trim out everything else except the one that you want. Rotate, position, and scale the image how you want it. This looks alright, so I'll duplicate it, bring down the duplicate, go to crop, and move the selected section to the flower image we want to use. Feel free to resize it, but once you're done, hit confirm, position the image, and scale it appropriately. I'll repeat this for the third image and position it here to make the final border. This all depends on your personal preference, so you can skip it entirely and move on to adding the grain. Grab a film grain footage from any stock footage website and drop it inside the timeline right below the speaker's image. As you can see, the film grain is covering the background image, which doesn't look too good. So with the layer selected, go to Blend and choose Color Dodge. This looks considerably better, so duplicate it as many times as necessary to cover the rest of the video. Now it's time to generate captions, so go to Text, Auto Captions, and hit Generate. Once the captions are ready, go to Templates and choose whichever template that you want. For this style of video, multi-line style captions work perfectly, so you can choose one, or go to Animations Captions and choose this one. Don't forget to scale and position it here. The captions should be in caps, so go to Text, Basic, and hit this button. You can even hit this button to bolden it a bit. Feel free to customize this as much as you want, but to make things simpler, I'm going to choose this template. The video is already looking good. Now there's something we should have done at the beginning, so we're going to do that. Make sure these files are all selected and move them about 7 seconds forward. Then go to Text and bring in the default text. Make sure you've copied the quote that ChatGPT generated and paste it here. Like I said earlier, we don't need the book or speech title, so if you copied it, feel free to remove that and break the text into multiple lines. Then hit this button to make it uppercase and increase the line spacing. You can also choose your preferred font. I'll choose a random one and also make sure the line spacing isn't too much. Then extend the text layer to the beginning of the rest of the narration. Don't forget to add an entrance animation to the text. Type 1 works perfectly, so I'll choose that and increase the duration to something like this. Make sure you're at the end of the animation and duplicate the layer. Decrease the length of the new layer to match up with the one below. Then remove the author name for the bottom layer and do the opposite for the top layer. Move the bottom layer up and the top layer below it. Finally, with the top layer selected, go to animations and decrease the duration to about a second. Feel free to change the color for any of the layers, it's all based on your personal preference. Once that's done, you can go to Audio, Sound Effects, and search for typing. Play a few till you find one that you like. Then drop it inside the timeline starting from the start of the text animation and trim it at the end. I'll extend these short layers to fit the video length. You can export the video at this point, but if you want to add a transition between these two parts, make sure you select these clips and create a compound clip. Repeat that with these clips as well, and then go to Transitions. You don't need anything complicated. The mix, black fade, or blink transition work perfectly. You can also add some form of sound effect to the transition. The final step is optional, so feel free to skip it. Head over to your preferred royalty-free background music platform like YouTube, Audio Library, and download the track you want. Then drop it right after the transition and decrease the volume significantly. Keep in mind that the background music is almost inaudible in these videos. What's most important is the information, so you can do without adding the background music. Feel free to add a fade in and trim any excess part of the soundtrack. Finally, you can export the video at either 1080p, 2 or 4K resolution. The final step is to create a thumbnail for the video. The first step is to generate the text that will be included in the thumbnail. So copy this prompt from the Google Doc and paste it inside ChatGPT. Scroll down to the bottom and replace this placeholder with the topic of your video. Then hit enter and wait for ChatGPT to generate the text. Once that's done, open your preferred photo editor. I recommend Photoshop, but Photopea works just as well, so we'll be using that. Go ahead and create a 2560 by 1440 aspect ratio document. Select the rectangle tool, make sure the color is black, and draw a rectangle around the canvas. Then drag and drop the image of the speaker, scale, and position it to the left like this. Select the text tool and draw the text area. Before you paste the text that ChatGPT generated, increase the size of the text and then paste it. If it's still too small, you can further increase the size. You also need to change the color of the first text, so make sure you highlight that, then choose the color that you want. The channel we're modeling typically uses something like this. Feel free to change the font as well if you have a specific one in mind. Once you're done, select the rectangle tool and choose the fill color, in this case red. Then draw a rectangle around this keyword at the bottom. In case the color looks like it's covering the text, simply move the color layer below the text like this. Next, you want to add the name of the speaker, so select text and type the name. It needs to be smaller so you can decrease the font size. Now, go to the red rectangle layer, and while holding the Alt key, drag and drop the layer to make a duplicate. Then drag the duplicate layer behind the new text layer, and scale it to fit it perfectly. In case you aren't getting the exact shape you want, hold the Shift key while dragging the edges for better control over the shape of the rectangle. Once that's done, right-click the speaker's image and select blending options. Add a glow, making sure you choose this color, and play around with the settings till you get what you want. Again, add a drop shadow, and repeat, and play around with the settings as well. You get to see the results in real time, so feel free to create the look that you want. Once everything looks good, you can go ahead and export your image as a PNG or JPEG file. It's never too late to enter the finance niche. Check out this channel called Explains 101 that is creating videos in this very niche and raking in some incredible numbers. If you take a closer look at the channel, you'll notice that they posted their first video just 10 months ago, but have managed to rake in more than 120,000 subscribers within this time frame. What's even more interesting is the numbers on a bunch of their videos that are bringing in hundreds of thousands of views. Even their most recent videos are racking up these incredible numbers. If you're curious about exactly what the channel is doing, they're simply taking financial topics and explaining them in simple terms that even my 8-year-old niece can understand. And this is somehow resonating with their audience, pulling in these incredible numbers for the channel. But that isn't even the best part. The financial niche has some of the highest RPMs all over YouTube, and the content is also evergreen. This means channels like these will continue to cash in years after uploading their videos. So if you're thinking of starting a faceless channel, this might just be the gold mine you've been looking for. This kind of content is highly monetizable, and the videos can be created using completely free AI tools. If you're curious about monetization, simply install a tool like Nextlev from the Chrome store. Then refresh the page and you should see the monetization status. But these tools aren't always right, as YouTube keeps changing their system, so you may need a second one to confirm monetization. You can either use YouTube Monetization Checker or YT Large. If you've installed YouTube Monetization Checker, go to the extensions bar and check monetization by hitting these buttons. As you can see, this tool also confirms that the channel is fully monetized. Now that concerns about monetization are out of the way, the next thing you might be worried about might be content. However, the best part about this niche is that you don't need to be a finance expert or have some god-tier level editing skills. It's actually quite simple, and I'm going to carry you through the entire process of creating such videos. From coming up with topics to actually creating engaging scripts like the ones this channel is creating. Then we'll look at how you can generate the voiceover before I show you all the tricks you need to easily edit these videos. Finally, we'll end the video with a short course on creating thumbnails for this niche. To make things easier, I've created detailed prompts that you can use not only for the topics, but for the script as well as the images. Additionally, I'm also going to put the most commonly used image resources inside a folder that you can download. I'll leave the prompts in a Google Doc, which you can find in the prompts channel of my Discord server. Just look for the title Explains 101 and the link will be attached to the card. The link to the images will also be available in this files channel by the same name. And hey, if you find this helpful, don't forget to hit that like button. It doesn't cost you anything, but it really helps me out and keeps me motivated to keep dropping more tutorials like this. To give you a quick glimpse of what we're about to create in this video, check out this short demo I made using the exact same strategy I'm about to walk you through.
Hey there! Did you know the US owes more than $34 trillion and still manages to borrow more every year? If you or I owed that much, we'd be hiding under a blanket, dodging calls from unknown number, and Googling how to fake your own disappearance. But countries, they just keep going. No panic, no collections, no repo man showing up to take back the Grand Canyon. Which brings us to the big weird question.
The first step is to come up with topics. And like I said, you don't need to be an expert on finance to create these videos. You can look at trending topics from others in the finance niche and create videos around them. Or simply open the Google Doc I mentioned earlier and look for this heading. Copy everything under it and head over to your preferred text generator. I typically recommend using either DeepSeek, Qwen, or ChatGPT if you have their Plus subscription. I'm going to use ChatGPT for this video, so open your text generator and paste the prompt that you just copied. You don't need to change much here. The only thing you need to do is specify the number of topics that you want the AI to generate for you. Choose as many as you want. In this case, I'll go with 20 and hit enter. As you can see, ChatGPT has generated some interesting topics, so you can look through and choose what you want or even regenerate for a fresh batch. Once you're done with the topics, it's time to generate the script. So head back to the Google Doc and look for this heading. One important thing you should keep in mind is that the prompts for the script are divided into two, with each part having a word count ranging from 800 to 1000. This is the typical duration for the channel we're modeling, but you can increase or decrease these numbers to generate shorter or longer scripts. We'll come back for the second script, but first you need to copy this first prompt and paste it inside ChatGPT. Make sure you've got the topic that you selected ready and replace this placeholder with it. Then you can scroll down and change the word count for the first part, or simply leave it like this. Once you're done, hit enter and wait for ChatGPT to generate the first part of your script. This looks great, so feel free to go back to the Google Doc and copy the second prompt. Make sure you're on the same chat and paste the second part of the prompt. Unless you want to increase or decrease the word count for the narration, there's no need to make any changes to this prompt. Simply hit enter and wait for ChatGPT to continue with the remaining half of your script. Once that is done, you can go through the full script to make sure there are no issues and then move on to creating your voiceover narration. For that, I recommend using 11 Labs if you've got a budget. But if you want a free alternative, I recommend Clipchamp mostly because of the quality of their voices. For this demonstration, I'm going to be using 11 Labs. The first thing you need to do is to find a voice character. So head over to their voice library and browse through the available voices till you find whatever voice you prefer. To make things easier, you can use the filters. Just make sure you select your preferred language, in this case English, choose an American accent, set the gender to male, and select the age range for the voice you want to use. You don't need to worry much about the age for this niche, so feel free to choose any. I'll go for a young voice. Listen to a few samples until you find one that works for you and choose that. Now paste the narration and hit generate. If it doesn't sound good enough, you can make changes to the settings till you find what you like. With the narration complete, it's time to move on to the next step. Normally, we'd create image prompts that can be used to generate images for the script, but we'll do things differently for this niche by jumping straight into video editing. So go ahead and open your preferred video editor, in this case CapCut. Now the first thing you need to do is to import the voiceover. The channel we're modeling uses this stick figure character to represent people in all their narrations, so we'll be using that. Unfortunately, we can't generate the exact same character with AI, but don't worry, as I've made a few different color versions of the character available in the resource folder I mentioned earlier. You don't need to edit or make any changes to the characters. Simply download and import them inside CapCut. You're not going to add them to the timeline just yet. First, you need to add the narration and remove any long pauses. Don't forget to keep playing the narration to ensure that you're removing just enough for the narration to still flow normally. If you're using a video editor like Premiere Pro, you can simplify this with just a few clicks. But as far as I know, my current version of CapCut doesn't have that feature, so it has to be done manually. Once you're done with that, the next step is to add a white background. You can create one yourself or simply download it from any stock image website like Vecteezy. Another option is to make sure you're on import. Go to stock material and look through the list till you find this white background. Then grab and drop it inside the timeline. Don't forget to change the aspect ratio of your project to 16:9. Now it's time to add your images. The first statement in these videos is, "Hey there." You need something simple for that part. Drag and drop one of these character images in the timeline. Scale it down and position it like this. The size of the character mostly depends on your personal preference. Then go to text and drag the default one above the image layer. Replace the default text to the text at the start and change the color to black. Keep this process in mind as most of your videos will start like this. So you'll need to repeat this for every single video. You can choose whichever font you want, but the default one works perfectly, so you can stick with that one and move the text here. Feel free to scale it up or down. This all depends on your personal preference, but once you're done, you need to trim the image and text layers to match up with the end of that narration. The next part of this narration talks about a country, the United States to be specific. The channel we're modeling typically uses country balls to represent countries, so we need to create one. This part is very important as you'll be using country balls a lot for this particular niche. But you don't need to worry, as I've created a simple prompt that will help you create a ball for any country you want. Just go back to the Google Doc and look for this prompt. Copy it and open ChatGPT. Then paste the prompt and change these three placeholders to the name of the country that you want to create the country ball for. Once that's done, you don't need to change anything else. Just hit enter and wait for ChatGPT to generate a simple prompt that you can use to generate the image. The next part depends on your personal preference, so feel free to use Leonardo AI or pick Lumen. Google's ImageFX works perfectly and is also free to use, so I'll open it and paste the prompt that ChatGPT just generated. For country balls, you don't need to worry much about the aspect ratio. The square one works perfectly, so I'll select that one and hit create. It doesn't take long, but check out these images. They look great, so you can download whichever one you prefer. You can repeat this for any other country that you want to create a ball for. Simply replace the placeholders with the name of the country, and ChatGPT will give you a detailed prompt that you can use to create the image. One important thing you need to keep in mind is that the prompt is created to add an iconic trait of that particular country. In the case of Canada, it's a red knit cap. Let's try generating this with ImageFX. The image comes out correctly with the knit cap. If you'd rather remove it, simply delete this part from the prompt, and as you can see, the image no longer has the iconic cap. The same process applies to every other country you'll be using. One other thing you need to keep in mind is that the images come with a white background. You can simply remove this with a tool like Adobe Background Remover, which does a pretty great job clearing backgrounds for these images. But this is unnecessary most of the time since this white background blends in with the background of the entire project. The only time you'd need to remove the background from these images will be if you're arranging the character in front of another character. I've imported two images of the US country ball. One has no background, but the other has a white background. As you can see, the one with the white background still blends in perfectly with the background of the project. Now you need to go through the story narration and add the appropriate images. Where you need to add people, use these character images that I've provided. In places where you need other forms of images to better illustrate your point, you can go about it in two ways. First is to grab this prompt from the Google Doc, paste it inside ImageFX, and replace this placeholder with exactly what you want to create. Choose the square aspect ratio and generate the image. The second way is to download the image from a stock image site like Vecteezy. Simply choose PNG, search for the image you want, and download. Then add it to your timeline, scale and position it according to the flow of your narration. Add text to your narration to emphasize statements. Keep in mind that it doesn't need to be the exact wording from the narration. This is where you can add a bit of humor to make the whole narration more interesting. You can always download or generate any objects that you need, like this crushed can, to make the narration more exciting. In case there's something in an image you want to get rid of, you can also trim it like this. Keep repeating this process for the remainder of your narration. In situations where you want the characters to look like they're sweating, you can download these teardrops, or better yet, generate them yourself. Add them to your timeline, scale and position them where you want. You can duplicate it as much as you want and reposition each teardrop. The whole process is just this simple. As you can see, I'm generating most of the images that I'm using in this demonstration. Keep playing the narration and adding your images like this for the rest of your video. In places where you need to add something like a hand asking for something, you don't need to modify the character. Simply add the image of the arm like this. It doesn't need to blend in. What matters is that it conveys the idea in an interesting and simple way to viewers. You can add transitions to the video, but it's not necessary. But if you decide to do that, make sure you only go for simple transitions like mix or black fade. The same applies to filters. You can add one, but it's not necessary, so I recommend skipping that part. Keep in mind that for places where the narration includes some kind of financial data, you'll need to search on Google for that specific information. Make sure whichever website you select is trusted, and then screenshot the graph, chart, or table that includes the information you need. You can even grab screenshots from different websites. Then import the screenshot and scale it down to fit. Next, add a text layer for the source of information. For this one, I took it from US Treasury, so I'll include that, position it below the image, and scale it down. You can even grab the logo for that particular website, use the crop to remove any text, leaving only the logo, and position the logo at the right side of that particular image. You can add multiple charts or graphs on the same page. Just make sure you include the sources under each illustration. One more thing. You need to add a text at the bottom right corner specifying the year that the data is from. The video is almost done, but in case you want to add accessories like a tie to signify a business or government person, or pixel glasses for someone trendy, you can simply drop them inside the timeline, scale and position it where you want. The final step before we export the video is to add a background music. You can grab something from YouTube Audio Library, or look through a platform like Showsick for any royalty-free track that fits the mood of your video. Then add it to the timeline and decrease the volume significantly. The most important part of this niche is the information being understandable, so the background music needs to be almost inaudible. Don't forget to trim any excess before you proceed with exporting the video at either 1080p, 2 or 4K resolution. The final step is to create a thumbnail for this video. This is quite straightforward. First, you need to go to your preferred text editor. Photoshop, Canva, or even GIMP will do just fine. I'll be using Photopea since it's easily available online. Create a new 2560 by 1440 aspect ratio document. Then add your character, position, and scale it to something like this. The character is looking the other way, so I'll flip it like this. First left-click on these pointers at the edges of the image, and then right-click the image. Select Flip Horizontal, and the image should look the right direction now. For this particular thumbnail, I'll add a tie to give the character a formal look. I'll position, flip, and resize it. We need the tie to stand out with a different color. So with the layer for the tie selected, add a hue saturation and make sure Colorize is checked. Then play around with the sliders till you find a color that you want for the tie. Don't worry about the character also having the same color for now. We'll fix that easily. Now when you look at the layers, you'll notice that there's a new layer right above the layer for the tie. So right-click that and select Clipping Mask. This makes it so that the hue saturation only affects the tie. Now I'm just going to bring in other images that can help better convey the topic of the video, like this image of a sack with debt on it. It has a white background which is covering part of our character, so we need to get rid of the background. First, right-click the layer for that image and choose Rasterize. Then select the Magic Wand tool and click the white background for that image. Hit Delete, and as you can see, the background is gone and the character is now visible. I'll bring in any other images that I want to add. This one looks a bit too light, so I'll add a curve to make it darker. Then I'll create a clipping mask to apply the effect to that image alone. Feel free to add any other images you need to better present the idea of the topic. In this case, we have an official, buildings on fire, debt, and IMF building. I think this works, so select the rectangle, make sure the fill is empty, and set the stroke to your preferred color. Then use this slider to increase the size of the stroke and draw a rectangle around the canvas. Finally, add a text and select parts of the text that you want to stand out and change the color like this. Feel free to make any additional changes, but once you're done, export the image as either a PNG or JPEG file. This new YouTube channel has taken a slightly different approach to an old niche, and the results are frankly amazing. They've taken the horror genre, something we've all seen done the same way over and over, and made it feel new again. Instead of the usual jump scares or loud noises, they use an analog horror style with old VHS-style footage, fake TV broadcasts, and creepy retro sounds to build a slow, creeping sense of dread. It's like watching something from the past you were never meant to see. But somehow this is working so well that the channel has already gained over 50,000 subscribers in just their first month. If you take a closer look at the channel, you'll notice some of their videos are pulling in hundreds of thousands of views, with one even hitting 1 million views in just 2 weeks. That's how viral this niche is right now. The best part about this whole thing is that the niche has very little competition, and the videos are surprisingly easy to make. So if you're thinking of starting a faceless channel, this might just be the gold mine you've been looking for. This kind of content is highly monetizable, and you can create videos using completely free AI tools. If you're curious about monetization, simply install a tool like NextLev from the Chrome store. Don't worry, it's totally free to install. Then refresh the page, and you should see monetization status. But these tools aren't always right, so you need to check it with another tool like YouTube Monetization Checker. Just make sure you've installed the extension from the Chrome Web Store and go back to the channel page. Select this extension icon and hit this Check This Channel button. Within a few seconds, you'll know whether the channel is monetized or not. As you can see, this channel is completely monetized, so the only other thing you need to think about is how to create this style of video. But that's where I come in. I'm going to simplify the entire process of creating analog horror videos in just a few easy steps. I'll guide you through everything, from coming up with eerie concepts to crafting scripts that keep viewers glued to the screen. Then, we'll move on to creating voiceovers like the ones this channel uses, followed by generating the images for the video. Finally, I'll take you through a full course on editing this style of video. To make things easier, I'm going to make every prompt that will be used inside this video available in a Google Doc that you can find on my Discord server. Just head over to the Prompts channel and search for the name Dead Signal VHS, and the link will be available on that card. If you want access to the background sounds and all the files I'll be using, simply check the Files channel. You can find the link to the Discord server down below in the description of this video. And hey, if you find this helpful, don't forget to hit the like button. It doesn't cost you anything, but it really helps me out and keeps me motivated to keep dropping more tutorials like this. To give you a quick glimpse of what we're about to create in this video, check out this short demo I made using the exact same strategy I'm about to walk you through.
This is an emergency message from the Tri-County Child Welfare and Family Safety Bureau. Please remain calm and listen closely. If you have a child under the age of 3 and are currently using a baby monitor, particularly audio-only models manufactured before 2022, please deactivate the device immediately. Do not attempt to reset it. Do not speak into it. Remove the batteries and place the monitor outside your home. This is not a product recall. This is a containment protocol. As of 7:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, several families across the district have reported unusual auditory disturbances coming from their baby monitors. These disturbances began as static, then progressed to soft, rhythmic breathing. Parents described it as sounding too close, as if someone were just inches from the microphone, even while the child was visibly asleep and alone. Roughly 1 hour after the initial breathing was heard, the monitors began transmitting speech. The first word is always the name of the parent, not mommy or daddy, your actual name, spoken slowly and incorrectly. The inflection is always slightly off, like the voice is reading your name from paper it doesn't understand. Some say it sounds curious, others say it sounds hungry.
Now, the first step is to come up with topics for your videos. You can start by checking out what kind of topics similar channels are creating. But to make things easier, I've put together a prompt that simplifies this process. First, head over to the Google Doc I mentioned earlier and look for this heading. Copy the full prompt and paste it into your preferred text generator. Feel free to use whichever one you prefer, but I'll be using ChatGPT for this demonstration, so go ahead and paste the prompt. You don't need to change much. Simply replace this with the number of titles you want the AI to generate. In this case, I'm going to go with 20. Once that's done, hit enter and wait for your topics to be generated. Look through the topics and pick whichever one that you prefer. This one about the baby monitor seems interesting and scary enough, so I'm going to use it. But in case you don't find one that you like, feel free to regenerate for a whole new batch of topics. The next step is to generate the script. Head back to the Google Doc and look for this heading. Copy the prompt and paste it inside ChatGPT. Now, one thing you need to keep in mind is that these videos are typically quite short, so you don't need to worry about specifying the word count. Simply scroll down to the bottom till you find this topic placeholder. Then copy whichever topic you selected. In this case, I'll go ahead and copy mine. All that's left is to replace the placeholder with your selected topic, then hit enter and wait for the AI to generate the script. The scripts typically come out looking all right, but AI isn't perfect, so I recommend going through to identify and correct any mistakes. Also, you don't need to include the text inside the square brackets when creating the voiceover. Now onto the voiceover. The channel we're modeling uses some form of old telephone-style voiceover, so you'll need to create something similar. However, most text-to-speech platforms can't create that style of narration. The best way is to first create the voiceover with your preferred tool, and then edit the result to get the style of narration that you want. So go to your favorite voiceover tool. Free users can use Clipchamp for the narration. Their voices are pretty decent, so feel free to check them out. For paid users, 11 Labs works perfectly, so I'll be using that. The first thing you need to do is to find a voice character. So head over to their voice library and browse through the available voices till you find whatever voice you prefer. To make things easier, you can use the filters. Just make sure you select your preferred language. In this case, I'll choose English, an American accent, set the gender to male, and select the age range for the voice. A deep and calm voice works great for this niche, so you can choose middle-aged or old. This mostly depends on your personal preference. Listen to a few samples until you find one that works for you, and choose that. Now paste the narration and hit generate. Listen to the results, and then make any changes to the settings. This particular voice is too slow, so I'll increase the speed and try regenerating again. It's considerably better now, so it's time to move on to the next step, which is to edit the voiceover. There are a number of tools that you can use to edit the voiceover, so feel free to use your preferred one, but I prefer Audacity as it works perfectly. It's open source, so you can use it completely free of charge. Additionally, it's available for both Windows and Mac, making it a perfect choice for the job. Make sure it's installed and then open it. The interface may look intimidating if you don't know what to do, but you don't need to focus on anything else besides what I'm going to show you. The first thing you need to do is add the voiceover that was generated with 11 Labs. Simply drag and drop it inside the application like this. If you want to listen to any changes you've made, all you have to do is hit the play button. Now the next thing you need to do is make sure the track is selected by simply clicking it like this. Then go to Effect, EQ and Filters, and select Filter Curve. Now you can play with this line and preview the results, but to simplify things, go to Presets and Settings, Factory Presets, and select Telephone. This makes the voice sound like it's coming from an old telephone. You can hit Preview to listen to the results before applying any changes. Now if you look at the sound waves, you'll notice that they look smaller than before, which means the volume will be lesser as well. You can fix this easily, but that won't be necessary as you need to add one more effect. Go back to Effect, EQ, and Filters, and this time select Graphic EQ. This part depends on how you want your voiceover to sound, so play around with these sliders till the voiceover sounds just right. Don't forget that you can hit Preview to listen to any changes you make. Once you've found a setting that works for your voiceover, you need to save it so you can use it for any future voice editing. You can do the same thing to the filter curve that we modified earlier. Just go to Presets and Settings and select Save Preset, give it an easily recognizable name, and hit OK to save. Now hit this button to apply your changes to the voiceover. This sounds alright and the volume is also high enough, but in case the volume is still low, simply go to Effect, Volume and Compression, and select Amplify. Simply hit Apply, and as you can see, the sound waves are larger now. So you can go ahead and export the voiceover as a WAV or MP3 file. The next step is to get images for the video. The channel we're modeling uses these solid images for their videos, so you need similar style images for your story. You can do this in two ways. The first one is to go to a website like Flaticon and search for exactly what you want. So if you want a warning image, simply search and choose this option for solid images. Select the one you want and hit this edit icon. Now you can change the color to white and download it at the highest available PNG resolution. You can do this for any other images that you need, but there may be cases where the particular image you need isn't available. That's where the second option becomes very necessary. Go to the Google Doc and copy this image prompt. Then go ahead and paste it inside ChatGPT. Before you make any changes here, you need to understand something. Simply asking the AI to generate a specified number of image prompts for your entire narration doesn't work too well. It'll usually miss some very important scenes in your narration. Instead, it's better to give the AI a sentence or two, and then ask it to create an appropriate image prompt. So that's exactly what this prompt is created to do. Scroll down to the bottom and replace this placeholder with the sentence or paragraph that you need an image prompt for. I'll use this first sentence, hit enter, and wait for the prompt. The next step is to generate the image. You can use Leonardo AI or any image generator that you prefer, but Google's ImageFX works perfectly and is completely free, so I'll go with that one. Go ahead and paste the prompt and then choose your preferred aspect ratio. You can choose any aspect ratio, but square is perfect for this style of image. So hit create and wait for the image to be ready. Check out some of these images. The best part is that most of the images already have a dark background, so you don't need to make them transparent. In case you have an image like this with a grayish background, simply drop it inside a tool like Adobe Adobe Background Remover, and it'll clean it up perfectly for you. Another way to do this is to drop the image inside Photopea. Select the magic wand tool and click on the background. Hit delete, and just like that, the background is gone. Now you can export the image as a PNG file. You don't need to enhance the resolution of the images for this niche, but in case you want to, feel free to use upscale with a Y. I'm not going to go through the process as it's pretty straightforward. But once all the files are ready, it's time to move on to editing the video. You can use Premiere Pro or any other video editor you want, but CapCut is perfect if you want to use the same effects as the channel we're modeling. So open CapCut and import all your files, including the narration and images, then drag and drop the voiceover inside the timeline. If it has long pauses like this one, go through and remove them all. To make things easier, keep playing it to ensure that you're removing just enough for the narration to still flow and sound naturally. Unfortunately, CapCut doesn't have a shortcut to simplify this process, so it has to be done manually. However, these videos are quite short, so it shouldn't take too much of your time. Audacity can help with this process as well. I'm not going to go through how to do that, but you can check the process in this video, which should pop up at the top. Just skip to the part about Audacity. Once you're done cleaning up the voiceover, it's time to add the images. But before that, you need to specify the aspect ratio for your video. Usually we'd select 16:9 for long-form videos, but the channel we're modeling uses 4:3 aspect ratio, so I'll select that. Feel free to choose whichever aspect ratio you prefer for your videos, and then bring in your first image. Scale it down to something like this, and trim or extend it according to the narration. Don't forget to keep playing it while you bring in the other images. I'll quickly speed through arranging the images to the end. This looks alright, so we can move on to the next step. Head over to Effects and search for TV lines. CapCut has both free and pro versions of the effect, so you can choose one. The only real difference is that the pro version includes settings that can be modified. So drag it onto the timeline and extend it to match the duration of your video. You can also play around with the settings, but that all depends on your preference. Next, you need to look for the rebound swing effect. Drop it onto the timeline and extend it as well. As you can see, it's added this movement effect to the video. Feel free to play around with the settings. Maybe decrease the speed and size, like I said earlier. This all depends on your personal preference. Now it's time to generate captions for the video, so go to Text, Auto Captions, and hit Generate. Give it a few seconds and the caption should be ready. These effects are below the captions, so I'll move them above. Also, if you have this issue at any point in the captions, extend it to match the voiceover. Now with the caption selected, go to Template and look through the available options. Most of these are paid, so you can choose whichever one that fits your subscription. Alternatively, you can go to Animation, Captions, and select one of the animations. The channel we're modeling doesn't use any of these, but let me show you what they do instead. First, you need to go to Basic and choose a font. The one I'm going to choose is called VCR-EAZ. It's available for free with a simple Google search. The text seems curved, which is understandable since I moved the TV lines effect above the captions. So I'll quickly drag it below, scale the captions slightly, and move them to somewhere like this. Feel free to increase the line spacing, but that depends on your personal preference. You can also change the font color to red to mimic our model channel. This is looking pretty cool, so it's time to add some glitches. For that, you need to go to Transitions, Glitches, and choose the ones that you want. You don't need to drop the glitches between images. Instead, you split one like this, and then drop the glitch effect between the two. This makes it look like the image is glitching instead of transitioning to another image. You can even increase how long the glitch will last by extending the duration. Repeat this for other parts of the narration, but make sure it's not too much. Feel free to add the glitches between different images if you want to. Once that's done, go to Filters and look through till you find one that fits the vibe that you want. If you don't find one, head over to Adjustment and drop it onto the timeline. Extend it to match the video duration and play around with the settings to find your look. If you don't want the adjustment to affect the color of your font, simply move it below like this. The video is almost ready, but we need to add some sound effects. I'm only going to add two. The first one is the radio-style background noise. So go to Pixabay and choose Sound Effects. Search for radio and test out some of the results till you find one that you like. I've already downloaded one, so I'll add it to the timeline. This will be available in the resource folder I mentioned earlier. Go ahead and trim the end of the sound effect and maybe decrease or increase it depending on your preference. It sounds alright like this, so I'm going to leave it as it is. The second sound effect that we need is glitch. You can download one or as many as you want from the same website and add them to the timeline. I've only got this one, but the best part is that it's got 3 glitch sound effects. So I'll arrange the first glitch sound to match the transitions we used, then split the remaining 2 and move them to the other glitch transitions. Repeat this for every other place where you included a transition. The video looks good, but if you want to move the images and captions up a bit, select them all and create a compound clip. Now you can drag them up like this, highlight the captions as well and move them here. Once everything looks good, it's time to export the video. You can choose your preferred resolution, but the channel we're modeling exports theirs at 4K. This channel has taken a popular niche and flipped it on its head in the most unexpected way, and honestly, the results are nothing short of mind-blowing. As you can see from here, they uploaded their first video just 10 months ago, but the channel is already closing in on 10 million views with over 130,000 subscribers. If you're wondering what they're doing, the answer is quite simple. They're making music videos, yet not in the way you'd expect. Instead of the usual approach, they use a medieval theme to tell the story of a knight who finds moments of rest after completing heroic tasks. But what really sets them apart is how they create their visuals. Instead of standard images, they use stunning pixel art paired with a short backstory at the start of each video. This immediately draws viewers in before the ambient music takes over, creating a soothing atmosphere within seconds. But this channel isn't the only one killing it with this strategy. There's another channel called Medieval Dream that has raked in more than 49,000 subscribers. And this other one is also killing it with a similar strategy. The best part about this whole niche is that you don't need to spend even an hour on editing. Yes, it's that simple. The only thing you really need is to properly brand your channel, generate some intriguing ideas and music for each video, and most importantly, create enough content, which is very necessary if you want to succeed in this niche. Oh, and if you're one of those people who think channels like these can't be monetized, let me show you something that might change your mind. First, head over to the Chrome Web Store and search for YouTube Monetization Checker. Install the extension, then go back to the channels page and refresh. Now, look at the top of your browser for the extension icon. It should look like this. Click on it and you'll see a button that says, "Check this channel." Just click it, and in a few seconds, you'll know whether the channel is monetized or not. And as you can see, this channel is fully monetized, just like these other two. So yes, this niche isn't just simple, but also very monetizable. Now, before you jump into this niche, let me be completely real with you. If you want to see real success, you have to be consistent. This isn't one of those niches where you can post a single video and expect to go viral overnight. It just doesn't work that way. Consistency is very important for this one. Take this channel, for example. They've already uploaded over 160 videos, and these other two are just as committed, consistently putting out fresh content. But here's the good news. These videos are ridiculously easy to create. In fact, this might just be the simplest niche I've ever worked with. You can literally make and upload a video every single day. All it takes is 20 to 30 minutes and you've got a fully finished video ready to go. And here's the best part. I'm going to give you the full blueprint for creating this style of video. To make sure you can follow along easily, I've put together some awesome prompts that'll simplify the entire process for you. You can find them in a handy Google Doc, which I've linked in the prompt channel of my Discord server. Just check the description below or head over to my channel page for the link. Now, if you're ready to dive into this game-changing niche, let's get started. Normally, I'd walk you through the whole channel creation process, but let's skip that for now. However, if you're new to channel creation and branding, don't worry, I've got you covered. Just check out some of my past videos and you'll get a solid idea of how to set everything up. Now let's move on to the fun part. Since this niche doesn't require scripting, all we need to do is come up with a title that sets the theme for the video. It's quite easy to come up with these topics, so don't be afraid to get creative. But to make things even simpler, just head over to the Google Doc I mentioned earlier and copy this prompt. Now open your preferred text generator. This part is totally up to you, so you can either go with DeepSeek or ChatGPT. If you don't have a GPT Plus subscription, I highly recommend using DeepSeek. It delivers results just as good as what you'd get from ChatGPT's GPT-4o or 4 Turbo models. Now, once you've selected the tool you want to use, simply paste the prompt you copied earlier and scroll down to the bottom. You won't need to tweak much, but there's one important thing you do need to change: the number of titles you want to generate, so choose however many you want. In this case, let's go with 20. Once everything looks all right, go ahead and hit enter, then wait for ChatGPT to generate some pretty cool titles for your videos. Check out some of these awesome title ideas. Take your time and go through them, then pick the one that stands out to you the most. If nothing catches your eye, no need to worry. Just hit regenerate and you'll get a fresh list of topics in seconds. Once you've chosen a title, it's time to move on to the next step, creating the image for your video. Keep in mind that these channels use pixel art style images, so yours should follow the same approach. Also, make sure your image visually represents the title you've selected. But here's the thing, this part is actually pretty simple, as you can go all out with your creativity. To make things even easier, I've already prepared a prompt that will help streamline the process. So just copy the full prompt and head back to ChatGPT. Now go ahead and paste the prompt. Before generating the image, we need to make a few quick adjustments. First, scroll to the top of the prompt. The first thing you'll customize is the character. You can choose any character you want, depending on how you want to brand your channel. For example, if you want to base your visuals around a gladiator, you can add that in. But since we're sticking with the medieval night theme, simply remove everything else, leaving only that one. Next, scroll down to the bottom and replace this placeholder text with the title you selected for your video. For this demonstration, I'll be using this simple title. Now all that's left is to hit enter and wait for ChatGPT to generate the prompt. Once that's done, the next step is to generate the image. There are plenty of image generators out there, but not all of them can create the pixel art image style. So I'm going to show you two of my favorites. If you don't like either of these, feel free to use whichever tool you prefer. But the tools I'm about to show you are free to use. The first one is a tool called CArt. Just like most other AI image generators out there, this one provides a free plan, which includes free daily credits. You may not be able to generate hundreds of images daily, but it's more than sufficient for what you need. So head over to their website and sign up for a free account. Once you're logged in, you need to select one of the available models. So go to the left sidebar and hit Models. Then go to the search bar and type Azib Pixel Style. Choose this model and click Remix. You'll be taken to the image generation page. To make sure the model you selected has been added, check the left sidebar. You should find the name of the model you selected under Additional. But just in case it's not showing, simply hit the back button and select Remix a second time. As you can see, the model we chose is now available. Now there's one very important thing you need to do. Decrease the strength to somewhere around 0.5. You'll understand why soon. Then head over to the image settings and select the 16:9 aspect ratio for long-form content. Next, you can choose how many images you want to generate at once. Keep in mind that the number of credits you have is limited, so I recommend starting with one image at a time. This way, you can test and tweak your settings without burning through your credits too quickly. Once you've got that set up, go to the text area and paste the prompt you copied from ChatGPT. No need to make any changes here, just hit generate and wait for the process to be completed. It typically takes a few seconds for your image to be ready. As you can see, the first result is in a perfect pixel art style, which is exactly what we need. But if you want to refine it further, you can play around with the strength of the model. For example, if you decrease the strength of the model and regenerate, you'll get something like this, a finer, more detailed image that moves away from the typical pixel art look. It's smoother and has a different kind of charm. On the other hand, if you increase the strength, you'll end up with an extremely pixelated image, which might be too rough for what is needed for this niche. So you can play around with the settings till you're satisfied with the results, but I recommend keeping it somewhere from 4 to 6. This range usually gives you the best balance, enough pixelation to keep that retro feel, but still clear and visually appealing. Now this looks cool, but let me show you how to use the second tool. I'm sure you've heard of Google Image FX. It's a fantastic tool for generating visuals quickly and easily. If you haven't used it before, no worries. Just head over to Google, type Google Image FX into the search bar, and click on the first result. Once you're there, go ahead and sign in with your Gmail account. The best part is that this tool is completely free, so you don't need to worry about paying anything. After logging in, you'll land on this page where you can paste the same image prompt you used earlier. Just like before, choose the 16:9 aspect ratio for that widescreen look and hit Create. In just a few seconds, you'll see your images generated. As you can see, it creates 4 images at once, all in that pixel art style we're going for. The results are pretty impressive, and you can definitely use these for your video. Both of these tools work perfectly, except that Google Image FX doesn't have the same level of customization as CArt. You can't tweak the strength of the model. However, the upside is that the results are still pretty cool. And as far as I know, there's no limit to the number of images you can generate. So it's a great option if you want to experiment freely without worrying about credits or restrictions. So feel free to choose whichever one you prefer for your video. Now that the images are ready, it's time to bring them to life with some animation. You don't need complicated movement. A flickering fire works perfectly for what we want. You can do it in 2 ways. The first one is pretty simple. Just head over to a site like Vecteezy and search for a pixel fire video. Scroll through the results and grab whichever one you prefer. In this case, I'll select this one. Open CapCut and add the pixel art style image and the video of the fire you downloaded. Select the pixelated fire video and use the chroma key to remove the green background. There are 2 flames in this video, so go to Mask and select this one. Now rotate the mask, making sure one of the flames is hidden, and select Basic. Now you can position and resize the flame over the one in the image. As you can see, this works perfectly for adding that cozy, flickering effect without overcomplicating things. But if you want something a bit more polished, you can use an AI video generator like Kling AI. Here's how it works. Head over to Kling AI and select AI Videos. Choose Image to Video, then add a short description to guide the AI. In this case, I'll add a pixel art style image of a medieval knight quietly resting by a bonfire. Now, upload your selected image and choose the video duration. Kling AI gives you the option to choose between 5 and 10 seconds, but I recommend going with 10 seconds. So select that and hit generate. The video looks good, but in case you face this issue where the AI flips the image halfway through the video, simply regenerate the video, and you'll likely get a better result the second time around. Once you're happy with the output, go ahead and download it. The next step is to generate the music. This part is actually pretty straightforward, so you can use whichever music generator you prefer. But if you're looking for a great option, Suno and Udio work perfectly for this style of music. For this demonstration, I'll be using Udio, so head over to Udio's page and hit Create. Since we're going for an instrumental track, make sure you select that option and move on to the description. You can type something like medieval, slow tempo, soft harp, and hit Create. Once the music is generated, play it back and see if it fits the mood. If it doesn't quite hit the mark, just tweak the description and regenerate as many times as you need. You can even specify the exact tempo you want to make sure it's just right. Once you've found the perfect track, it's time to move on to the video editing. Feel free to use your preferred video editor, but CapCut works perfectly. But before you start editing, there's one more thing you need to do. If you've noticed, most of the videos from the channel we're modeling start with some kind of message or text at the beginning, so you'll want to create one for your video as well. Just go back to the Google Doc and copy this prompt. Paste it inside ChatGPT, scroll down to the bottom, and make one small change. Replace the placeholder text with your chosen title. Hit enter, and ChatGPT will generate a short message that works perfectly with your title. Now let's jump into CapCut and start putting everything together. First, import your files, in this case the video and the soundtrack you generated. Once they've been added to your project, the first thing you'll want to do is add the soundtrack to the timeline. Then bring in the video clip and place it above the soundtrack. Copy the video clip and paste to create a duplicate. We want the clip to be continuous, so there are two ways to do this. The first is to head over to the transitions and choose your preferred one. For this style of video, the mix transition works perfectly. Drop it between the two clips, and as you can see, the transition is almost invisible. I'm going to duplicate the clip again to show you the second approach. You just need to click the reverse button to reverse the video. This also creates a smooth transition, but there's a small catch. The fire appears to move in the opposite direction since the clip has been reversed. It's subtle and hard to notice, so it's still a viable option if you prefer this method. But for this demonstration, let's stick with the first approach using the mix transition. I'll go ahead and delete the reversed clip and select these two. Copy and paste them to create another set. Arrange them on the timeline and repeat this process a few more times until the video matches the length of your soundtrack. Don't forget to add transitions between these other clips as well. Since this style of video can go up to an hour or even longer, you'll want the music to match that duration. To do this, simply copy the soundtrack and paste it at the end of the first one. You can repeat this process as many times as necessary until you reach the desired length for your video. The next step is to add the text at the beginning of the video. But before we need to add a fade in at the beginning of the soundtrack. Unfortunately, there's a limit to how much fade in can be added, so we'll be using keyframes instead. Go to the point in the timeline where you want the sound to be fully audible and set a keyframe there. Then, go back to the very beginning of the soundtrack and decrease the volume to something like this. Now we need to add the text. So head over to text and grab the default text. Drop it inside the timeline and drag it to the right to increase its duration. Add the first statement and position it at the top of the screen. Make sure to scale it appropriately so it's easy to read but not too large. To give the text that perfect medieval pixel art vibe, you'll need to change the font. You can grab this font called Born to be Sporty FS from Google and apply it to your text. Now the text is looking good, but let's take it a step further. You need to add a shadow, so scroll down and select it. Play around with the settings till it looks something like this. The opacity should also be set to 100% and then move on to animation. You need to add an in and out animation. For the in animation, you can choose either type 1 or type 2 and increase the duration to about 1 second. This gives the text a smooth, deliberate entrance that fits the relaxed vibe of the video. For the out animation, make sure you choose wipe left and leave the duration at half a second. Now let's add some sound effects to bring the text to life. Head over to the audio, go to sound effects, and search for typing. Test out a few options and choose the one you like best. I already have a typing sound effect on my computer, so I'll add it at the beginning of the text animation. Trim it to match the intro animation perfectly, so the sound syncs up with the text appearing on screen. You'll need to repeat this process for all the other text elements, making sure each one lasts about 3 to 4 seconds. Leave about half a second of space between each transition to keep things clean and easy to follow. Don't forget to add the typing sound effect to all the entrance animations. Now the video is already looking great, but we need one final sound effect for the fire. Head over to Pixabay and search for a crackling fire sound effect. Once you've found the one you want, download and add it to the timeline. Feel free to adjust the volume if it's too loud. All that's left is to export the video at 1080p resolution. I came across this YouTube channel and honestly the numbers were mind-blowing. The channel is called The Dark Needle, and they've somehow been able to rack up more than 330,000 subscribers from only 64 videos. But that's not the impressive part. What's more astonishing is the fact that they achieved this incredible level of growth in less than a year. And most of their videos are bringing in hundreds of thousands of views, with these already hitting millions. That's how viral their strategy is. If you're wondering what they're doing, the channel is simply creating self-help videos that teach men how to build confidence, improve dating skills, and attract women. Each video uses engaging stories, debunks common myths with simple psychology tricks, and gives clear, practical mindset exercises. And they do all this using simple, pictogram-style images, which makes their videos even more intriguing to viewers. So if you're thinking of starting a faceless channel, this might just be the goldmine you've been looking for. Additionally, this style of content is highly monetizable, and the videos can be created using completely free AI tools. Don't just take my word for it. You can check monetization yourself with these two tools. The first one is NextLev, and second is YouTube Monetization Checker. Both are available as extensions in the Chrome Web Store. All you have to do is install them and then go back to the channel page. Refresh it, and you'll see NextLev's monetization directly on the channel page. For YouTube Monetization Checker, you need to select this extension icon and hit this Check This Channel button. Then wait a few seconds and you'll know whether the channel is monetized or not. As you can see, this channel is completely monetized, so nothing stops you from jumping into the niche right away. But if you're not sure where to start, that's what I'm here for. I'm going to guide you through everything from coming up with intriguing topics to crafting scripts that keep viewers glued to the screen. Then we'll move on to creating voiceovers using both free and paid tools. Once that's done, we'll go over generating images just like the channel we're modeling and even check out how you can edit them if necessary, before finally concluding with a short course on editing. This video is going to require a few prompts, so I've put them inside a Google Doc file which you can find in the prompts channel of my Discord server. Additionally, I'll also include other image resources in the files channel. Simply look for the title relationship niche in both channels for the prompt and resource files. Link to the Discord channel will be in the description of this video. And hey, if you find this helpful, don't forget to hit the like button. It doesn't cost you anything, but it really helps me out and keeps me motivated to continue dropping more tutorials like this. To give you a quick glimpse of what we're about to create in this video, check out this short demo I made using the exact same strategy I'm about to walk you through.
All this time you've been playing the game by her rules, smiling when you don't feel like it, agreeing with opinions that make you grind your teeth, sending good morning texts before your coffee's even kicked in. And what has it gotten you? A blinking cursor on her last read receipt, a conversation that peters out while you're still hunting for words, a nagging sense that you're auditioning for a role you'll never land. By the end of this video, you'll know exactly how to turn that script upside down and make her chase you. You think ignoring women sounds like a petty power play. You imagine a cold shoulder, long silences, unread messages, but the secret isn't about silent treatment or childish games. It's about rewiring the entire psychology of attraction. When you drop the desperate chase, you trigger her instincts in ways that charm, pull, and hypnotize without a single flattering text. Most guys try to be interesting. You're about to learn how to be unattainable and irresistible.
Now, the first step is to come up with topics for your videos. You can start by checking out the kind of topics similar channels are creating. But to make things easier, I've put together a prompt that simplifies this process. First, head over to the Google Doc I mentioned earlier and look for this heading. Copy the full prompt and paste it into your preferred text generator. Feel free to use whichever one you prefer. But I'll be using ChatGPT for this demonstration, so go ahead and paste the prompt. You only need to specify the number of topics that you want the AI to generate. In this case, I'll go with 20. Once that's done, hit enter and wait for the AI to generate the topics. Look through the results and choose your preferred topic. However, if none of the topics interest you, feel free to regenerate for a new batch of topics. The next step is to generate the script for the video. So go back to the Google Doc and look for this prompt. Copy and paste it inside your text generator. Now, before you make any changes, you need to understand how this prompt works. First thing you need to know is the word count. The channel we're modeling creates 8 to 15-minute long videos, so the prompt is structured to produce scripts ranging from 2,500 to 3,500 words. You don't need to use this same range for your videos, so feel free to change that if you want something different. Also, since most text generators may not be able to generate the full script at a go, the prompt is structured to break the script into sections. Let me show you. Make sure you've copied the topic that you want and then remove this placeholder. Paste the topic and hit enter. Simply wait a few seconds and the first part of your script will be ready. The AI typically does a good job with the script, but you can still go through it and make any necessary changes. One thing you'll notice at the bottom of the first part is a phrase asking you to type this command for the AI to generate the next part. So go ahead and type that and then hit enter. As you can see, the AI has generated the second part of the script, and depending on the length you specified, this may be the final part of the script. If you see this command at the bottom again, type continue till you finally see this end of script text. Now that the script is done, it's time to move to the next step, which is generating the voiceover. If you're on a budget and want something for your narration, I usually recommend Clipchamp. I personally haven't seen a limit on their voiceover, and the best part is that you can create the narration completely free of charge. If you don't like their voices, there are plenty of other free voiceover tools you can check out. I'm going to be using 11 Labs for this demonstration, so I'll quickly head over there. They've recently introduced the new version 3, so we'll check it out later. But first, go to their voice library and look for the voice that you want. To make it simpler, hit this button and then choose your language. Select the accent, gender, and the age of the character. This all depends on your personal preference. But once you're done, look through the result and choose the one that you prefer. Then hit the plus button to add it to your collection. If instead you see this button, it means that you've already added the voice. Hit the button to be taken back to the text-to-speech page. I'm going to test out the new version 3 update, so I'll paste the script and hit this enhance button. As you can see, it's added some emotional expressions to the narration, which is pretty cool. So feel free to test this out. Keep in mind that this version is still being tested, so it might make mistakes. In my case, it actually read one of the expressions instead of showing the emotion. To avoid wasting time here, I'm going to switch to the previous version and hit generate. If the voice doesn't sound the way you want, go ahead and tweak the settings. Once that's done, it's time to move on to the next step, which is generating the images. You can find pictogram-style images on websites like Flaticon and Vecteezy. However, it's a lot easier to use AI to generate your own. So you need some image prompts for your story. This is quite easy as I've created another prompt to simplify this. Go to the Google Doc and look for this heading. Copy this entire prompt and paste it inside your text generator. Now, before moving forward, you need to understand how this prompt works. It's structured to create a specific number of image prompts for each part of the script. So if the AI created your script in 3 parts, you'd need to create prompts for each of them. This makes things a lot easier, as you can even generate prompts for a single sentence if you want to. But enough talking, let me show you how to use it. You only need to do 2 things here. First, you need to specify the number of image prompts that you want the AI to generate for a particular part of the script. In this case, I'll go with 20 image prompts. Once that's done, scroll down to the bottom and you'll see this section placeholder. As the name suggests, this is where you'll be pasting each section. So make sure you copy the first one, leaving only the command at the bottom. Then remove this placeholder and paste the copied section. No need to do anything else. Simply hit enter and wait for the AI to generate your image prompts. Repeat this for any other sections of your script. Also, in case the AI misses any relevant image, you can either paste the description of that image or even a corresponding sentence from the script exactly where you added the section. Now that the prompts are ready, it's time to generate the images. This part depends on your personal preference, so feel free to use your preferred image generator. But if you want something free, Google's Image FX works perfectly. So open it and paste your prompt inside the prompt box. For the aspect ratio, you can choose whichever one you want, but for this particular image, I'll go with one of these portrait formats and hit create. Wait a short while and the image should be ready. Repeat this for every other image you'll need for your narration. One issue you may face here is the background of the images. The prompts are structured to create images with black background. However, you'll notice some of the images end up with grayish backgrounds, so you need to remove them. You can skip that if you're using ChatGPT. It does a great job with prompt adherence, as you can see from this image and background, but you can go one step further by adding a transparent background to the prompt. That way the images come out without any background, which simplifies the process. In case you're using ImageFX and want to remove the background, head over to Photopea and drop your image. You don't need to do much. Simply select this magic wand tool and click on the background. Hit delete on your keyboard, and as you can see, the background is completely gone. Now export the image as a PNG file. Simple as that. One other thing that the channel we're modeling uses is some kind of character. This part is totally optional, so feel free to skip it completely. But if you also want to brand your videos the same way, this is how you can do that. First, you need a few images of the character. So go to Vecteezy and search for a silhouette of a teacher. Don't forget to filter for only vector images, and also choose your license type if you're on the free plan. Look through the results for images where a teacher is performing some kind of action. You don't need too many, just 1 or 2 should do. Once you've found the one that you want, download and extract the files. You'll notice a few files, but the one we're interested in is the EPS file format. Drag that one and drop it inside Photopea. Turn off any layers that you don't need, and double-click this layer of the character. You can choose the color that you want, but the channel we're modeling uses a white character, so let's stick with that for now. Oh, and I'll be making the final versions of these images available in the resource folder I mentioned at the beginning, so no need to stress yourself. But to give you a better understanding so you can put your own twist on it, try and follow along this process. We want to change the head of the character into a circle. But before that, let's add a black background to make things easier to see. This is quite simple. Select the rectangle tool and draw a rectangle around the canvas. If the black background is covering the character image, you can move it below the character. But this one is alright, so I'll leave it and select the character layer. Right-click and choose Rasterize. Then select the eraser tool and increase the size. Now use it to remove the head of the character. Once that's done, add a new layer and choose the Ellipse tool. While holding Shift, draw a simple white circle to represent the character's head. This looks alright, so we can add the channel brand. I'll be using an image of a nail that I generated with ImageFX, so I'll drop it inside the canvas and rasterize it. Then grab the magic wand tool, click the background of the nail, and hit Delete to remove it. Press Ctrl+D to deselect the shape and choose the Move tool. Drag the image to the center of the circle and maybe rotate it slightly. This looks alright, so hide the black background and export the image as a PNG. Like I said earlier, this as well as a few other images for the character will all be available for download in the resource folder. Now, it's time to edit the video, so open your preferred video editor. I'll be going with CapCut, but feel free to use Premiere Pro or any other editor you prefer. So import all your files, including the voiceover and images. Then drag and drop the voiceover files inside the timeline. If there are long pauses, go through and remove them all. To make it easier, keep playing it to ensure that you're removing just enough for the narration to still flow and sound naturally. Once you're done cleaning up the voiceover, you need to specify the aspect ratio for the video. Go to Ratio and choose 16:9 for long form. Now, the first thing you need to add to the project is your background. The channel we're modeling uses different styles, but mostly animated grid ones. You can find a bunch of these on Vecteezy. Simply search and download the one you want for your video. Make sure it's imported inside CapCut and then add it to your timeline. You can extract and delete the background music if it has one, but most of these grid footages don't, so leave it the way it is. Don't forget to duplicate it as many times as necessary to match up with the full duration of your video. Now, normally, you'd need to add the images before creating the captions, but you can reverse that for this niche. Simply go to Text, Auto Captions, and then Generate. Once the captions are ready, select them all and uncheck this Apply to All. Bring in your first image and scale it slightly. Now select the caption for that part and modify the text to what you want to show. Make sure you hit this button for uppercase letters and then choose a template if you want to. It's not very necessary for this niche, but feel free to look through the available options. This works perfectly, but you can also take a more manual approach. Let me show you. I'm going to delete the captions and then add a default text to the timeline. Change the text, scale it down, and position it where you want. Then choose your preferred font. This one works fine, so let's go with it and also change the color if you want to. You need a short entrance animation for the first image, so go to Animation and choose an in animation. Feel free to change the duration as well and trim the clip according to the flow of your narration. This next part is optional, but you can add one of the characters, position it somewhere like this, and add a text representing key points in the narration. In case you want to change the character to one of the others, simply drag and drop it over the original to replace it. Add any other necessary text and keep repeating this process throughout. One other important thing you need to do is to go to Effects and look for Rebound Swing. Drag and drop it onto the images to add a bit of movement. Feel free to play around with the speed and size settings. You can't add this effect to the text layers, so you need to right-click and create a compound clip. Now you can add the effect to the text. In case you want to add transitions, make sure you put the layers inside a compound clip like this. Then you can add your favorite transition between images. Bring in your other images and repeat this process for them all. You can even add a glow to the images if you want to. Just make sure you decrease the intensity so it's not too bright. Keep in mind that you can always use the text from the auto captions to make things easier, especially for places where you want to show some text on the screen. In places where you want to move an image from one point to another, make sure you set a keyframe where you want the character to start, then move to the point where you want the character to be moved and drag it there. In this case, I want this character and the texts to move down, and I'll also add this new character over here, and use keyframes to move it into frame at the same time as the other images move below. Keep arranging the rest of your images till you're done. Then select all the background footages and create a compound clip. Go to Blend and decrease the opacity slightly so it doesn't stand out too much. Now it's time to add background music. You can grab one from your favorite royalty-free website or even YouTube's audio library. Add it to your timeline and decrease the volume if it's too loud. Don't forget to trim any excess, and finally add sound effects for the character movement. You can grab a simple whoosh sound by going to Audio, Sound Effects, and then searching for the effect. Once everything looks good, it's time to export the video at 1080p, 2K, or 4K resolution. I'll be making the uncut footage as well as a professional thumbnail prompt available to my Growth Hack members, so feel free to join my community for some awesome perks. Thank you, and see you in the next one. I recently stumbled upon these channels that are absolutely blowing up with just a handful of videos. And get this, the first one has only uploaded 14 videos, but they've already racked up over 850,000 subscribers. Then there's this second one that literally started just 5 months ago, and it's already sitting at over 150,000 subscribers from only 23 videos. But wait, it gets even wilder. A third channel, which is barely 4 months old, is already closing in on 100,000 subscribers from just 7 videos. And it's not just these 3. There are these other channels that have jumped into the niche recently, and they're absolutely crushing it. All these channels are doing is creating videos that offer motivational and practical advice on hitting personal and professional goals with minimal effort. They're basically debunking this myth that certain skills or goals are impossible to master without a ton of struggle. And before you start thinking that you need some sort of drawing skills to create this style of video, let me stop you right there. These videos are easy to make, and you don't even need to draw anything. All these channels are doing is using simple line-drawn characters and captions to get their point across. No fancy editing or even animating the characters. It's literally that simple. The best part is that you can create these videos using almost completely free AI tools. Don't believe me? Check out this video I made using this same process.
Let's be real. You've probably fantasized about how amazing it would be to learn anything instantly. Just snap your fingers and boom, you've mastered it. Maybe you wanted to nail a backflip to impress your classmates and catch the attention of your 6th grade crush. Or perhaps you dreamed of playing guitar, piano, or mastering random skills like running faster, jumping higher, or even perfecting that viral dance move from 2016. Basically, anything that would make you the cool kid everyone couldn't help but notice.
So if you're looking for a niche that is trending and monetizable, then this is the niche for you. And to make things even simpler, I'm going to walk you through the entire process of creating these videos using AI. I'm going to cover everything from setting up the channel to editing the video, and even creating the thumbnails for this style of content. All I ask is that if you find this video helpful, hit these awesome buttons, maybe drop a comment too. It doesn't cost you much, but it helps the algorithm recommend the video to more people. The first thing we're going to do is to create our channel. If you've done this before, feel free to skip ahead to the section on branding the channel. Otherwise, head over to YouTube and click your profile picture. Now move down to Switch Account and select View All Channels. Next, you need to click on Create New Channel and pick your preferred username. If you've already got one in mind, go with that one. But I'm going to show you an AI tool that can help you get this done easily. The name of the tool is Alpha Twin. As you can see, the interface is quite straightforward. To get started, simply paste this command, prompting the tool to generate some channel names for us. We want the names to be short, catchy, and hint at the general purpose of the channel. Additionally, the name shouldn't contain words like these. Now hit enter, and Alpha Twin will generate some pretty cool names that you can use for your channel. Choose one of these or regenerate for newer suggestions. Once you've got the channel name locked in, it's time to craft a description. You can write this yourself, but if you need a little help, Alpha Twin can step in here too. Just paste this prompt and change the text to the name of your new channel. Remember, no one is reading an essay on your channel page, so keep it as short as you need it to be. To make things easier, I'll be leaving this in addition to every other prompt used in this video inside a Google Doc in the prompt channel of my Discord server. You can find the link in the description of this video and on my channel page. Now that your channel is set up, the next step is to add tags to improve your channel's SEO. That stands for search engine optimization. This is what helps your channel show up when people search for certain keywords. Go ahead and add tags like personal growth, self-development, productivity, motivation, and any other phrases that fit your niche or the theme of your new channel. Just a quick tip: avoid using keywords that have nothing to do with your channel. Not only is that unhelpful, but it could also hurt your SEO. While you're at it, make sure to specify the category your niche falls under. This style of video falls under education, so choose that. Next, you need to brand your channel with a logo and banner. Most of these channels are simply using these line characters as their logo. But don't worry, I'll be showing you how you can create one yourself using AI. Head over to the Google Doc and scroll to this section on channel branding. Now copy this logo prompt and head over to Leonardo AI. Hit Image Creation and select this flux model. Next, choose 9:16 aspect ratio before you paste your copied prompt. Feel free to make any necessary changes to the character's pose or action. I prefer something simple, so this thinking pose is all right with me. Once everything looks good to go, simply hit generate and your new logo will be available within a few seconds. The images look really good, so feel free to choose your preferred one or regenerate. The last step before you start working on the videos is to create a banner for your channel. No need for something complex, as you can see from these samples. Something simple like the name of the channel on a black background should do. So just head over to Photopea and create a new project with this width and height. Now select the black color from here and use the rectangle tool to draw this background. Then use the text tool to write the name of your channel at the center. All that's left is to export the banner as a JPEG file, and your channel branding is complete. Now it's time to create the content. The first thing you need to do is to choose the topic for your video. I'm going to show you how you can generate these topics using ChatGPT. But before that though, let's take a quick look at these video titles. If you look closely, you'll notice that half of the video titles start with X is simple actually, or X is easy actually. That's not all. Another popular style is how to. So to make things easier, I've created 2 separate prompts that you can use to generate both styles. Feel free to choose one depending on the style you want to focus on for your channel. Then head over to ChatGPT and paste it into the text field. Hit enter and ChatGPT will generate a bunch of topics for you. Choose whichever topics you find interesting or simply regenerate. But once you've decided on your topic, the next step is to write the script. I know this part can be intimidating, but I'm going to make it easy for you. All you need to do is to head back to the Google Doc and then scroll to this section on script generation. As you can see, I've created 3 prompts that you can use. This is because ChatGPT has a limit on the word count per generation, making it quite challenging to create longer scripts. So you need to use all 3 of these prompts to get your full script. Let me show you how. Copy the first prompt and head back to ChatGPT. Now paste it here and replace this part with your chosen topic. For this demonstration, I'll be using this topic on how you can learn anything faster than everyone. Feel free to make changes to this word count as well. But once everything looks good, hit enter and ChatGPT will generate the first part of the script. You will need to repeat this process using the remaining 2 prompts. So grab the second one and paste it inside ChatGPT. Replace this with your topic again and proceed with the generation. I'll quickly repeat this for the last part of the script, and just like that, your script is ready. Now you can go ahead and generate the voiceover for your narration. Free users can use Clipchamp, but if you want a broader selection of voices, 11 Labs is a great option. It's a freemium tool, but worth every cent. Head over to their voice library and go through their extensive collection of voice characters. The sheer number of voice characters can be a bit overwhelming, so I recommend using these filters to simplify the process. Once you've selected a voice, go ahead and paste your script inside this text area. To avoid any weirdness in the voiceover, I recommend keeping each generation under 700 characters before you hit generate. It only takes a few seconds and your voiceover is ready. Now the next step is to generate images for the video. For that, we'll be using an image generator called Piclumen. Just head over to their website and hit this button. As you can see, their interface is quite similar to other image generators. We're just going to create images of our character for the narration. So paste this prompt inside the text box and select your preferred model. Piclumen has a few models that you can choose from, so feel free to try them out. But this Flux model works perfectly for the style of image we're aiming at. Next, choose your preferred aspect ratio. I recommend choosing different ones depending on the image you're generating. Our first image is a simple one of the character standing alone with his index finger up. So 9:16 aspect ratio works perfectly for this particular image. Select the number of images and proceed with the generation. It only takes a few seconds, but the images are ready. These images look pretty good, so we can go ahead and use them for our story. Now, to generate other images, you simply need to paste the same prompt and modify this section with whatever you want. Let's say I want the character to be sitting on a stool while playing a piano. Let's see what the result will look like. These images look good as well, so let's try another one. This time, the character should be lying in bed and holding a phone. Check out these results as well. These images look just as impressive as the previous ones. I'm sure regenerating the image will produce even better results. But let's try a different action. This time, I'll try the character climbing some stairs. Both of these images look good enough, but let's give it one more action, where the character is sitting at a desk while using a computer. Check these results as well. So this is how you can generate every image for your narration. And as you can see, most of these images have dark backgrounds, so we can use them without any changes. But some of your images may not have the same color background, so it's advisable to remove them first before you move on to compiling everything with CapCut. Simply head over to Photopea and drop your image. Now, while your image layer is selected, choose the Magic Wand tool and click the background. Hit delete on your keyboard and repeat this with any other color you want to remove, like these ones. It doesn't need to be perfect. Removing the background alone should be good enough. Once everything is done, export the image as a PNG file. You'll need to repeat this process for the rest of your images, but once you're done, the next step would be to increase the resolution of the images before you import them into CapCut. The tool I recommend using for this process is Upscale with AI. It's totally free to install and works on both Windows and Mac OS. The only thing you need to do is check this batch upscale. Then you select the folder containing your images and choose the model you want to use for the image generation. You can also choose how much you want to upscale your images. For our images, 2 or 3x works perfectly, so I'll choose that one. Now you can go ahead and hit upscale. The process doesn't take long and can be even shorter depending on the speed of your computer. But once everything is complete, you can import your images as well as the voiceover into CapCut. The first thing you need to do is to add the voiceover to the timeline. AI voiceovers sometimes have these long pauses, so go through and remove them. Keep playing to make sure the narration sounds natural. Once you're done with the voiceover, it's time to move on to the video. The first thing you need is a dark background, so feel free to create or download one. To make it easier, I'll leave the one I'm using on my Discord server. Simply drop it inside the timeline and stretch to fit the duration of the narration. Next, you need to go through the narration to identify the best places to put the images. Drop in the first image and resize if necessary. No need for any fancy animations, but I think the fade-in animation would be cool at the start of the video. Feel free to play around with the duration till you're satisfied. Now I'll shorten this track and bring in the next image. I'll also drop this bubble image and add the fade-in animation to it. The character should be dreaming about singing, so I'll bring in this image and scale it to fit inside the bubble perfectly. I also downloaded this music image, so I'll add it and scale it down as well. Now to add a bit of motion, head over to Effect and choose either the Play Pendulum or Rebound Effect. I personally prefer the Rebound Effect as the Play Pendulum seems to decrease the quality of images. As you can see, it adds a bit of motion to the music note. This is all based on your personal preference, so feel free to make any necessary changes. You can even add the fade-in animation to the image of the character singing and trim the layers according to the flow of the narration. Keep in mind that you don't need any fancy transitions for this style of video, so you can bring in your next image and trim it before you bring in your next batch of images. To save time, I'll quickly rush through this part. To create the rotation effect, simply set a keyframe, move forward slightly and rotate the character till you reach the point where the rotation should be completed. I'll quickly bring in this curve as well, rotate and reposition it. To add text to the narration, simply drop it inside the timeline and add it here. Now you need to change the font to something simple like Comic Sans, Chantel Sans, or Kristen ITC. Feel free to try out other fonts, but you can grab these ones for free from Google. To add a fade-in effect to the text, create a compound clip, head over to Animation, and select it. I'll quickly speed through the rest of this process. But once that's done, the next step is to add a particle effect. You can get those from any preferred website, but Vecteezy has some good effects. Look for either dust particles or film scratches. Something simple will do, so no need for anything complicated. Now drop it into CapCut and change the blending mode to Color Dodge. Decrease the opacity based on your personal preference. I personally don't like the grain being too prominent, so I'll decrease it to something like this. Next, I'll duplicate it and trim the excess part. The next step is to add sound effects, so head over to Pixabay and grab any relevant ones. Add them to your video and decrease the volume. The final step before exporting the video is to add a background music. You can grab one from either YouTube's audio library or Chozek. Once you've found your preferred track, add it to the timeline and decrease the volume significantly. The background music is almost inaudible in most of these videos, so always make sure the volume is heavily reduced and then finally trim any extra parts of the track. Now your video is ready for export at either 2 or 4K resolution. The final step is to create a thumbnail for the video. So head over to Photopea and create a new 2560 by 1440 document. The first thing you need is to create a black background. So choose the color and then use this rectangle tool to draw a black rectangle covering the entire canvas. Now, import the images you want to use for the thumbnail inside Photopea and arrange them based on your personal preference. These thumbnails are typically quite simple, so feel free to play around with it. Once the images have been well positioned, add a catchy text at the top and maybe change part of the text to something like this. Next, I'll bring in an arrow and change the color by going to Blending Options. Select Color Overlay, and then choose a bright color like this one. Now I'll position it here, duplicate and flip it horizontally and move it to the other side. Duplicate it one more time and position it appropriately. Feel free to make any changes to the thumbnail, but once you're all right with it, go ahead and export it as a JPEG or PNG file format. I recently stumbled across this channel called The Psyche, and honestly, it's blowing my mind. This channel is absolutely killing it with this video style that's starting to gain traction on YouTube. What's crazy is that it's still pretty new, as you can see. It was literally started this past December, but has already racked up over 3 million views and gained 74,000 subscribers. That's from a channel that started barely 2 months ago. All these guys are doing is posting psychology and philosophy content that can be done in an hour or two max. If you don't believe me, check out how often they're releasing videos. As you can see, they're posting videos daily, which is why they already have 43 videos on the channel, despite it being launched just about 2 months ago. Honestly, this is what makes this niche so attractive. Compared to other niches that demand hours or even days of editing and perfecting a single video, this one is a total game changer. It's perfect for anyone who's looking to dive into content creation but doesn't have the luxury of endless free time. Whether you're a student, working a 9-to-5, or just juggling a busy schedule, this niche is doable. But here's the best part. I'm going to break down exactly how they're doing it. I'll show you their strategy step by step and share the best way to create your own channel so you can start raking in those sweet views. Oh, and before anyone tries to tell you that these kinds of channels can't be monetized or that AI channels won't make money, let me show you something cool. Head over to the Chrome Web Store and look for the NextLev extension. Once you've found it, make sure it's installed. Then go back to YouTube and refresh the page. You'll see that the channel is already monetized. If you're still not convinced, feel free to double-check with other tools like YT Large for confirmation. If you're looking for a niche to jump into this year, this is it. It's a fantastic option as you don't need to spend a ton of time on it, and it requires very little to no investment. Seriously, it's one of the most beginner-friendly niches out there right now. But if you're worried about not knowing anything about philosophy or psychology, I've got you covered. I've created some handy prompts that'll simplify the entire process for you. Think of it as your co-pilot in creating this style of content. So make sure you take full advantage of it. To prove this isn't just some BS, check out this short demo I put together using the exact same strategy I'm about to show you in this video.
Imagine this. You're standing alone in a silent room. The only sound is your own heartbeat echoing in your ears. In front of you, there's a mirror, cold, reflective, unyielding. You stare into your own eyes, searching for confidence, purpose, or at least a flicker of certainty. Instead, you feel an unsettling hollowness, like standing at the edge of a vast canyon and realizing that the echo of your voice might never return. As you stand there, a quiet but persistent question emerges. Is there something fundamentally broken within me?
Normally, I'd walk you through creating a channel from scratch, but let's be real, most of us already know how to do that. So I'll skip that part. But if you're brand new to channel creation and branding, no worries. Just check out any of my recent videos, and you'll get a clear idea of how to get started. The first thing you need to do is generate some ideas for your video. And remember those prompts I mentioned earlier? This is where they come in. I've put together a Google Doc with every single prompt we'll be using, and you can find it inside my Discord server. Just head over to the prompts channel, and you'll see a link named The Psyche. I'll leave the link to the Discord in the description and on my channel page. Once you've opened the document, look for this specific heading and select everything under it. Now, open your preferred text generator. If you're looking for something free, I recommend using DeepSeek. But if you're on the ChatGPT Plus plan, you can go ahead and paste the prompt there. Quick note, you can still use the free version of ChatGPT for this, but I personally recommend DeepSeek in that case. The process is the same no matter which tool you use, so feel free to go with whichever one you prefer. Feel free to make any tweaks to the prompt if you want, but honestly, it works perfectly as it is. Once you're ready, just hit enter and let ChatGPT do its thing. In a few seconds, you'll have a whole bunch of topics to choose from. You can scroll through them and pick one that jumps out at you. Or if nothing feels quite right, just hit regenerate for a fresh batch of ideas. It's that easy. Once you've settled on a topic, it's time to move on to the next step, creating a compelling script for your video. This part is equally simple, so head back to the Google Doc and copy this next prompt for scripting. Now, go back to ChatGPT and paste it in. This time, though, we're going to make a couple of small changes. Scroll to the top of the prompt and replace the placeholder with your selected topic. You can also adjust the word count if you want. Right now, it's set between 3,100 to 4,000 words, which is the typical word count the channel we're modeling uses. But feel free to tweak that depending on how long or short you want your video to be. One more thing you should know. The prompt is structured to break the script into 5 sections. So once the first part is done, you'll need to command the AI to generate the next part. Go ahead and hit enter, then let ChatGPT work its magic. As you can see, the first section is about 700 words, give or take. And the best part is that the narration gets straight to the point, no boring introductions or fluff. To get the second part of the script, simply type next and hit enter. ChatGPT will generate the next section for you. Once that's done, repeat the same instruction to get the third part and keep going until all 5 sections of the script are complete. Now there's one more thing you need to do. If you take a look at the videos from the channel we're modeling, you'll notice they always start with some form of philosophical quote that's typed on screen, but not included in the voiceover. So you'll need to generate it separately. But don't worry, as I've made this part simple too. Head back to the Google Doc and copy this prompt. Then go back to ChatGPT. Make sure you're still on the same page where you generated the script and paste the prompt. You don't need to tweak anything here. Just hit enter and let ChatGPT generate a short, impactful quote for you. This looks alright, so let's move on to the next step, which is generating the voiceover. Feel free to use your preferred voice generator, but for this demonstration, we'll be using 11 Labs. Since we're going for a deep, calm voice, head over to the voice library and browse through the available voice characters. To make things easier, you can use the available filters. Here's how. Set the language to English and choose an American accent. Expand the filters and select male for gender. For age, you can go middle-aged or old. Now, just go through the available voices and pick one that fits the vibe you're going for. This one sounds pretty good, so hit the view button to check out other similar voices. Go ahead and test out a few of these to see which one you like best for your narration. But for this demonstration, I'll stick with this voice. Now paste your script into the text box and play around with the settings if the default ones don't quite hit the mark for you. Once everything looks good, go ahead and generate your narration. Now that the narration is ready, let's move on to the next step, which is generating images for the story. But before we generate the images, we need to create the necessary image prompts for the story. So head back to the Google Doc and copy the next prompt. Paste it into ChatGPT and make a couple of changes. First, specify the number of prompts you want to generate. In this case, let's go with 20. Then add the topic you selected earlier. Once you've made those changes, go ahead and hit enter. As you can see, ChatGPT has generated 20 unique prompts that you can use to create images for your story. Now, copy the prompts and head over to your preferred image generator. Feel free to use whichever image generator you prefer, but Leonardo AI and Pixelman work perfectly for this style of content. I'll show you how to use both to generate images. First, let's start with Pixelman. Head over to the platform and choose this model. Then hit this button to select your preferred aspect ratio. For long-form content like this, go with 16:9. You'll also need to choose the number of images per generation. So hit the same button again and choose 2. Now paste the first prompt and hit the generate button. It doesn't take long for your images to be ready. Check out these results. Now, let's try creating images with Leonardo AI. Hit image creation and go up here to choose the Phoenix model. You'll need to set the aspect ratio as well. So close this menu and go to image dimensions. Select the 16:9 aspect ratio and paste the prompt. Now hit generate and wait for the images to be ready. It doesn't take long, but check out these images. They look pretty good, so we can go ahead and generate a few more using the same process. As you can see, the process is quite simple. All you need to do is copy the prompts ChatGPT provided, paste them into your image generator, and proceed with the image creation. Repeat this process as many times as needed until you've got all your images ready. 5 minutes max and you should be done with it. Now that the images are done, it's finally time to move on to editing. Feel free to use your preferred video editor, but since CapCut is free and super user-friendly, we'll be using that for this demonstration. Like I mentioned earlier, this style of video is really easy to edit. So go ahead and open CapCut, then bring in all your files, your narration, and images you've generated. The first thing you need to do is add the voiceover to the timeline. AI voices sometimes have long pauses, so you'll want to trim those out. Just keep in mind that you still need natural spaces between sentences. So keep playing the audio to make sure the narration flows smoothly. Once that's done, the next step is to add the quote at the beginning. Select text and drag the default text box to the timeline. Then, head over to Basic and paste the phrase we got from ChatGPT. Make sure you follow this pattern. Scroll down and hit this button to align the text to the right. Add quotation marks at the beginning and end of the text. Hit the italics icon to give it that polished, professional look. Feel free to go through the available font list and choose whichever one you like, but honestly, the default font looks just fine, so I'll stick with that. Next, add a bit of line spacing and bring the author's name down slightly. You can scale the text up if needed, but make sure it's not too huge. We're not done yet. To make the quote look like it's being typed on the screen, head over to Animation and select Typewriter. You'll need to increase the duration a bit. Something between 3 and 4 seconds works perfectly. Now check out the result. This is looking good, but remember, the narration should start after the quote has been fully displayed. So select all the voiceover files in the timeline and move them slightly to the right. This ensures the narration kicks in right after the quote finishes. We also need to add a sound effect to make the typing animation feel more realistic. Head over to Audio and select Sound Effects. Now search for either typewriter or typing and play a few of them until you find one that fits perfectly. Once you've found the right sound effect, drag it below the text layer and trim it to match the duration of the typing animation. Next, you'll want to add a transition after the first quote. But before that, you need to turn the text layer into a compound clip. So right-click the text layer and select it. Now you can move it down to the cover layer and bring in the first image. For the transition between these clips, you can choose whichever one you prefer. But if you want to match the style of the channel we're modeling, go to Basic and look for the blink transition. Simply drag and drop it between the two files. Now there are a few things you need to do with this image, and any other images you'll be adding to the story. First, you'll want to add a zoom in and zoom out animation for each clip. Head over to Animation and select In. Choose the zoom animation and play around with the duration until it feels just right for you. Then, do the same for the out animation. Select Zoom Out and adjust the duration to match the flow. I'll bring in another clip and repeat the same process. First, I'll add a transition, then the in and out animations. But there's one more thing you need to do. Go to the beginning of each image and set a keyframe. Then, scale up the image slightly. Move to the middle of the image layer, bring it back down to 100%, and then move to the end of the layer and scale it back up again. You'll also need to add the in and out animations to the image, and repeat this keyframe animation for all the other images in your story. Now take a look at this. The images transition from a scaled-up position, slow down significantly in the middle to maintain a bit of motion and then speed up again at the end. It's a pretty simple animation, but it adds a nice touch of excitement to the video. Next, you'll want to add a frame to the video to give it that polished cinematic look. Head over to Effects and search for Film Frame. As you can see, there are quite a few options available, so feel free to test them out and choose whichever one you like best. But the first one works perfectly for this style, so I'll add that to the timeline and stretch it to cover the entire duration of the video. Now check this out. Not only did it add the border, but it also included this cool particle effect which the model channel uses. You'll also want to add a filter to give your video a cohesive look. Go through the available options and test a few out. If you can't find the exact one you're looking for, no worries. Just add an adjustment layer and drag it to cover the full video. Play around with the settings until you find the perfect look. Once that's done, it's time to find some background music for your video. Feel free to choose something from YouTube's audio library or a platform like Chozik. You're looking for something slow and soft. Lo-fi music works perfectly for this style. Once you've selected your background music, import it into CapCut and add it to your timeline. Make sure it starts after the quote has ended and trim any excess parts at the end. You can also add a short fade-out animation to the music to make the ending feel smooth. Now it's time to generate captions for the video. Go to Text, select Auto Captions, and hit Generate. Once the captions are ready, select them and head over to Templates. Choose whichever style you prefer, but since we're modeling this channel, I'll go with this one. Finally, scale the captions appropriately so they're easy to read, but don't take up too much screen space. The video looks great, so let's go ahead and export it at either 2 or 4K resolution for the best quality. Now for the final step, creating a thumbnail. As you can see, the channel we're modeling uses very simple but effective thumbnails. They typically feature an image with some text on a dark or transparent background. Let's break this down. First, we're going to generate a prompt for the thumbnail image. Head back to the Google Doc and copy the next prompt. Open the same ChatGPT page where we generated the story and paste the prompt. You'll need to replace the placeholder with your topic, so go ahead and do that. Once that's done, hit Enter and let ChatGPT generate a prompt for your thumbnail. You can use Leonardo AI to create this image just like we did earlier. We need one last thing, which is the phrase we'll be adding to the thumbnail. Copy this final prompt and paste it into ChatGPT. Add your title again and hit Enter. As you can see, it's giving us a few catchy phrases to choose from. Now all that's left is to put everything together. So head over to your preferred text editor like Photoshop or Photopea. Create a new 2560 by 1440 document and add the image you generated. Scale it up to fill the canvas and use the rectangle tool to draw a rectangle at the top of the canvas. You can make it translucent by decreasing the opacity to something like this. Then add the text you chose from ChatGPT. Feel free to play around with the font and size until it looks just right. Once everything looks good, go ahead and export your thumbnail as either a PNG or JPEG file. This YouTube channel has blended two niches in a very unexpected way, and honestly, the results are nothing short of spectacular. The channel is called Sleepwise, and as you can see from here, they uploaded their first video just 6 months ago. But somehow they've already racked up over 110,000 subscribers from just 22 videos. And it gets even crazier when you check out the numbers on their videos. You'll notice that most of their videos are pulling in hundreds of thousands of views, and one of them even crossed 1 million. That's not all. The videos are also really long, which means more revenue from ads. But what really makes this interesting is how they're doing it. They've taken deep, thought-provoking content, stuff like philosophy, science, and dark storytelling, and combined it with relaxation to create videos that people just can't stop watching. The entire strategy is kind of genius when you think about it. I mean, who hasn't thought about one of those mind-bending questions like, what if reality isn't real, or whether we are living in a simulation? This channel guides viewers through it in a way that's both fascinating and oddly calming. The best part about this style of content is that it's not only highly monetizable, but also has little competition. You can check monetization yourself using tools like NextLev, or simply install the YouTube monetization checker from the Chrome store. Just head to the channel page, click this icon, and you'll see a button that says Check this channel. Click it, and within a few minutes you'll know whether the channel is monetized or not. As you can see, this channel is fully monetized. To make things even easier, I'm going to walk you through the entire process of creating content like this. We'll cover everything, from finding the best topics for this niche to writing engaging scripts. Then, we'll move on to generating images, adding a voiceover, and editing the video. Finally, I'll take you through a quick lesson on creating thumbnails like the ones this channel is creating. Now, to prove this isn't just some BS, check out this short demo I created using the exact process we're about to go through in this video.
Imagine for a moment an ancient philosopher sitting beneath the stars on a quiet night. His name is unknown to history, but his thoughts ripple through time, echoing in the corridors of human inquiry. He ponders something that seems simple at first glance, a question posed by a fellow thinker during their evening debates. The question goes like this: if you keep having the distance between yourself and your destination, will you ever truly arrive? It sounds innocuous enough, perhaps even whimsical. But as he turns it over in his mind, trying to reconcile its implications, sleep eludes him. Hours pass, and still, the paradox haunts him. How can something so seemingly straightforward defy resolution? What happens when two truths collide head-on, leaving no room for compromise or clarity?
The first step is finding a topic. You can always come up with unique ideas yourself, but I'm going to simplify the process. Just head over to my Discord and look for the Prompts channel. You'll find a link to a Google Doc titled Sleepwise. This document contains all the prompts I'll be using in this video. You can find the link to my Discord in the video description or on my channel page. To generate a topic, look for the topic heading in the document and copy everything under it. Now head to your preferred text generator. You can use ChatGPT, DeepSeek, or QN. If you're on ChatGPT's Plus plan, feel free to use that. Otherwise, I recommend either DeepSeek or QN since they're solid alternatives. For this demonstration, I'll be using Qwen. So go ahead and paste the prompt, then scroll to the top. Now you'll need to make two quick changes. First, specify the number of topics you want to generate. Let's set it to 20 for this demo. Then scroll down and update the number here as well. Once everything looks good, hit enter and wait for Qwen to generate some pretty solid topics. As you can see, it doesn't take long and the results are impressive. You can either pick one or hit regenerate for a fresh batch of ideas. Now that you've got your topic, it's time to create the script. Before we jump into writing the script, there's something important you should know. If you take a look at the channel we're modeling, you'll notice that most of their videos are hours long. In terms of word count, that could be anywhere from 30,000 to 50,000 words. But most AI text generators won't generate scripts that long in one go, so the best approach is to create an outline first, and then expand each section one by one. No worries though, as I've simplified this entire process. Just head back to the Google Doc and copy the outline prompt. Then, go back to Qwen and paste it in. You'll need to make a couple of quick changes. First, replace the placeholder with your selected topic. For this example, I'm going with 3 hours of life-changing paradoxes to fall asleep to. Next, specify how many segments you want the script divided into. You can choose as many as you like. Once that's done, hit enter and let Qwen generate the full outline. As you can see, the AI provides detailed sections under each segment. If you run into a situation where the AI cuts off some segments, just type continue and it will finish generating the rest. Now that we've got the full outline, it's time to generate the script for each segment. To generate each segment, just type a simple command specifying the segment number and the word count you want. The AI should also avoid bullet points unless they're absolutely necessary. This ensures that you get exactly what you need. AI can mess up sometimes, so I recommend scrolling up to that particular segment in the outline, copy everything under it, and paste it after your prompt before hitting enter. Give it a few seconds, the first segment of the script will be ready. You need to repeat this for the next segment, so paste the same command, change the segment number to 2 this time, and add the outline for the second segment. Keep doing this until all segments are complete. If you don't want the AI to generate a new introduction for each segment, simply remove the intro section from the outline before submitting it. Now that the script is complete, it's time to generate the voiceover. There are tons of AI voice generators out there, but if you're looking for a free option, Clipchamp is a solid choice, so feel free to check it out. For this demo though, I'll be using 11 Labs since it's one of the best out there. It's a paid tool, but free users get 10,000 characters per month, which is enough to get started. Head over to the 11 Labs voice library and look through the available options. To make things easier, use the filters. Click this button, select English, choose an American accent, set the gender to male, and pick a voice that's middle-aged or older. Now listen to a few samples until you find one that works. If you find something close but not quite right, click View and you'll see a list of similar voices. You might even find a better fit. For this demo, I'll pick a random voice. Once you've chosen yours, paste your script, make any necessary edits, and hit Generate. Give it a listen. If something sounds off, tweak the settings until you're happy with the result. The next step is generating images for the story. You could manually go through the script to decide what images you need, but I've created a handy prompt that will simplify the process. Head over to the Google Doc and copy the image generation prompt. Paste it into Qwen and scroll to this section. The prompt is structured to generate image prompts for each segment, so to customize it, replace this with the title of the segment. You'll find it at the top of each segment, right under segment title. Copy and paste it into the prompt. Next, specify the number of image prompts you want for that segment. Feel free to choose whatever fits best. For this demo, I'll go with 5. The channel we're modeling actually switches between different image styles depending on the video. To make things easier, I've included 4 of those styles in the prompt. You just need to delete the styles you don't want, leaving only the one you prefer. Once that's done, hit enter and let Qwen generate the prompts. As you can see, it's created 5 detailed prompts that can be used to generate images for the story. So let's go ahead with the generation. You can use any image generator you prefer, but for this demo, we'll be using Leonardo AI. The free version works just fine, so head over there and select Image Creation. Now this part is crucial. Go to Model and choose this Flux model. Close the pop-up, then set the aspect ratio to 16:9 since we're making a long-form video. Now, paste the first prompt and hit Generate. It doesn't take long, and check out these results. The images look amazing. So I'll copy a few more prompts and see how they turn out. Check out some of these images. They're pretty cool, so you can download as many as you need for your story. Now that the images are ready, it's time to move on to editing. Feel free to use whichever video editor you prefer, but CapCut works perfectly, so we'll be using that one. First, import all your images and voiceover into CapCut. Normally, the voiceover would go on the timeline first, but let's start with the intro text. Go to text and grab the default one. Drop it into the timeline and extend it to about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds. Type in your channel name and resize it. You can also choose your preferred font. For this demonstration, I'll go with this one. We need to add a particle effect to the video, so go to Effects and search for Particle. Something like Wonderland works, but you can pick any you like. If you want something different, check out Vecteezy or any other stock footage platform. Just search for Particle Effect and download whichever one you like. I already have one, so I'll add it to the cover layer. Then go to Blend and reduce the opacity. This is totally optional, so feel free to skip this step. Since a transition will be added between the text layer and the next layer, the text needs to be turned into a compound clip. So simply right-click and create a compound clip. Now it's time to bring in the narration and drop it after the text has been displayed. AI voices are improving, but they still have long pauses. So go through and remove them. Be careful not to remove too much since this narration style still requires natural pauses. Keep playing it back to ensure it sounds right. Once the cleanup is done, select the compound clip we created from the text layer, go to Animation and add the Fade In Entrance animation. The duration is already set to 0.5 seconds, so there's no need to change it. Now, apply the same Fade In animation to the particle effect clip. The entrance animation looks good, but it needs a sound effect. Go to the audio, select sound effects, and search for click or typewriter. Play a few to find one you like. If you choose a typewriter effect, simply drop it into the timeline and delete everything after the first click. Now it's time to bring in the images. Arrange them according to the flow of your story. To make them stand out, add a border. Select the image clip, go to Basic, and scroll down to look for Canvas. If it's not showing, that means the clip isn't on the cover layer. To fix this, right-click the image and create a compound clip. Once that's done, double-click the compound clip and drag the image to the cover layer. Now go to Basic and you'll see the Canvas option. Click the drop-down, select Color, and choose your preferred border color. This one works fine, so I'll go with it. Scroll up and reduce the scale to 99%. Now go back to your main composition and slightly scale down the image. Next, you need to add text at the top of the image. Grab the default text, drop it into the timeline, and extend its duration to match the length of the clip. Position the text above the image, add the title of the segment, and resize it, making sure it aligns with the image. If you need to adjust the width of the image, double-click the compound clip and use the crop tool to resize it. When you go back to your main composition, you might notice that the border is uneven in some places, so adjust it as needed using the crop tool. This might seem like a lot of work, but you only need to do it once. Now scale it up slightly and ensure the text aligns properly with the image. Next, duplicate the text layer and drag it below the previous one. Change this new text to the topic of your video, in this case, life-changing paradoxes to fall asleep to. Make sure the text is in uppercase, then resize and align it properly. Now duplicate the text layer again and change the text to your channel name. Reposition it to the right of your image. Feel free to use any font you like and also make the color slightly darker. Next, duplicate the text layer one more time, drag it below the channel name and change the text to your channel's handle. This is already looking good. Now, select all these layers, except for the cover layer, and stretch them to where the next image should start. If you're unable to do that, double-click the compound clip, increase the length of the image, then return to your main composition and stretch the compound clip to your preferred duration. Don't forget to duplicate the particle effect as many times as needed to cover the entire narration. Also make sure to remove the fade-in effect from every copy of the particle effect except for the first one. For the next image, copy the compound clip and paste it. Then double-click to open it and drag your next image over the old one. When prompted, select Replace Clip, and your new image will automatically inherit all the effects from the previous one. Go back to the main composition, and you'll see the new image in place. Now select all the text layers, copy and paste them on top of the new compound clip. The only thing you need to change here is the segment title. Repeat this process for the entire duration of your narration. Once finished, select every compound clip and text for each segment, then create a new compound clip. Now go to Transitions and choose one that fits your style. Mix and black fade work perfectly, but I'll use black fade for this example. Drag it between your clips and apply it to the rest of the video. If the transitions accidentally apply to the particle effects, simply delete them. To prevent this from happening again, select everything on that layer and create a compound clip. This not only avoids transition issues, but also makes it easier to duplicate the particles for other parts of the narration. The video is already looking good, so you can go ahead and export it at 1080p, 2K, or 4K resolution. Now that your video is ready, the next step is to create a thumbnail. We need two things. First is a few icons to use in the thumbnail. So go to the Google Doc again and copy the thumbnail prompt. Paste it inside Quen, then scroll down to the section where it says Input from User. You need to make a few changes here. The first is to add your video topic. Set the number of images per row. In this case, I'll choose 5. Next, specify the number of rows, which will be 2. Then hit Enter and wait for Quen to generate your prompt. Once it's ready, copy and paste it inside Leonardo AI, then hit Generate. Wait a few moments and your images will be ready. Check these out, they look great, so feel free to download whichever ones you prefer. The second thing is a grid background. You can generate one with AI or simply download one from Vecteezy. Once everything is ready, head over to your preferred image editor. In this case, I'll be using Photopea. Create a new 2560 by 1440 aspect ratio document and import the grid background. Next, bring in the image you generated and move it to the top of your layers if it's not visible. Scale it to fit the canvas, and then rasterize it. Now select the Magic Wand tool, click the dark background, and hit Delete. Duplicate the layer by holding Alt on Windows or Option on Mac and drag the layer below it. I'll hide the duplicate layer and use the eraser to remove every icon except one. Duplicate the layer again, and use the eraser to clean every icon except the next one. Repeat the same process as many times as necessary till all the icons have properly been arranged in 2 rows, leaving space at the center. To avoid moving already placed icons, make sure you lock that layer. Once that's sorted, the next step is to add the text to the center. Make sure it's in all uppercase and change the color to whichever color you prefer. Now duplicate the text layer, change the text, and resize and position it above the previous one. Next, you need to bring in an arrow, go to Blending Options, choose Color Overlay, and change it to white. Make sure the arrow is positioned properly, then duplicate the layer. Right-click the duplicate layer and flip it first vertically and then horizontally. Position it on the left, ensuring it aligns perfectly with the design. Finally, export your image as a PNG or JPEG file. Imagine launching a YouTube channel today and waking up tomorrow already monetized. Sounds impossible, right? Well, this brand new channel just pulled it off. Elderly Wisdom hit over 146,000 subscribers in under 2 weeks. If you look at the channel closely, you'll notice that they posted their first video less than 2 weeks ago, but somehow they've managed to create 37 videos within that time. It almost seems unbelievable, but the truth is that unlike most new channels that struggle to keep up with weekly uploads, this one is posting 2 or more high-quality videos every single day. That's how they've built such an insane content library in such a short time. But here's where things get really wild. Their videos aren't just getting views, they're absolutely exploding. Most of their content is pulling in hundreds of thousands of views, and a few have even crossed the 1 million view mark in just 9 days. But if you're thinking that they're probably hopping on viral trends or spamming YouTube shorts, you're most definitely wrong. This channel doesn't rely on flashy gimmicks or short-form content. Every single video they post is long-form, and they focus on a specific audience, which is seniors age 60 and above. Yes, you heard me right. In a world where everyone is chasing Gen Z engagement with fast-paced, high-energy content, this channel is thriving by doing the complete opposite. Their entire strategy revolves around providing real value to an overlooked audience, sharing simple but powerful tips to help seniors live better, healthier, and happier lives. And somehow this strategy is working, leading to the insane numbers the channel is pulling in and doing it in record time. If you're worried about a channel like this not being monetizable, check this out. Yes, they are monetized, but I know some people are still going to claim that the channel is not monetized, so here's how you can further prove it. Go to the Chrome Web Store and search for YouTube Monetization Checker. Make sure the extension is installed and head back to the channel page. Now, simply refresh the page and go to your extensions. You should see this icon. Select it and you'll see this button that says Check this channel. Go ahead and click that. Give it a few seconds and you'll see whether the channel is monetized or not. As you can see, it says the channel is monetized. So if you're looking for an excuse not to start your YouTube channel this year, then scratch not finding a good monetizable niche and not finding a niche that doesn't take too long to create videos for off your list. These videos are very easy to make because seniors don't really care about flashy graphics or animations. If anything, fast-paced editing will just confuse them more. This makes these videos very easy to make as they don't require generating images, animating them, or any other complicated tricks that modern videos are using. And the best part about all this is that you can do everything completely for free. Yes, you don't need to spend a dime, and I'm going to show you exactly how you can create this video within a few minutes. We'll cover everything from finding relevant topics to creating the script and generating the voiceover. Then we'll go through the full editing process and wrap it up with a quick lesson on designing a thumbnail for this niche. To prove this isn't just some BS, check out this short demo I made using the exact strategy I'm about to show you.
Have you ever walked into a room and forgotten why you went in there? Or maybe you've struggled to recall a name or a word that's just on the tip of your tongue. If you're over 60, you're not alone. Many of us notice changes in our memory as we age, and it can be frustrating, even a little scary. But here's the good news. Memory loss isn't inevitable. In fact, there are simple, everyday habits you can start today to keep your brain sharp and your memory strong.
The first step is finding a topic. You could do some research and come up with some interesting ones yourself, but I'm going to make it easy for you. Just head over to my Discord server, go to the prompts channel, and look for the link to a Google Doc named Elderly Wisdom. Open it up and you'll find all the prompts I'll be using for this video inside. You can find the link to the Discord in the video description or on my channel page. Once you're on the Google Doc, look for this topic heading and copy everything under it. Then head over to your preferred text generator. You can use ChatGPT, DeepSeek, or even Qwen. If you're on the Plus version of ChatGPT, go ahead and use that. Otherwise, I recommend using one of the other two since they're completely free and still give results just as good as the paid version of ChatGPT. Open up whichever tool you prefer. Let's go with DeepSeek for this demonstration and paste the prompt you just copied. Now scroll to the top of the prompt and make one quick change. Adjust the number of topics you want to generate. I'll go with 20 for this video. Hit enter and wait for DeepSeek to generate your list. The prompt is designed to create topics across different themes like emotional well-being, physical health, mental sharpness, independence, and longevity. Feel free to pick whichever one fits the focus of your video, and if none of them feel right, just regenerate for a fresh batch. Once you've settled on a topic, the next step is to create the script. This part is equally easy as I've already put together a prompt to simplify the process. So head back to the Google Doc, find this script heading, and copy everything under it, then paste it into DeepSeek. Now before we do anything here, there's something you should know. I'm sure you've noticed that most of these text generators have a limit on the number of words they generate at a time. This can be really annoying. So to work around this issue, the prompt is structured to break the script into 3 or more parts. Additionally, you can also specify the word count you want for the script. The channel we are modeling typically has a word count ranging from 2,800 to 4,000 words. But you can modify this if you want your script to be shorter or longer. Keep in mind that once you make any changes to the overall word count, you also need to adjust the word count for each part. So feel free to make whatever changes you want, but I'm going to leave it like this for this demonstration. Before you hit enter, you need to make one very important change, which is to specify the topic of a video. So delete this and replace it with your chosen topic. Once you're done, hit enter and wait for DeepSeek to generate the first part of your script. As you can see, it's created the first part of the script and has also prompted to continue when you're ready. Just type continue and DeepSeek will generate the next part of your script. You need to repeat this until every part of the script is ready. Now that the script is ready, it's time to generate the voiceover for the narration. There are plenty of voiceover generators out there, but if you're looking for something free, Clipchamp is a solid option, so feel free to check it out. That said, 11 Labs is one of the best in the market, so I'll be using it for this demonstration. It's a paid tool, but they give free users 10,000 characters per month, which is pretty generous. For this type of video, you can't just use any random voice. After all, no old person is coming online to seek advice from a teenager, so it's important to pick a voice that sounds mature. Head over to their voice library and browse through the available voices until you find one you like. To make things easier, you can use the filters. Just click this button and select your language. I'm choosing English, then set the accent to American, the gender to male, and the character's age to middle-aged or old. Once you've narrowed it down, play a few samples until you find the one that fits. If you find something that's close but not quite right, click View to see a list of similar voices. You'd be surprised how often you'll find one that fits even better. For this demo, I'm just picking a random voice. Once you've selected yours, paste the script and make any necessary changes. Hit generate and wait for your narration to be ready. If it doesn't sound quite right, you can tweak the settings until you're happy with it. Now that the voiceover is done, the next step is editing the video. But before that, there's one important thing we need to do. If you look at the channel we're modeling, most of their videos start with a strong opening statement. We need to generate that. So head over to the Google Doc, copy this prompt, and paste it inside DeepSeek. You need to add your topic, so scroll to the top till you find the placeholder, then replace it with your chosen topic. Once that's done, hit enter and let DeepSeek generate a simple but engaging statement for you. If it looks good, copy it and head over to your preferred video editor. For this tutorial, I'm using CapCut because it's free and works perfectly for this kind of content. The first thing you need to do is import your narration and drop it onto the timeline. Now, while AI voices are improving, they still tend to have long pauses, so you'll need to go through and clean those up. But be careful, this type of narration still needs some natural pauses, so don't remove too much. Once you're done with the cleanup, the next step is to find footage for the video. You don't need to match every part of the narration exactly, just some high-quality aerial footage will do. You can find these clips on free stock footage sites like Pexels, Pixabay, or Vecteezy. Head over to your preferred site, in this case Vecteezy, and select the videos category. Search for aerial view. No need to specify a specific location like a cityscape or desert, just general aerial shots will work fine. If you don't have a paid plan, make sure to filter by the free license type. Now, browse through the results. You'll see a variety of landscapes, and most of them have a nice zoom-in effect, which is perfect for this type of content. Download as many clips as you need, and then go back to CapCut. Import the footages into your timeline, and start placing them over your narration. The duration of each clip depends on your preference, but from analyzing the channel we're modeling, they typically use shots ranging from 8 to 13 seconds. Some clips may be shorter, but you can still use them as long as they fit the pacing of your video. Once you're done arranging your clips, the next step is to add transitions. Head over to the transitions and choose a simple one. Avoid anything too flashy. Stick to smooth transitions like mix or black fade. The channel we're modeling primarily uses the mix transition, so I'll go ahead and drop it between these two clips. You can add other transitions if you'd like, but I recommend applying the mix transition to the rest of your clips for consistency. To simplify the process, just select the transition and hit the apply to all. Simple as that. Now you need to add the opening statement to the beginning of the video. So go to the text and grab the default text layer. Make sure you drop it at the beginning of the video and extend the layer slightly to about 4 seconds. This is the typical duration that the channel we're modeling uses for this text. The narration needs to start after the text, so I'll select all the audio files and move them after the text layer. Next, you need to go to Basic and paste the text you generated with DeepSeek earlier. Break it down into multiple lines and add some spacing for better readability. You can adjust the font size to your preference, expand the preset styles section, and pick whichever one you like. Let's go with this one. If you don't like the default color, you can change it to match your theme. You can also choose whichever font you prefer, but the default one works just fine. Scroll down to the stroke settings and slightly increase the thickness to make the text stand out. Now to animate the text, go to the animation and make sure you're on the In Animation section. Choose either Type 1 or Type 2 for a smooth entrance effect. Set the animation duration to around 3 seconds for a natural feel. Now it's looking good, so let's add a sound effect. Go to Audio, select Sound Effects, and search for Typing. Test a few options until you find one you like. I already imported a sound effect, so I'll add it to the timeline and trim it to match the duration of the text animation. These clips need to match the duration of the narration, so I'll extend them. Now you need to add a filter. Look through the available ones and choose whichever you prefer. In this case, I'll go with the clear filter. Add it to the timeline and extend it to cover the full video duration. The video is looking good, so let's generate the captions. Go to Text, select Auto Captions, hit Generate, and wait for the captions to be ready. There's an empty section here, so I'll simply extend it like this. Next, go to Templates and browse the available options. Choose one that fits your style, then scale and position it properly. Now that the video is almost complete, the last step is adding background music. You can grab one from YouTube Audio Library, a platform like Chosic, or even generate one using Suno or Udio. Once you find a background track, drop it right after the entrance animation for the text and lower the volume significantly. You don't want the background music to overpower the narration since the content is the focus in this niche. You can also add a fade in and trim the clip if it's too long. But in this case, the length already matches perfectly with the video duration, so I'll leave it as is. The video is now complete, so the last step is to export it in either 2 or 4K resolution. The final step is to create a thumbnail for the video. But before we do that, we need 2 very important things. First is an image of an elderly person, and the second is a background image of something like a park. For the image of the elderly person, you can download one from any stock image platform. But it's a lot easier to create your own, so go to your preferred image generator like Leonardo AI, Ideogram, or Piclumen. I'll be using Piclumen, so I'll select this model and aspect ratio. Then also choose the number of images I want to generate. Finally, I'll add the prompt. Something like a front-facing image of a gray-haired 70-year-old black man on a full black background, and hit generate. It doesn't take long, but check out these images. They look pretty cool, so I'll go ahead and download one. As you can see, the image has a black background, so we need to remove it. So simply drop it inside Adobe Background Remover and wait for it to do its magic. Check this out, it's done a pretty good job removing the background, so I'll go ahead and download it. The second thing we need is an image of a park. For that, you can generate one as well, or simply grab something from Vecteezy. Now that the files are ready, it's time to edit the thumbnail. This style of thumbnail is quite simple, so you can use any image editor you want, but I'll be using Photopea since it's free and easily accessible. Create a new 2560 by 1440 document and import the background image. Scale it up to fit the size of the canvas and then head over to Filter. Go to Blur and select Gaussian Blur. You can choose how blurry you want it to be, but this looks alright. Next, I'll bring in the image of the man and position it like this, since we don't want his entire face to show. Now you can add the text that you used at the beginning of your video and resize it as necessary. You need to add a stroke, so hit this button and make sure stroke is checked. Increase the width until you're satisfied with how it looks. Feel free to change the font as well, but once everything looks all right, you can go ahead and export your thumbnail as a PNG or JPEG file. One of the most common questions I get is how can I attract a US-based audience for higher RPM? Well, I decided to bring you an answer to this question in the form of a trending niche that primarily targets the US audience. Just take a look at this channel B-Ball Explained. They launched their first video just 2 months ago, and in that short time, they've managed to post an impressive 66 videos and gain over 56,000 subscribers. If you dig into their content, you'll notice that a bunch of their videos are pulling in hundreds of thousands of views, which is a strong signal that this niche has real audience demand. Even their most recent videos are pulling in some impressive numbers. If you're wondering what they're doing, the channel's simply explaining intriguing historical facts about basketball using very simple explainer-style videos. I'm sure you already know that the primary audience for this sport is the US, and with the typical duration of these videos lasting anywhere from 25 minutes to close to 40 minutes, the RPM on this niche is insane. The best part about all this is that the niche has very little competition right now, so there's no better time to start than now. In case you're curious about monetization, this is how you can check it. I typically recommend using 2 tools because YouTube changes things all the time, so one or more of these tools may not be updated to give you the right results. The tools I personally use are NextLev and YouTube Monetization Checker. Both are available for free on the Chrome Web Store. All you have to do is install them. Once you're done, refresh the channel page and you'll see NextLev's monetization status here. For YouTube Monetization Checker, you need to select this extension icon and hit this Check This Channel button. Then wait a few seconds and you'll know whether the channel is monetized or not. As you can see, this channel is completely monetized. So the only other thing you need to think about is how to create this style of video. No need to worry if you know nothing about basketball. I'm going to show you how you can use AI to do most of the heavy lifting. We'll cover everything from coming up with intriguing topics to crafting scripts that keep viewers glued to the screen. Then, we'll move on to creating voiceovers and follow that with the best ways to grab images for this style of video. Once that's done, we'll end with a short course on editing this style of video. Guys, this video is going to require a number of prompts, so I've put them inside a Google Doc file, which you can find in the prompts channel of my Discord server. Simply look for the title Basketball Explained, and the Google Doc should be attached to that card. You can find the link to the Discord in the description of this video. Also, these prompts and research typically take a while to put together, so I'd appreciate a like if you find this video helpful. It doesn't cost you anything, but it really helps me out and keeps me motivated to continue dropping more tutorials like this. To give you a quick glimpse of what we're about to create in this video, check out this short demo I made using the exact same strategy I'm about to walk you through.
Pre-Russell, in 1946, the Basketball Association of America launches with 11 teams, mostly clustered in hockey arenas that convert their hardwood floors over sheets of ice. Scoring stagnates early. Without a shot clock, possessions routinely drag past a full minute, and some teams hold the ball for entire quarters to preserve narrow leads. League attendance hovers below 4,000 per game.
Before we dive in, I want to quickly share a few things I'm working on that you might find helpful. First, I've launched a YouTube membership where members will get early access to trending niches that I break down like this one. Also, some viewers have mentioned that my videos move a bit too fast to follow. To help with that, I'm now offering the raw, uncut footage from key parts of my tutorials, in addition to professional thumbnail prompts, available exclusively to members on the Growth Hack membership tier. Second, I'm opening up 2 mentorship options for those who want to tap into my knowledge and experience and fast-track their Faceless YouTube channels. One is a group mentorship, and the other is one-on-one coaching with me. These aren't live yet, but I'll make an announcement as soon as they're ready to go. Now let's get back to the video. The first step is to find topics for this niche. Feel free to come up with some unique topic ideas, but if you need help brainstorming, AI can simplify the process. Head over to the Google Doc I mentioned earlier and look for this prompt. Copy everything under it and open your preferred text generator. This one depends on your personal preference, so you can go with Grok, DeepSeek, Qwen, or any other AI text generator that you prefer. But I'm old-fashioned like that, so I'm going to be using ChatGPT. So paste the prompt inside your chosen text generator and make changes in these 2 places. You're simply going to specify the number of topics that you want the AI to generate. So remove this first placeholder and replace it with your chosen number. I'll go with 20. Then scroll down to this second placeholder and repeat the same number. No need to change anything else. Simply hit enter and wait for the AI to provide some topics for you. Now, if you take a look at the topics, they all include the duration for the video. This isn't a problem, but you'd need to change it based on the final duration of your video. So you can choose whichever one you prefer, or simply regenerate for a fresh new batch of topics. Now that you have a topic, it's time to create your script. But before that, there's one thing you need to know. Videos from the channel we're modeling typically have a duration ranging anywhere from 25 to 40 minutes. This works in your favor as it means more ad revenue. However, most AI text generators cannot create scripts this long at once, so we need to use a different strategy. First, we're going to create an outline for the topic and then generate the script based on that outline. Simple as that. So go to our trusty Google Doc and look for this outline heading. Copy everything under it and paste it inside ChatGPT or whichever text generator you're using. This one is quite simple. Scroll to this part of the prompt and you'll see this placeholder. Then copy your selected title and replace the placeholder with it. Feel free to remove this part of the title, but it doesn't exactly impact the final outline. In this case, I'm simply going to leave it as it is and hit enter. Wait a few seconds and check out the result. It's given mini headings as well as some key points to better guide the AI when creating the rest of the script. Now that the outline is ready, it's time to use it to create the full script. So go back to the Google Doc and copy this second script prompt. Paste it inside ChatGPT and scroll down to this section. Now, you need to make the following changes exactly as I'm going to say. First, you need to add the topic that you selected for the video. So paste it here and then look for the mini headings starting from the first one. Copy and paste it here. You also need to add the bullet points under that heading, so copy and paste them all. The last one is optional, but it can serve a good transition between headings like these. But it's not very necessary, so I'm simply going to delete it and go ahead with generating the first part of the script. The channel we're modeling doesn't include any boring introductions, so as you can see from here, the narration jumps right into the action. Look through and make any necessary changes, but once you're done, you need to repeat this process for the second part of the outline. First, add the topic, and then the heading and bullet points. Hit enter, and the AI will generate that part as well. Now, repeat this till you've covered every other part of the outline. But once you're done, it's time to work on the conclusion. The channel we're modeling uses the same closing statement in each of their videos, so I recommend coming up with your own unique statement. If you still want to use theirs, you can find it in the prompt document. You can use it as it is, or ask ChatGPT, or whichever text generator that you're using to create something unique for you using theirs as a framework. The next step is to generate the voiceover. You can use tools like Speechma or Clipchamp if you want free text-to-speech tools. But 11 Labs is one of the best on the market, so I'll be using it for this demonstration. You need to select a voice, so head over to their voice library, select filters and choose your preferred language. I'll choose English and proceed to the accent. Looks like they've added an African American accent to the list, so I'll select that and choose male for gender. I want a younger voice, so I'll hit that as well and see the results. It looks like no voices have been tagged for that accent yet, so let's change it to American. I'll select any for the age and apply. Go through the voices and choose whichever one you prefer for your channel. 11 Labs interface has changed slightly, so you need to hit this plus icon to add your selected voice. In this case, the plus icon isn't showing since I've already added this particular voice. Now all you have to do is to paste the script and then hit generate. If it doesn't sound good enough, you can play around with the settings. I recommend only using a simple sentence for this test to avoid burning through your credits quickly. But once you're done, it's time to find images for the video. You can do this in two ways. The first one is to search for the image you want on Google. Go to Images and look through the results. You can find a bunch of the images you need this way, but there's one huge issue. Most of the images you'll find through Google are copyrighted, so you want to stay away from those. Instead, you need to filter the results for those images that may not have the same issue. Look right below the search bar and you should see this tool's dropdown. Select it, and you'll notice these other menu items are showing. Choose this one that says Usage Rights and check out the options. As you can see, there's this Creative Commons license and commercial and other licenses. Since you want copyright-free images, select the Creative Commons licenses and look through the results. Once you've found an image that you like, select it, and you should see license details here. If you hit that, you'll be presented with the license terms. As you can see, this one says the image is free to use even for commercial purposes, so you can download and use it for your video without worry about facing any charges. This approach works, but there may be cases where the image you're looking for may not be available, or you simply want to bypass all of this hassle. That's where the second approach comes in. Instead of downloading some random image from Google, you can simply use AI to create your own. This is quite simple. Just go to the Google Doc and look for this image's prompt. Paste it inside your text generator and make a few changes. Before you do that, you need to understand that the prompt is structured to generate a specified number of images for each section. Let me show you. Scroll to this section and choose the number of images you want to generate for that section of your script. In this case, I'll choose 10. Go down and replace this with the heading for that particular section. Then copy the text for that section and paste it where you find this section placeholder. Hit enter and wait for the AI to generate the prompts for that section. You can do this for every other section of your script. But once you're done, it's time to generate the images. This part depends on your personal preference, so you can use any image generator you prefer. Free users can use Google's Image FX. All you have to do is paste the prompt and choose the aspect ratio. I'll go with this 4:3 and then hit create. Take a look at these images. The prompts that the AI generated match the image style of that specific year, so you could have different color styles for the images. It even specifies the race of the characters to make things easier. Keep in mind that the AI may not generate good images of specific characters, so I recommend using this approach only for general images, while you use the the first one for images that talk about a recognizable person. Now it's time to move on to editing. But before that, there's one important thing you need to do. Most of the videos from the channel we're modeling start with the images of players or icons that are being featured or listed in the video. So you need to create those images. The first thing you need to do is grab the images of the individual characters or logos being featured for each section of the script. Once you have them, go ahead and open your preferred image editor. I recommend Photoshop if you have it, but you can use Photopea. Simply create a new square aspect ratio document. In this case, I'll make it 1000 by 1000 and hit this button. The background needs to be transparent, so unlock the background layer by hitting this lock icon and also hide it like this. Now select this ellipse tool, and with the color set to black, hold Shift and draw a large circle. Drag and drop your first image inside Photopea and move the layer up if it's being covered. Then choose this ellipse select tool, and while holding the Shift key, draw another circle to cover the part of the player that you want to be visible. Once that's done, hit this mask icon, and as you can see, only that part of the image still remains visible. Now you can hit this select tool, scale and position the image of the player like this. This looks alright, but you can use your own circular frame. Download one from a website like Vecteezy and drop it inside Photopea. Then scale it up or down so that the image fits like this. I recommend moving it above the player's image for a better look. Once everything looks good, you can export it as a PNG. Don't forget to repeat this for all the other images you'll be using at the start of the video. Now it's time to edit the video. This style of video is very easy to edit, so you can even use a simple tool like Canva, but CapCut works perfectly, so I recommend using that. So open it and import all your files, including the voiceover and images. Then drag and drop the voiceover files inside the timeline. If it has long pauses like these, go through and remove them all. To make it easier, keep playing it to ensure that you're removing just enough for the narration to still flow and sound naturally. Once you're done with the cleanup, you need to specify the aspect ratio for the video. So choose 16 by 9 and bring in this white background and stretch it to match the full duration of your video. Next, you need to arrange the images of the players you edited with Photopea. I recommend choosing a specific number for the scale amount. In this case, I'm making it 29%, so each image of a player that you bring in will have the same size. Once that's done, go to Text, grab the default one, and drop it inside the timeline. Then scroll down to Stroke and check that. Feel free to choose the thickness amount and also choose your preferred font. Comic Sans is alright, so I'll go with that one. Finally, change the text to your first heading and hit this button to turn it all caps. Scale down the text and position it like this. The text isn't too clear, so I'll increase the thickness a bit more. This looks alright, so it's time to duplicate it, move it to the next player, and change the text to the appropriate heading. Duplicate again and repeat this till you've added the headings to all of these images. The ones at the top need to come down a bit, so I'll select their headings as well as the images and shift them down to somewhere like this. Now, trim the image and text layers to match up with the narration like this. We want the first player to show at the top, so I'll duplicate that layer as well as the appropriate heading, then select every one of these text and image layers at the beginning and create a compound clip. We want the images of the players to show for just a moment before it zooms into the first one. So move the line here and set a keyframe. Then move forward and scale up the clip, making sure the first player remains fully visible. No need to worry about smoothing out the animation for this style of video. We want the initial image of the first player and heading to last throughout the duration of that section. So stretch it and also create a compound clip. Then drag it to the right and maybe scale it down a bit. Now you can add a text layer for the year and add icons and images according to the flow of the narration. In this case, the narration talks about these 11 teams, so I've downloaded their logos. Where specific images are required, download them from Google or create them with AI and add them to your screen. You can even add text if necessary to make your video more engaging. The rest of the narration is going to be just as simple. Import images and arrange them. Maybe add some text to enhance the narration. Repeat this for every other player, teams, or characters in your specific video. Once you're done arranging these, you need to add background music. You can grab one from YouTube's audio library or your favorite royalty-free platform. Add it to your timeline, decrease the volume, and trim any excess. The video is looking good, so you can now export it at 1080p 2 or 4K resolution. Now, as I said earlier, I'll be making the uncut raw sections of this video available to my Growth Hack members. Thank you, and see you in the next one. What if I told you there's a faceless niche that has low-key been gaining momentum away from the attention of most creators? Take a look at this channel. They've only posted 23 videos, but somehow already pulled in close to 100,000 subscribers. If you take a closer look at the channel, you'll notice that they don't post often. In fact, they seem to be posting 2 videos every single month since uploading their first video less than a year ago. But what I found interesting is the numbers on their videos. Most of their videos are racking up hundreds of thousands of views, with just these 3 videos alone bringing in approximately 5 million. That's how viral this niche is. But if you're wondering what they're doing, the channel's simply creating debate-style videos where they pitch advanced AIs against each other on some of the most provocative questions of religion, ethics, politics, economics, science, and technology. Somehow, this strategy is so intriguing that viewers can't seem to get enough of their content. The best part is that the niche has almost no real competition, so this is the perfect time to jump into it. If you still have doubts, check out this other channel that had been struggling for over 4 years with little to no traction. Then just last month, they switched to this style of content and their first video already hit 1.2 million views. Every video since has been performing well, so if you're looking for an interesting niche with little competition to get started in, this one might be perfect for you. If you're curious about monetization, you can check with 2 tools. The first is NextLev, and the second is YouTube Monetization Checker. You can install both of these extensions from the Chrome Web Store. Once you're done, refresh the channel page and you'll see NextLev's monetization here. For YouTube Monetization Checker, you need to select this extension icon and hit this Check This Channel button. Then wait a few seconds and you'll know whether the channel is monetized or not. As you can see, this channel is completely monetized. So the only other thing you need to think about is how to create this style of video. But you don't need to worry about that, as I'm going to simplify the entire process of creating these AI debate videos. I'll guide you through everything, from coming up with topics for the debate to crafting arguments that keep viewers glued to the screen. Then we'll move on to creating voiceovers for participants and follow that with generating the image resources for the video. Finally, we'll dive into a short course on editing this style of video. We're going to be using quite a few prompts, so I've put them inside a Google Doc file, which you can find in the prompts channel of my Discord server. Additionally, I'll also include other image resources in the files channel. Simply look for the title AI Debate in both channels. You can find the link to the Discord in the description of this video. Guys, these prompts took days to put together, so I'd appreciate a like if you find the video helpful. It doesn't cost you anything, but it really helps me out and keeps me motivated to continue dropping more tutorials like this. To give you a quick glimpse of what we're about to create in this video, check out this short demo I made using the exact same strategy I'm about to walk you through.
We've configured advanced artificial intelligence models into neuroscience and philosophy experts to debate one of humanity's deepest questions. Do we truly have free will?
Hi, I'm neuroscientist AI.
And I'm libertarian philosopher AI.
Each round will be judged by 9 independent AI models trained to spot sharp logic and shaky claims.
That sounds interesting.
Stick around to see who wins. Don't cheat by skipping ahead. Round 1 kicks off with a bang. Human choices are entirely governed by physical laws.
Let me address that. Human choices are entirely governed by physical laws. Neuroscience has steadily unveiled how brain activity precedes conscious decision-making, indicating our choices emerge from deterministic neural processes.
You just asserted that Libet's experiments prove decisions are made before conscious awareness. Yet how do you explain more recent findings, like those by Sugar et al., which suggest that readiness potentials may reflect spontaneous fluctuations rather than predetermined intent?
Now, the first step is to come up with topics for your videos. You can start by checking out the kind of topics similar channels are creating. But to make things easier, I've put together a prompt that simplifies this process. First, head over to the Google Doc I mentioned earlier and look for this heading. Copy the full prompt and paste it into your preferred text generator. Feel free to use whichever one you prefer. But I'll be using ChatGPT for this demonstration, so go ahead and paste the prompt. You need to specify the number of topics that you want the AI to generate. So look for this placeholder and replace it with however many topics you want. In this case, I'll make it 20. Once you're done with that, scroll down to the bottom and do the same over here. Make sure you remove the square brackets in addition to the placeholder and replace them with the same number. Hit enter and wait for the AI to generate your topics. These topics look alright, so feel free to choose the one that you like. In case you don't find one, go ahead and regenerate for a whole new batch. Now, usually, this is where we generate our script for the video, but this style of content is quite unique, so we're going to do things differently. The first thing we're going to do is to come up with the themes for the debate. No need to worry if you know nothing about the topic you selected. That's what I'm here for. Simply go back to the Google Doc and look for this heading, copy everything under it, and paste it inside ChatGPT. You need to add your selected topic to the prompt, but before that, there's something you should understand. The prompt is structured to generate 8 to 20 themes for the debate. This can greatly affect the length of your content. After all, the more themes there are, the longer your debate could become, so you can increase or decrease it depending on how many themes you want for the debate. Once that's decided, replace this placeholder with your selected topic and hit enter. As you can see, the AI has generated 18 themes for the chosen topic. The next step is optional, so feel free to skip it when creating your content, but you need to understand why it can be useful. This is going to be a debate, so it's advisable to specify the participant roles to better help the AI effectively argue their points. It's quite easy to determine for topics like this one. Obviously, a debate like this will be between an atheist and a believer. On the other hand, some topics aren't so easy to determine which is where this step becomes necessary. So look for this heading inside the Google Doc and copy everything under it. Paste it inside ChatGPT and replace this placeholder with your chosen topic. Hit enter, and you should have your roles in a few seconds. As you can see, we have a neuroscientist arguing for the pro side of the debate and a libertarian philosopher arguing the opposite. Now here comes the fun part. While an interesting debate is essential for this style of video, all your effort will be wasted without a good introduction. So it needs to grab the attention of viewers and quickly prepare them for what comes next. You can come up with something yourself, but I've created a prompt that can simplify this part as well. Look for this heading in the Google Doc and copy everything under it. Now paste it inside ChatGPT and make these changes exactly as I'm going to describe. The first one is the topic, so copy the one you've chosen and replace this placeholder. Then move on to the second placeholder and replace it with the neuroscientist that will be taking the pro side of the debate, and replace the third one as well with the libertarian philosopher arguing against. You also need to go back to the themes that you generated for the topic and copy the first one. Keep in mind that it needs to be only the first theme and nothing else. Replace this placeholder with it, then scroll down and make similar changes to these other placeholders. So in total, you'll be making 7 placeholder changes. This may seem like a lot, but it's quite simple once you get used to it. Also, it might be better to create a template to easily manage the information you'll be getting from these prompts. I'll leave one for you in the resource folder I mentioned earlier. Once you're done with everything, hit enter and the AI will generate a simple but intriguing introduction that should work perfectly for your chosen topic. Read through it and make any changes if you want to make it unique. Now it's time to actually move on to the real debate. This is where things get interesting as you need to identify the AI tools that will be debating each other. Also, depending on how many judges you want for that specific video, you may employ more than 2 of these tools. I'll be using ChatGPT and Grok for this demonstration, but you can use DeepSeek, Qwen, and any other AI tools. Their paid versions are more powerful if you want better results, but the free versions work just as well. We'll be using 2 separate prompts, one the pro side of the debate and the other for the con. So look for this heading in the Google Doc and copy everything under it. I'll be using ChatGPT to argue for the pro side of the debate, but feel free to use whichever tool you prefer. Paste the prompt and replace this placeholder with your topic. You don't need to make any other change. Simply hit enter and the AI will ask you for the specific role it'll be taking for the debate. The pro side of our debate is a neuroscientist, so I'll add that and hit enter. Now the AI will ask for the first theme of the debate. All you have to do is copy it from the themes you generated, paste it, and hit enter. As you can see, the AI has created the first argument for the debate. If you look at the last sentence, you'll notice that it's also asking for the next theme. So you can paste subsequent themes, and it'll generate the arguments. For the opposite side of this debate, you can copy this prompt and paste it inside Grok or whichever AI tool you selected. Then repeat the same process as we did with ChatGPT. In case you paste the role that the AI should take and it also goes ahead and generates something like this, simply ignore it and go ahead with pasting your themes. Now this works perfectly, but only in cases where that particular AI is starting the argument for the theme. In cases where one AI has made a good point that needs to be argued by the opposing AI, you need to copy this prompt and paste it inside the AI that will be arguing. The cross-examination prompt works for both sides of the debate. All you have to do is specify the role it should take and also include the topic. Hit enter and the AI will request for the opposing AI's argument. Simply copy it from that AI and paste it. Hit enter again and the AI will generate the cross-examination. You can repeat this for any arguments that need a response for both sides of the debate. Now you also need one or more AI to score the arguments. As I said earlier, you can use as many advanced AI tools for this part as you need, but I'm going to use ChatGPT to grade these arguments. Simply copy this prompt from the Google Doc and paste it inside a new chat. You don't need to do anything here. Hit enter and the AI will ask you for the topic, theme, and arguments. I recommend waiting for the full debate to be completed before grading the arguments from each AI. We'll go through grading for the pro side of the debate, which is that of the neuroscientist. You can simply repeat the same process for the other side of the debate. This part is very important, so you need to pay close attention. First, you need to type topic just like this and paste the topic of the debate. Then hold Shift and hit enter twice to leave a space above. Type theme, go to the next line, and paste all your themes, making sure they're numbered. Once that's complete, hold Shift and hit enter twice to leave another space at the top. Type arguments, go to the next line, and paste your first argument that corresponds to the first theme. If there's space between the argument for that particular theme, make sure you close that. Then hold Shift and hit enter twice again to leave another space above. Paste your second argument and repeat this process till you're done with all the arguments. To make things easier, I'm going to leave a template for you in the Google Doc. Now hit enter and the AI will score each theme out of 50 points. Like I said earlier, I'm not going to repeat this for the other side of the debate as it's just the same process. The last thing we need to look at for this section is the conclusion of the video. Don't worry, I've made this part easy as well. Just copy this prompt and paste it inside ChatGPT. Replace this placeholder with your topic and hit enter. As you can see, the AI has provided a simple conclusion for your video. Now that the script is ready, it's time to generate the voiceover. For that, I recommend using 11 Labs if you've got a budget, but if you want a free alternative, Clipchamp works great. For this demonstration, I'm going to be using 11 Labs. The first thing you need to do is to find the voices that you'll be using. You need about 3 voices minimum for this style of video. 2 for the opposing sides of the debate, and 1 for the narrator. You can add another voice for the judges, or simply use the narrators. So head over to their voice library and select your preferred language. In this case, I'll go with English. Choose an accent, select the gender, age, and add a few voices that you like. Then with your preferred voice selected, paste the part of the script for that character. Depending on the voice you selected, you may need to tweak the voice a bit. In this case, I'm going to speed it up a bit. Hit generate and tweak the settings again if the results aren't good enough. Feel free to repeat this for your other characters, but once you're done, it's time to create the images for the video. You need a stage and a bunch of people for the debate scene, so I've created 2 prompts for both. Simply head over to your preferred image generator. In this case, I'll be using Google's ImageFX. Paste the prompt and choose 16:9 aspect ratio. Then hit generate and wait for the images to be ready. These images look alright, so I'll be using them. Like I said earlier, I'll be leaving all of these resources in the folder for you. If you want access to the character icons that the channel we're modeling uses, you can grab them from this website. However, they're paid, so unless you're willing to spend, the options we're about to go through may be better. Go to Flaticon and type this, followed by the action you want the character to be performing. Look through the results and download the one you want. Feel free to repeat it for every other character that you want. This is alright, but there may be cases where you can't find the exact image you're looking for, so it's a lot easier to create your own. For the default characters you'll need, simply copy their prompts from the Google Doc and paste it inside ImageFX. Change the aspect ratio to portrait this time and hit generate. As you can see, this image looks pretty good, but you can make changes to the character description if you want something else. I'll generate this other image as well as a few others for the video. All of this may seem long, but you only need to do this once. Also, I'm making them available so you can avoid this entire process. Once the images are ready, you need to remove the background for all except the image of the stage. This is very easy to do. Simply drag and drop the file inside Photopea to upload it. Then choose the magic wand tool and click the white background to select it. Hit delete on the keyboard and the background should be gone. Now you can export the image as a PNG file. Repeat this for any other images you'll be using and export them all in the same image format. I'll also download this AI image from Vecteezy, drop the EPS file inside Photopea, remove the background, and also hide these lines, leaving only this part of the image. Now it's finally time to edit the video. You can use Premiere Pro or any other video editor you want, but CapCut works just fine for this style of video. So open it and import all your files, including the voiceover and images. Then drag and drop the voiceover inside the timeline. If it has long pauses like this one, go through and remove them all. To make it easier, keep playing it to ensure that you're removing just enough for the narration to still flow and sound naturally. Unfortunately, CapCut doesn't have a shortcut to simplify this process, so it has to be done manually. Once you're done cleaning up the voiceover, bring in some random stock footage of something being printed on the screen. In this case, I downloaded a coding background from Vecteezy. I want it to be faster, so I'm going to increase the speed like this. One other important part is to make sure we have the right video dimension. So hit ratio and select 16:9 aspect ratio. Next, I'll add this image, scale it down, and move it to the left. Then I'll add another coding video right below the image, scale it down and move it here so it looks like the code is running on the character's computer. I'll speed that up as well. Add this AI circuit image, and maybe grab this white background image from the library. Drop it behind our AI image, scale, and position it here. Now go to text and grab the default one. Change the color to black and change the text to AI. Move it here and maybe change the font. Feel free to choose whichever one you prefer, but I'll go with this one and scale it up a bit. Next, add this white line behind the AI image and add a mask. Then move this mask to hide the line and set a keyframe. Go forward to the point where you want the line to be fully or partially visible and draw the mask to reveal it. Duplicate the line image a few times and position them like this to create this effect. Select the lines we just created as well as the AI image and create a compound clip. Then with the compound clip selected, go to Animations and choose an entrance animation for the AI. This one seems alright, so I'll select it and also increase the duration slightly. Add an entrance animation for the text as well, and maybe move it forward, so it doesn't start at the same time that the AI image shows up. To add an entrance animation to the character behind the computer, let's select these 2 layers and create a compound clip. Now go ahead and add whichever animation you want to use. I'll go with this one. Don't forget to trim your clips according to the flow of your narration. Next, bring in the AI image again, scale it down slightly and position it to the left. Then duplicate the layer and move the duplicate to the right. Bring in the images of our 2 characters. This one is looking the other way, so hit mirror to flip it to face our other character and position them appropriately. Feel free to add entrance animations to both of our characters. After playing the narration once more, I think it's better to move this scene forward and bring in the AI image again. Scale it down and move it to the left once again. Then duplicate and move it to the right. Bring in this line image and scale it down. The image is quite short, so we need to increase the width without impacting the height. Uncheck Uniform Scale, and now you can stretch the width like this. Then add this split mask, rotate it like this, and hit reverse so that the line looks like it's being revealed as the mask moves forward. Make sure you're at the start of the clip and then add a keyframe. Move forward and drag the mask to reveal the full line. Now duplicate the layer a few times and position them like this. Feel free to repeat this for the other AI image as well. I have this white background, which I'll add, scale, and position it over the left image, duplicate, and position the duplicate over the right image. Now the first scene looks alright, but to add a bit of excitement, I'm going to scale this image down and add a text layer. Don't forget to extend it to match the duration of the scene. Paste this text from the introduction and break it into a few lines. Position it to the top left and add an entrance animation. Feel free to choose the duration you want and choose your preferred color. For the font, let's go with the same one. Now, if you take a look at the introduction, it looks a bit more interesting. For the second scene, I'm going to drop a text in here and clean up these clips by creating a compound clip. Instead of using a normal text, I'll replace this with a few emojis that represent the ideas of each side of the debate. No need to worry about how to create this. You can use ChatGPT. I'll split the text layer up like this, making sure each one has a different emoji, and also repeat this step for the images at the right side. For the third scene where the two characters show up, you need to add their roles, making sure they're in the same colors as the characters. Also, don't forget to add entrance animations to these texts. For the next scene where the judges show up, add this image to the timeline. Feel free to generate different versions of the judges with ImageFX. Just make sure you modify the prompt that I've provided. But for this demonstration, I'm simply going to duplicate the same image to match the number of judges the script mentioned. To add a bit of differentiation, go to Adjust and play around with these settings till each of the characters has a unique color. Then add a new text layer, extend it a bit and change the text to these AI tool names. Scale the text down, position it here, duplicate the text, rename, and position them like this till all the judges have been named. Once everything looks good, select all these layers from the scene and create a compound clip. Now you can add a simple entrance animation like this one. You can also add a text layer, change the text, resize, move it to the bottom, and also add an entrance animation. Now, to add a bit of excitement, I'm going to add a scene from a movie, so go to Get Yarn and search for the phrase you're looking for. In this case, I want a scene from a movie where someone uses the phrase, "That sounds interesting." This one from The Big Bang Theory seems perfect, but one issue with these clips is that the quality is usually quite low. However, the clips show exactly where the scenes were taken from, so feel free to grab that scene from your favorite streaming site and import it inside CapCut. Before adding it to the timeline, select everything from the right and move them forward. Then drag and drop your clip and trim it, leaving only the part you need. Once that's done, select everything to the right again and move them back. I'm going to add some two text layers here, change the text like this, and add a black background image as well. Next, I'll bring in this video of the car drifting that I downloaded from Pixabay. I want the black background and text to still be visible for this scene, but they seem to be covering the part of the screen that should be visible, so I'm going to move them to the right side. I'll add this image of the AI, making sure it's directly above the moving car. Now set a keyframe, move forward a few frames, and move the image along with the car, making it look like the car is moving along with the image. You don't need any complicated motion tracking here. Next, add this image as well as the default text and replace it with your first theme. Feel free to change the color and font. You need a pixel-style loading animation. However, the one I found is paid, so we need a free workaround. Simply duplicate this text and change it to loading. Scale it down and choose this VCR EAS font. Now for the loading bar, grab this one with the white background and drop it inside the timeline. Go to Remove BG and use the chroma key to select the white background. Use the crop tool to trim as much of the background as necessary, leaving only the loading bar. Feel free to position it properly. To make sure that the progress bar ends along with the narration, go to speed and increase it till it matches. We want the loading bar to still show after it's complete, so I'll freeze the last frame. I'll also bring in the first participant to announce the start, making sure there's a short entrance animation as well, and trim it. Now it's time to prepare the stage for the debate, so I'll bring in the stage as well and the crowd. Make sure the crowd image is positioned at the bottom here and then bring in our characters. Add this AI image as well and adjust the settings to make sure you change the white color. Position it here and repeat for this other image. Next, you need to add the titles for both of our characters, making sure their colors correspond. I think the characters will look better sitting on the stage, so I'll select all of these clips and move them to the bottom. You need to add a timer, so add this 10-minute one and use the chroma key to remove the black background. Now play around with the adjustment settings till the timer has the color that you want. The timer should only show for the duration of the character's speech, so I'll trim it like this, leaving only the duration we want and scale it down. Position it at the top here and add this text. Don't forget to repeat this for the parts where the second character is also speaking. Now it's time to add captions, so go to Text, Auto Captions, and hit Generate. You don't need this part, so delete that, leaving only the part for the debate. With the captions selected, look through the available templates till you find one that you want. You can also go to Animations, Captions, and choose one of the available animations. For this demonstration, I'm simply going to move the captions to the center of the stage, change the color to match the color of the first character, and also choose your preferred font. For parts where the second character is speaking, change the color to that of the characters. There's one important thing you need to do. For the part where the narrator warns not to skip ahead, select all of these files and paste them here. Then right-click and create a compound clip. Move the clip to where you want the effect to show and increase the speed. Don't forget to add the image of the hand holding the TV remote. The final step is to add sound effects. You can download these from Pixabay and then add them to the appropriate part of your video. I'm simply going to add a few of these sound effects. Feel free to trim any longer ones and even decrease the volume if necessary. Once that's done, you can export your video at 1080p, 2 or 4K resolution. A few of my subscribers recently brought my attention to this channel called Beyond the Veil that is killing it with a very simple style of content. As you can see from here, the channel posted their first video only 6 months ago. But within this short time, they've already amassed more than 110,000 subscribers from just 68 videos. And if you take a look at their videos, some of them are raking in hundreds of thousands of views. The interesting part is that the channel is simply creating videos on spirituality and mysticism. You know, stuff like consciousness, ascension, enlightenment, and interpretations of ancient sacred texts. But here's the real kicker. The way they're creating these videos is fascinating. They're using AI to generate the stories and then editing them with this video technique that's been blowing up on YouTube lately. What's really interesting is that Beyond the Veil isn't the only channel crushing it in this niche. There's another one that's only been around for about a year, and it's already pulled in over 160,000 subscribers, racking up some seriously impressive views on their videos. Now, if you're thinking that you need to be an expert in this field to produce this kind of content, I have some news for you. You don't need to know anything about spirituality, enlightenment, or any of that. In fact, these videos can be made in about 30 minutes using almost entirely free AI tools. That's what makes this niche a perfect fit for anyone looking for a niche that won't take much of your time while still being very monetizable. You can check monetization yourself with tools like NextLev, YT Large, or YouTube Monetization Checker. As you can see, this channel is fully monetized. And to make things even easier, I'm going to carry you through the entire process of creating content like this. We'll cover everything from finding topics for this niche to actually creating the scripts. Then we'll look at generating images using free tools, and proceed with creating the voiceover using both free and paid tools. Before we move on to editing, I'll show you how you can enhance the resolution of the images using a completely free tool, and then proceed to editing the final video. Finally, I'll show you how you can easily create thumbnails for this niche. To make things even simpler, I've spent a lot of time creating and refining some handy prompts that you can use to streamline this entire process. You can find them in a Google Doc available in the prompts channel of my Discord server. Just look for the link under the title Spirituality. If you aren't on my Discord yet, I'll be leaving the link in the description of this video and also on my channel page. Guys, these prompts typically take a while to create, so I would appreciate a like if you find this helpful. It really helps the channel and lets me know you want more content like this. Now, before we get started, check out this short demo I created using the exact strategy we're about to go through in this video.
There are texts that whisper, and then there are those that roar across the centuries, their echoes rippling through time like a stone cast into the still waters of human consciousness. The Book of Enoch is such a text, an ancient manuscript, once revered, then buried, now resurfacing in an age hungry for answers that lie beyond the sanctioned narratives of history. To open its pages is not merely to read. It is to step into a corridor of forgotten memory, where the boundaries between myth and history blur, where angels descend not as ethereal messengers, but as rebels, teachers, and perhaps even architects of human destiny.
The first step is finding a topic for your video. You can look at what's already working in the niche and create something around those high-performing topics. But like I mentioned earlier, I've already put together some prompts to make this process easier. Just open the Google Doc and look for this heading, copy everything under it, and head over to your favorite AI text generator. You can use ChatGPT, DeepSeek, or QWen. If you're on ChatGPT's Plus plan, go ahead and use that. Otherwise, I'd recommend DeepSeek or Qwen since they're great alternatives. For this demonstration, I'll be using DeepSeek, so go ahead and paste the prompt. There's no need to tweak much here, just scroll down to the bottom and specify how many topics you want the AI to generate. You can choose as many as you like, but for this example, I'll go with 20. Once that's done, you can go ahead, hit enter, and then wait for DeepSeek to create the topics. As you can see, DeepSeek has generated 20 unique topics that can be used for the video. Go through the list and pick the one that stands out to you. If nothing catches your eye, you can simply regenerate and get a fresh batch of ideas. Now that you've got your topic, the next step is writing the script. And like I said earlier, you don't need any prior knowledge of spirituality or sacred texts. Just head over to the Google Doc, find this heading, and copy everything under it. Now, go to DeepSeek and paste the prompt. We'll make a few small adjustments, but before we do, there's something important to keep in mind. If you look at the channel we're modeling, you'll notice most of their videos fall somewhere between 20 to 40 minutes, with a few exceptions. So the prompt is structured to generate scripts between 3,500 and 7,000 words. You can tweak this range if you want a longer or shorter script. But if you're going to do this, you should take note of this next point. AI text generators have problems generating longer scripts. So the prompt is structured to break them down into sections with the word count for each section ranging between 600 and 1,200. So if you're adjusting the overall word count of the script, you'll also need to tweak the word count for each section accordingly. Now let's make a few changes to the prompt. First, replace the placeholder with the topic you selected. For this demonstration, I'll use the last book of Enoch Explained, The Truth About Fallen Angels and Human Origins. Next, scroll down slightly and update the placeholder for section 1 with the same title. Do the same for sections 2 and 3. No need to make changes to sections 4 and 5. Just scroll down to the last placeholder and replace it with the topic. In total, there are 5 placeholders that need to be updated with your topic. This step is very important, so double-check that you've replaced every single one before hitting enter to generate the first part of your script. It only takes a moment, but as you can see, DeepSeek has generated the first part of the script. To proceed with the next section, you simply need to prompt the AI to continue, and it will generate the second part. Just keep repeating this process for the remaining sections until the entire script is complete. Once the script is done, it's time to generate the voiceover. There are plenty of AI voice generators you can use for this, but if you're looking for a free option, Clipchamp is a solid choice. Feel free to check it out. But for this demonstration, I'll be using 11 Labs since it's one of the best out there. It's a freemium tool, but free users get 10,000 characters per month, which is pretty generous. Head over to the 11 Labs voice library and browse through the available voices until you find one you like. To make things easier, use the filters. Select English as the language, choose an American accent, set the gender to male, and pick an age range. I'll go with a middle-aged voice. Now listen to a few samples until you find one that works. This one sounds pretty good, so I'll use it. Just paste the narration and hit generate. If it doesn't sound quite right, tweak the settings until you get something that fits your style. Now that the narration is ready, it's time to generate the images for the video using our preferred image generator. But before that, we need prompts that we can give to the image generator. This part is equally easy since I've created a prompt that does the heavy lifting for you. So go to the Google Doc and copy everything under this heading, paste it inside DeepSeek, and make these changes. First, you need to specify the number of image prompts that you want to generate. In this case, I'll choose 20. Then you also need to specify your selected topic. So remove this placeholder and replace it with the topic. Once that's done, scroll down to the bottom and remove this last placeholder and paste your selected topic again before you hit enter. In just a few seconds, DeepSeek will generate 20 unique prompts that you can use to create your visuals. If you decide you need more or fewer images, just tweak the original prompt to adjust the number accordingly. The next step is to generate the images. Feel free to use any premium image generator, but we are going to be using 2 free options, Leonardo AI and Google's Image FX. I'm sure you already know about Leonardo AI, but if you're new to Google Image FX, it's a completely free image generator by Google that produces some really impressive results. We will look at it soon, but first, let's go to Leonardo AI and select Image Creation. Once you are on the image generation page, you need to go to the presets and choose this Phoenix model. Close the pop-up and come to Image Dimensions. Now normally we'd select 16:9 aspect ratio for long-form content, but we're going to try something different. Let's choose 2:3 portrait aspect ratio. You'll understand why when we start editing. Go ahead and paste the first prompt inside the text area. You can make changes to the prompt if you want, but it works perfectly this way. So just hit generate and wait for Leonardo AI to do its magic. Check out these images. They look pretty cool, so we can go ahead and try some of the other prompts. These ones are equally impressive, so feel free to download as many as you need for your narration. Now let's try these prompts with Google Image FX. You can simply search for the name on Google or look for the link in the description of this video. If you don't have an account, go ahead and create one. Once that's done, you'll be directed to this page. Paste the prompt inside this text area and move down to the aspect ratio. Again, we will select the 3:4 for portrait and hit create. Image generation from this tool is pretty fast. It typically takes around 10 to 30 seconds for the images to be ready. Now check out our first batch of images. The quality is very impressive, and the best part is that the tool is completely free, so you can generate as many images as you want. Check out these images as well. They look just as impressive as the previous ones. One thing I noticed is that Leonardo AI seems to prevent generating some images even for this niche, but Google Image FX doesn't seem to have that same issue. I'm sure it may have limitations on the kind of images that may be considered inappropriate, but it seems to be better at differentiating between normal prompts that may contain sensitive words and inappropriate image prompts. Now that the images are done, it's time to move on to editing. But before that, there are two very important things we need to do. First is that we need to generate the quote that shows up on screen at the beginning of each video, and secondly, we need to enhance the quality of our images. For the first part, you need to go back to the Google Doc and copy this prompt, paste it inside DeepSeek, and make sure you copy the topic of your video. Remove this placeholder and replace it with your topic. Then scroll down and do the same with these other two placeholders. Once that's done, hit enter and DeepSeek will generate a short quote for you. The second thing we need to do is enhance the images. This part isn't compulsory, so feel free to skip it. But the final results will have a higher quality if you do it this way. Additionally, video enhancers can be quite expensive as well as time-consuming, so it's a lot easier to enhance the images first before editing. The tool I recommend for this is Upscale with a Y. It's free to install on your computer and works for both Windows and Mac. Once it's installed, you can add individual images and enhance their resolution separately, but that can take too much time. Instead, it's better to do them all at once. You should put your image files in a single folder. Then check Batch Upscale and select the folder that contains your files. Next, choose your preferred model as well as the scale you want to enhance. For these images, 3 or 2 times should work perfectly. Hit Upscale and the process should begin. The duration typically depends on the speed of your computer and the number of images, so the entire process could take anywhere from a few seconds to a couple of minutes. Now it's time to edit the video. You can use any video editor you prefer, but CapCut works perfectly, so I'll be using that one. The first thing you need to do is to open CapCut and import all your images as well as the narration. Go to Text and grab the default one. Drop it inside the timeline and replace the text with the quote DeepSeek generated. Make sure you remove the author name and break the phrase into 2 or more lines. Feel free to make changes to the color as well as choose your preferred font. Something simple and easily readable is recommended. I'll choose this one. Next, go to Animation and select one for the entrance. You can choose whichever one you prefer, but the type 1 or 2 work perfectly, so I'll choose this one. Also, increase the duration to something like this. Next, I'll copy the text layer and paste it right after the entrance animation has ended. With the new layer selected, go to Animation and remove the entrance animation from that clip for now. Then add the author text and drag it below the quote. Now, you can go back to Animation and add this fade-in animation. Increase the duration as well and extend the first text layer so that it ends at the same time as the second one. You need to add a sound effect, so go to Audio, Sound Effect, and search for Typing. Play a few and drag whichever one you prefer onto the timeline. Make sure you trim it so the sound effect ends around the same time as the entrance animation. Once everything looks good, select both text layers and create a compound clip. Move the compound clip to the cover layer and bring in your narration, beginning at the same time that the compound clip ends. AI voices are getting better, but they still have long pauses, so you need to go through and remove them. Keep in mind that this style of narration still requires some pauses, so keep playing to avoid removing too much. Once the cleanup is done, don't forget to change the aspect ratio of your project to 16:9. Then bring in your first image and scale it to fit the full width of your video. Move the image up and drag this line to the beginning of the image. Go to Transform and set a keyframe. Move the line to where you want the image layer to end and drag the image down like this. Now when you play it, you get something like this. How long you're going to keep each image on screen typically depends on the story or your personal preference. Bring in the next image and repeat the same process with the keyframe. This is mostly what you'll be doing with the remainder of your images. But once you're done arranging every single one of them, the next step is to add transitions. You don't need any complicated transitions, something simple will do just fine. So you can either go with mix, blink, or fade in. Drag whichever one you prefer and drop it between your layers. Now this next part depends on your personal preference, but you can go to Audio, Sound Effect, and search for a click sound. Drag one below the transition. Make sure that the transition line is directly between the sound bars of the sound effect. You need to repeat this with every other transition, so select it and apply to the rest of the clips. Bring in the sound effect and make sure it's properly positioned. Next, you need to add a filter, so go through the available options and test out as many as you want. If you want better control over this, I recommend going to Adjustment, then drag it into your timeline and stretch it to cover the full video. Select the adjustment layer and play around with the settings till you get the look you're going for. Next, go to Effect and search for Film Frame. You can use any of these options, but this first one works perfectly, so grab it and drop it inside the timeline. Make sure you don't drop it on any of the clips. It needs to be above. Then extend it to match the duration of your full video. Now it's time to add captions, so go to Text, Auto Captions, and hit Generate. You can keep the captions exactly where they are or move them to the middle. Then go to Templates and look through till you find the one that you want. The final step before we export the video is to add the background music. You can download something from YouTube's audio library or from a platform like Shosik. Import it inside CapCut and add it to your timeline. The background music is almost inaudible in these videos, so decrease the volume significantly and trim any excess. The video is looking good, so you can export it at either 2 or 4K resolution. The final step is to create the thumbnail. These thumbnails are quite simple and can fully be generated with AI. So go to the Google Doc and copy this prompt. Paste it inside DeepSeek and replace the placeholder with the topic of your video. Hit enter, and DeepSeek will generate a simple prompt that you can use to create your thumbnail. You can use any image generator to create the image. But keep in mind that some of these thumbnails may include some form of text. So whichever image generator you choose needs to be very good at text generation. I'll paste the prompt inside Google Image Effects and make sure the 16:9 aspect ratio is selected. Hit create, and the images should be ready in a few seconds. As you can see, it did a pretty good job with the image as well as the text. This is good, but let's try generating it with ChatGPT's new update. This feature is available to free users with limitations, of course. So paste that prompt and include the 16:9 aspect ratio. Hit enter, and your image should be ready in a short while. Check this out. It did a pretty good job with both the text and image, so feel free to use ChatGPT for the thumbnail. I don't think the image is exactly 16:9, so you may need to import it inside your preferred image editor and change the aspect ratio to 16:9. I'm sure we've all seen these hilarious videos that are going viral all over social media. You know, the ones where people turn random Instagram and TikTok comments into catchy songs. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, take a look at this channel that's arguably the biggest in this new but already trending niche. What's crazy is that their oldest video isn't even a year old, yet they're already pulling in millions of views even on their latest uploads. All this channel is doing is taking funny, emotional, or random comments about any specific subject or random post and turning them into full-blown songs. And somehow these songs are so ridiculously catchy that people can't get enough of them. Oh, and if you're thinking that this kind of content can't be monetized, check this out. Yes, they're monetized, and not only that, but they've also got these songs streaming on Spotify and Apple Music. The best part is that this kind of chat music is ridiculously easy to make, and I'm going to show you the entire process in just a few steps, so stick with me to the end. And hey, if you find this video helpful, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button so you're the first to know whenever I break down a new trending niche. First things first, you need to create an SEO-optimized channel and brand it. So head over to YouTube and click on your profile picture. Then, select Switch Account and hit View All Channels. Next, click Create New Channel, and YouTube will ask you to pick a username. If you already have one in mind, perfect, go with it. If not, no stress. So normally this is where ChatGPT comes in. But for this video, we're switching things up and using DeepSeek. If you haven't heard of it, it's basically a ChatGPT alternative that delivers results on par with a paid ChatGPT subscription. First, head over to DeepSeek and paste this command asking for a few channel name ideas for this type of channel. You'll find this prompt as well as every other prompt used for this video inside a Google Doc on my Discord server. You'll find the link in the description and on my channel page. Feel free to tweak the prompt to specify how many channel names you want. Once you're done with these changes, go ahead and generate your channel names. If you don't like the results from this batch, simply regenerate until you find one that clicks. Once you've settled on a channel name, paste it into YouTube and create your channel. Now it's time to write a channel description, so head back to DeepSeek and paste this prompt requesting a simple description for the channel. Replace this with the name of your new channel and hit enter to generate the description. Now that your channel is all set up, the next step is to add tags to boost your channel's SEO. You can include tags like chat music, comment songs, AI music, and any other phrases that fit this niche. Think about what your audience might be searching for and add those keywords. It's a small step, but it can make a big difference in getting your channel noticed. While you're at it, make sure to specify the category your niche falls under. For this kind of video, you can either choose entertainment or music. Next up, you need to create a logo for your new channel. Here's how to do it. Head over to the Google Doc I mentioned earlier and copy this entire prompt. Then paste it into DeepSeek and specify the number of prompts you want to generate. Now hit enter and DeepSeek will generate a few prompts that you can test out for your logo. You can use your preferred image generator, but I personally like Ideogram for logos. Just paste your chosen prompt into Ideogram, make sure you select this aspect ratio and hit generate. Give it a few minutes and your logo will be ready. If you don't like the results, test out the other prompts DeepSeek generated till you find what you want. Once you've found your preferred image, simply upload it to your channel page. The last step before we move on to the video is to create a banner. The channel we're modeling doesn't use a banner, but if you want to add one, you can generate something simple using AI. Copy this prompt from the Google Doc and paste it inside DeepSeek. Replace the content of this bracket with your preferred channel name and hit enter. As you can see, DeepSeek has generated 20 unique banner prompts that you can test. Feel free to use any image generator of your choice, but Ideogram is one of the best when it comes to text. Paste the first prompt inside the text field and change the aspect ratio to 16:9. Hit generate and your banner should be ready in a few minutes. Check out these cool images. If you don't like the result, simply try out any of the other prompts. Now that your channel is set up, it's time to create the video. This part is pretty easy as comment videos are some of the simplest to make. The first and most important step is finding a video with tons of funny comments. You can check out trending videos on TikTok or Instagram. Anything from controversial topics to viral moments or even hype around an upcoming movie. So go wild with the ideas. You can even use comments from a video like this one. Just keep in mind that some comments might not be appropriate for certain audiences, so make sure you understand your target audience. Once you've chosen the post you want to base your video on, make sure it has enough interesting comments that can make your video exciting to viewers. Go through as many of the comments as necessary to identify the ones you want to use. Oh, and before I forget, make sure you change the TikTok or Instagram theme to light. You can keep the black theme if you want to stand out, but most of the videos I've seen use the light theme. Now go back to the video page and copy whichever funny comments that fits the vibe you want for the video. Maybe you want dark humor or something a lot more cheerful. Simply copy as many of such comments as you want, and don't forget to also grab a screenshot of each of these comments. The screenshot should show both the comment, profile name, and picture. Don't worry about copyright here as this is public information, so using them shouldn't get you into any trouble for this style of video. To make things easy, make sure you paste each copied comment inside a text editor and also appropriately name the screenshots for easy identification. The process doesn't need to be boring as these creative comments will definitely give you something to smile or laugh over. Keep this up till you're satisfied with the number of comments you have for the video. From there, you can head back to DeepSeek and paste this prompt that you'll find in the Google Doc I mentioned earlier. It's simply asking the AI to turn the chats into a continuous flowing song. Feel free to make any changes to the prompt to reflect the way you want to structure the song. Then paste the comments that you copied and hit enter. As you can see, the AI didn't only create the lyrics, but added a beat style, melody, and vocal approach. This is really useful, but these details may not always fit perfectly with the vibe you're going for. So I recommend testing these first and then making any changes if necessary. Now it's time to create the song. Feel free to use any music generator of your choice, but two of the best on the market are Suno and Udio. Simply head over to their website and create a free account. Both tools provide some pretty generous free credits, so you can experiment till you're satisfied with the result. To create the music, hit this button and you'll see an interface where you can add all the details. You can give a thorough description of the kind of song you want, including the music style and any other relevant details. Go ahead and paste the information that DeepSeek provided into the text area. Since you want to add your own lyrics, select Custom, then paste the lyrics. Feel free to tweak the song description if needed. Once everything looks good, go ahead and create your music. If you don't like the result, feel free to make changes to the song description. You get to be as creative as you want with the style of music. These AI tools are so powerful, you can even try something like Afrobeat or reggae. so go wild with the song description. If you're using Suno, on the other hand, make sure you check custom and paste your lyrics here. For the music style, you need to decrease the amount of characters as Suno has a limit on that. Besides that, the process is very similar to Udio. So feel free to give both these tools a spin to determine your preferred one for the style of music that you want. One other thing you might notice from the channel we're modeling is the fact that they use the same beat for most of their songs. This is pretty simple to do, but you may need a paid subscription to access the necessary features for this trick. So the first step is to create the track without the lyrics. You need to check instrumental and add the description of the kind of beat you want. Make sure you don't include the lyrics. Test out as many results as necessary till you find what you want. You can even upload any custom beat you have, and these tools will add your lyrics. There's even an option to copy the style and voice from another music to your own, although that particular feature is still in beta. But once you're satisfied with the result, the next step is to go ahead with editing the video. We'll be using CapCut for that, but before you jump into editing, make sure you download the original video you want to use for the song. If it's an image, simply go ahead and take a screenshot. For TikTok videos, you can use a tool like this one. You simply need to paste the link and hit this button. Alternatively, you can use a screen recorder. Just make sure you're capturing both the video and audio. Now import the soundtrack, snapshots, and the video inside CapCut to begin editing. The first thing you need to do is to add the video to the timeline. CapCut typically takes the dimensions of the first file you add to the timeline. So change the aspect ratio to 16:9 for long form. You're going to see why this is necessary when the video is ready for export. Bring in the soundtrack and position it at the end of the imported video. Now, with the line on the last frame of the video, hit this button to freeze that frame. Then expand the frozen frame till you reach the end of the soundtrack. Next, bring in a white background image and scale it to fit the width of the video. Now you can add the first comment according to the flow of the soundtrack and position it over the white image. You can even trim the edges of the comment if necessary, so it doesn't overflow when the size is increased. Depending on the flow of the soundtrack, you can head over to Mask and add this horizontal one to the image. Hit this button to reverse the mask and add a keyframe where you want to start the next reveal. Move forward and drag the mask, making sure the reveal matches the flow of the soundtrack. Bring in your second comment, resize it, or move the background up to cover it completely. Repeat this process for every other comment you'll be using for the video till you reach the end of the soundtrack. The best part about this style of video is that it works seamlessly for both long-form and short-form content. That means you can export it twice, one for each format. Here's how to do it. First, hit Export and choose 2K resolution for the long-form video. Once that's done, go back, change the aspect ratio to 9:16 and export it again either in 1080p or 2K resolution for short-form content. Simple as that. The final step is to create a thumbnail for the video. You can use your preferred image editor or Photopea, but before you create the project, you need two important things. First is an image of the character from the video with a transparent background. So grab a snapshot of the character and head over to Adobe Background Remover. Upload the image and wait for the process to be completed. It typically takes about half a minute, but as you can see, it's done a pretty good job getting rid of the background. The second thing you need is a smoke background. So head over to Vecteezy or any preferred image repository and grab something like this. Make sure whichever file you choose is free to avoid any copyright issues. Once your file has been downloaded successfully, head over to Photopea and create a new project with 2560 width and 1440 height. The first thing you need to do here is to import the background image and scale it. If you notice that the image isn't showing, simply drag the layer above the white background. Now scale it to cover the full canvas and bring in the transparent image of the character. One mistake you should avoid is this. As you can see, the snapshot I took of the character has text on top of it. So make sure you grab a frame without the text when creating your thumbnail. Now scale the character appropriately and make sure it's centered on the canvas. Then add one of the chat images, scale it and position it here. Bring in a second image, scale and position it right below the first image. Repeat these two steps with two other images, except that this time around, you'll be aligning them on the right. If you find that the height of the image on the right is visibly longer than the one on the left, double-click that layer and use this crop tool to resize it appropriately. Then press Ctrl+S to save changes and head back to the main project. Scale and position the image appropriately and make any other relevant changes. Once everything looks good, head over to File and export your thumbnail as a PNG or JPEG file. Faceless channels are blowing up this year with channels like this raking in unbelievable numbers in record time. The channel is called One Bible Verse, and they posted their first video barely a month ago. But within that time, They've already amassed close to 50,000 subscribers from just 6 videos. And this isn't from short-form views. If you take a closer look at the channel, you'll notice that they're only posting long-form content, with their first video alone already bringing in more than 2.2 million views. That's how viral their strategy is. And if you think this is just a one-time thing, another video has also brought in more than 500,000 views, all from a channel that's just a month old. The best part is that the channel is simply creating videos focused on biblical insights, spiritual motivation, and personal growth. But somehow, they're delivering this in such a compelling way that viewers can't stop watching. And if you're wondering whether this channel is even monetized at all, you can check monetization yourself with tools like NextLev or a tool like YT-Large. As you can see, this channel is fully monetized. To make things even easier, I'm going to walk you through the entire process of creating content like this. We'll cover everything from finding topics for this niche to actually writing the scripts. Then we'll look at generating images and move on to voiceover. From there, I'll show you a simple way to modify the images, and finally, we'll move on to editing the videos in the same style as these creators. To make things easier, I've created a Google Doc that contains every single prompt I'll be using in this video. You can find it in the prompt channel of my Discord server. Just look for the name One Bible Verse, and you'll find the document right under the title. I'll be leaving the link to the Discord server in the video description. Oh, and you can also find it on my channel page. Guys, these prompts typically take a while to create, so I'd really appreciate a like if you find them helpful. To give you a glimpse of what we're about to create in this video, check out this short demo I made using the exact same strategy I'm about to show you.
It's not just coincidence. Many church members are marrying outside their church, and the reasons behind it are deeper, more spiritual, and sometimes more shocking than most people are willing to admit. You sit in the pews every Sunday, worshiping next to someone you've known for years. Yet when it's time to choose a spouse, something pulls you beyond those walls, and that pull is often a reflection of what the church refuses to confront. One hidden reason is that the church environment sometimes cultivates performance over authenticity. People wear spiritual masks so well that genuine connection becomes impossible, and you can't marry a mask. You crave realness, not rehearsed holiness. And when the only version of someone you know is their Sunday morning self, trust becomes difficult.
Now, the first step is to find a topic for the video. It's actually quite easy to come up with topics for this style of video, so feel free to get creative. But to simplify the entire process, head over to the Google Doc I mentioned earlier and look for the heading I've provided. Copy the prompt and go to your preferred text generator. I'll be using ChatGPT for this demonstration, but both DeepSeek and Qwen work perfectly, so feel free to use whichever one you prefer. Go ahead and paste the prompt into the text area. You don't need to change much here. Simply scroll down to the bottom until you find the placeholder. Remove it and specify the total number of topics you want the AI to generate. You can ask for as many as you like, but I'll go with 20. Hit enter, and your topics will be ready within a few seconds. As you can see, it's generated some pretty cool ones that we can use for the video. Look through them and select whichever one you prefer. If you don't like any of the results, just go ahead and regenerate for a fresh batch of topics. Once you've selected the topic for your video, it's time to move on to actually creating the script. This part is just as simple. Go to the Google Doc and look for this heading. Copy everything under it and go back to ChatGPT. Paste the copied prompt into the text area and make one change. You need to add your chosen topic. So make sure you've copied it, and then replace the placeholder with your chosen topic. Now, before you hit enter, there's something you need to know. This style of video is typically quite short, around 4 to 6 minutes. So the prompts are structured to produce a similar word count, around 600 to 900 words. But you can make changes if you want to create something longer. Once that's done, you don't need to make any additional edits. Simply hit enter and wait for ChatGPT to generate your script. You can read through and make any necessary changes, but the introduction and the overall script usually come out pretty solid, so you can go ahead and use it as is. Now that the script is done, it's time to generate the voiceover. There are plenty of AI voice generators you can use for this part, but if you're looking for a free option, Clipchamp is a great choice, so feel free to check it out. However, for this demonstration, I'll be using 11 Labs since it's one of the best available. It's a freemium tool, but free users get 10,000 characters per month, which is pretty generous. Head over to their voice library and browse through the available voices until you find one you like. To make things easier, you can use the filters. Just make sure you select your preferred language. In this case, English. Choose an American accent, set the gender to male, and select the age range for the voice you want to use. I'll go with a young voice. Listen to a few samples until you find one that works. This one sounds alright, so I'll use it. Now paste the narration and hit generate. If it doesn't sound good enough, you can tweak the settings until you find what works for you. Now that the narration is ready, it's time to generate the images we'll be using for the video. But before that, we need prompts to give to the image generator. I recommend going through the story yourself and coming up with images that would best fit each scene. However, I've created 2 separate prompts to help you through this process. The first one is the most important, as it can generate as many prompts as you request for the story. This is useful, but since AI isn't perfect, I created the second prompt as a backup. Let's start with the first one. Copy the prompt under this heading and paste it inside ChatGPT. We're going to make a few changes here. Go through the prompt, and wherever you see number of prompts, replace it with the total number of images you want to create for your video. In this case, I'll choose 20. So I'll change the first 3 instances, then move to the bottom of the prompt and change that one as well. You also need to add your script, so make sure you find and copy it. Then remove the placeholder and paste the copied script. This step is very important, so make sure you're pasting the full thing. Once that's done, hit enter and wait for ChatGPT to generate the prompts. These are pretty solid, so you can use them as they are. But as I mentioned earlier, AI isn't perfect. There may be parts in your story that require an image that the AI didn't generate a prompt for. To solve this, go back to the Google Doc and copy this second prompt. What this one does is allow you to input a small part of your script, and the AI will generate a prompt specifically for that scene. Simply paste the prompt into ChatGPT and scroll down to this part, where it says to insert the excerpt from your script. Then copy the portion of the narration you want to generate the image for and replace the placeholder with it. Once you're done, hit enter and ChatGPT will generate a single prompt that you can use to create that particular image. You can even use this method throughout your entire story, instead of letting the AI decide which parts require images. The next step is to generate the images. Feel free to use any premium image generator, but for this demonstration, we're going to look at 2 free options and 1 paid tool. For the free tools, we'll use Leonardo AI and Google's Image FX. You're probably already familiar with Leonardo AI, but if you're new to Google Image FX, it's a completely free image generator by Google that produces some really impressive results. We'll look at it soon, but first, let's head over to Leonardo AI and select Image Creation. Now, once you're on the image generation page, go to the presets and choose the Phoenix model. Close the pop-up and set the contrast to high. Then go to Image Dimensions and select a 16:9 aspect ratio for long-form content. Once you're done with these settings, paste the first prompt into the text area. You can make changes to the prompt if you'd like, but it works perfectly as it is. So just hit generate and wait for Leonardo AI to do its magic. Now check out these images. They look pretty cool. You can go ahead and try some of the other prompts as well. These ones are equally impressive, so feel free to download as many as you need for your narration. Now let's try these prompts with Google Image FX. You can simply search for the name on Google or find the link in the description of this video. If you don't have an account already, go ahead and create one, and you'll be directed to this page. Paste the prompt into the text area and scroll down to the aspect ratio. Again, we'll select the 16:9 aspect ratio and hit create. Image generation is pretty fast. It typically takes around 10 to 30 seconds for the images to be ready. Now check out our first batch of images. The quality is very impressive, and the best part is that the tool is completely free, so you can generate as many images as you want. Check out these other images as well. They look just as impressive as the previous ones. For the paid tool, we'll be using ChatGPT. The recent update makes it a great option for this style of image generation. Not only does it create high-quality images, but it can also save them in PNG format, which means you can get transparent backgrounds directly from the AI. So head over to ChatGPT and paste the image prompt. Now take note of these changes if you decide to use this tool for your images. First, make some space at the top and type in the aspect ratio you want for the image. Then delete this part from the style section. You also want the edges to be feathered, so add this command. We need to make one more change, but first, let's see the results. It may take about a minute, but this image doesn't look too bad, except that the background isn't transparent. So let's make a small adjustment to the prompt by simply adding transparent background and hitting enter. As you can see, now the image has no background, which is really convenient. Check out these other images as well, so yes, you can definitely use ChatGPT if you want a simpler way to create PNG images. If you're using Leonardo AI or Google Image FX, you'll need to remove the background from your images and then save the files as PNG. This process is pretty straightforward, and you can use any image editor like Canva or Photoshop. But Photopea works perfectly and it's free, so let's go with that. Open Photopea and drag your image into the workspace. Don't worry, this isn't anything complex. We're just making a few simple edits. Select the Magic Wand tool and increase the tolerance to something like this. Then click on the part of the image you want to remove. If you see a message saying you haven't selected the layer, just make sure the image layer is selected, then click that part again. Hit the delete or backspace key on your keyboard to remove the background area. Repeat this for any other parts you want to erase. You can use the eraser tool to clean up any leftover areas. Just make sure it's selected and adjust the brush size depending on the section you're working on. Click to clean up any remaining colors or outlines. If it's not working when you click, press Ctrl+D to deselect, then try again. This looks alright, but if you want to fade out the edges, simply grab this tool, increase the further amount, and then click and drag to draw a shape around your characters like this. Once you're done, click the Add Vector Mask. That gives it a soft, clean fade effect, which looks great. Now you can go ahead and export it as a PNG file. Most of your images will be easier to edit than this, so no need to stress. For an image like this one, you just click once with the magic wand tool and delete the background. Simple as that. Then export it as a PNG. Repeat this process for all your images. Once you're done, it's time to move on to the next step, editing the video. But before that, we're going to enhance the quality of the images. Keep in mind that this step is optional, so feel free to skip, but your final video will look a lot sharper and more professional this way. Enhancing the video after editing can be pricey and time-consuming, so it's easier to upscale the images before editing. The tool I recommend is Upscale with a Y. It's free, works on both Windows and Mac, and is very easy to use. Once you've installed it, you can either choose to upscale individual images, which can be time-consuming, or I suggest putting all your image files in a single folder. Then check Batch Upscale and select the folder with your images. Choose your preferred model and the scale. 2 or 3 times should work perfectly for these. Hit Upscale and wait for the process to be completed. The duration typically depends on the speed of your computer and the number of images, so the entire process could take anywhere from a few seconds to a couple of minutes. Once that's done, it's time to edit the video. You can use any video editor you like, but I'll be using CapCut since it works perfectly for this kind of project. First, open CapCut and import all your images along with the voiceover. Drag the narration onto the timeline. Keep in mind that although AI-generated voices are improving, but they still include awkward pauses, so take a moment to trim those out. Just make sure you leave enough space between sentences to keep the narration sounding natural. Keep playing it back until it flows smoothly. Now let's add a background. For this example, we'll use a simple cream-colored background. You can find one on any stock image site like Vecteezy. Just search for cream background, browse through the results, and download the one that looks best to you. Make sure to change the aspect ratio of your CapCut project to 16:9 since we're creating long-form content. Now, instead of scaling the background image, turn off uniform scale and manually increase the width until it fills the entire canvas. Then, stretch that background image to match the full duration of your video. Next, bring in your first image and position it where you want. In this case, I'm placing it on the right side of the screen. Now, it's time to add text. Go to Text, select the default style, and drop it onto the timeline. Replace the placeholder text with that part of your script. Change the text color to black and pick a font that fits your channel's style. The channel we're modeling uses a chalkboard-type font, so you can use something like Crayon, Chalkboard, or even Comic Sans if that's your vibe. Once that's set, position the text nicely and head over to Animations. Choose an entrance animation. Either Type 1 or Type 2 works well. Adjust the animation duration to match the pacing of your narration. Now adjust the duration of the image itself if needed, based on the length of that part of your script. Then split the text layer when it's time to bring in your second image. Position the second image on the opposite side. Move the corresponding text layer here, and paste the next part of your script. Remember to break long lines into multiple lines and tweak the line height so everything looks clean and readable. For important or catchy sentences, you can duplicate the text layer, change the message slightly, and give it a different color, something that pops against the background. Then, apply a faster entrance animation, like a zoom in, to add emphasis. Make sure you decrease or increase the duration of each layer depending on the narration. Repeat this as many times as necessary till you reach the end of the video. This may take some time, so I'm going to speed through it. But once you're done, select each of these and create a compound clip. This makes it easy to add transitions. Then head over to Transitions and select your preferred one. Avoid using complex transitions, only use simple ones like mix, blink, or black fade. The channel we are modeling uses the mix transition as well as jump cuts, so I will drag and drop it between these two clips. You can add other transitions as well to the remainder of your clips, but I recommend simply applying the mix transition to the rest of your clips. Just make sure that transition is selected and then hit this button to apply to the rest of your clips. Simple as that. You can add sound effects if you want to. Simply go to Audio, Sound Effect, and look for a whoosh or any sound you prefer. I already have one on my computer, so I'll add it to the part where the colored text appears on screen. I'll decrease the volume as well so that it's not too loud and slow it down in some of these places. Next, you need to add a filter. So look through the available ones and choose whichever one you prefer. In this case, I'll go with the clear filter. drop it inside the timeline, and extend the layer to match the duration of the full video. The last step is to add background music. Feel free to grab one from your preferred royalty-free music library, but the channel we are modeling uses one from YouTube Audio Library. Simply search for steps and download this one. Add it to your timeline, decrease the volume significantly, and trim any excess. The video is looking great, so we can go ahead and export it at either 2 or 4K resolution. I'm sure you've seen those hilarious videos of this mischievous orange cat that are trending all over social media. Somehow the videos are so entertaining that it's almost impossible to skip one once it appears on your feed. And you won't believe the views on some of these videos. I mean, check this out. Almost every video is raking in millions of views, and the people behind these channels are simply printing money. What I find interesting is how they always seem to come up with newer storylines to keep viewers coming back for more. After watching so many of their videos, I just couldn't help but wonder why some people claim the animal storytelling niche, specifically the cat stories niche, may be dying. But then I did some research and came to understand that most cat storytelling channels are not innovating. They are simply sticking with the same old style that people have seen hundreds of times already. On the other hand, channels like these are taking a different approach, and it's working perfectly. They are creating intriguing stories around this orange cat. And just when you thought you were bored with one style of storytelling, you'd come across a completely different style that keeps you invested in the next video. And the best part about all this is that their stories are only going to get better as AI continues to improve. The limit is now literally your own imagination in this niche. You can come up with different styles and stories all from the comfort of your own home without any technical experience. You don't even need to show your face, as these videos are completely faceless. So if you're thinking about getting into this niche, there's no better time than now. To make sure you have everything you need to succeed in this niche, I'm going to walk you through the entire process to get started in this niche, or even level up your existing channel. I'll be showing you everything you need to create these engaging orange cat videos and even level them up. We'll go over everything from generating some unique stories to creating the necessary images and animating them. Then I'll carry you through the entire process of editing videos like these viral channels. I'm talking sound effects, background music, transitions, and any other thing you need to edit like them. Guys, this is going to be a big one, so I hope you're ready to start that channel you've been putting off. To make sure everyone can pick this up, I'll be using tools that require little to no investment at all. To show you that this isn't just some BS, check out this video that I made using the very same process we're about to go through in this video. Now, before we get started, keep in mind that I have created a Google Doc, inside which you'll find every single prompt that will be used in this video. The document will be in the prompts channel of my Discord server. Simply look for the title Orange Cat and click the Google Doc link right below it. You can find a link to the Discord server in the video description or on my channel page. The first step is to figure out the story for your video. This is actually the easiest part of the entire process. Like I said earlier, your imagination is the only real limitation when it comes to making these orange cat videos. The weirder, more unpredictable, and more absurd the story is, the better. There are no rules here. You can have the cat calling the police on a pig, getting into a street brawl with a giraffe, or grilling the very doctor that came to treat him. If it's unexpected, it works. That's kind of the magic of this genre. Anything goes, and the crazier your idea sounds, the more likely it is to go viral. You can take inspiration from everyday situations, going to the store, visiting a doctor, getting pulled over, and then just inject the orange cat's chaotic personality into the mix. But to make coming up with story ideas even easier, I've created a special prompt that takes the guesswork out of the process. Instead of trying to come up with something from scratch, this prompt will help generate some creative storylines that perfectly fit the style of these orange cat videos. Whether you're aiming for something totally ridiculous or just plain unexpected, this will get you started fast. So head over to the Google Doc and look for this heading. Copy everything below and open your preferred text generator. You can use ChatGPT, DeepSeek, or QN. For free users, I recommend using either DeepSeek or QN. But if you have a ChatGPT Plus subscription, you can go with that. But for this demonstration, I'm going to be using Qwen. So go to their website, paste the prompt you just copied, and scroll to the top of the input field. You don't need to do much here. You simply need to specify the number of story ideas that you want the AI to generate for you. You can choose as many as you want, but let's go with 10 for this demonstration. Now hit enter and wait for Qwen to give you some impressive story ideas for this type of video. Some of these ideas are really good, so you can look through and choose one for your video. But like I said, you don't need to limit yourself in this niche. So take inspiration from these ideas and create something even more epic. If you don't like any of the ideas the AI has generated, though, you can go ahead and regenerate for a fresh batch. Now that you have your story, the next step is to move on to creating the video. But simply using a text-to-video generator for this niche isn't going to work. It's a lot easier to create the images for the story and then create the videos from the images. Before that, you need image prompts that you can give to the AI. You can go to the story yourself and come up with some ideas, but I've simplified this part as well. So go back to the Google Doc and copy this next prompt. Paste it inside Qwen and pay close attention to these changes. Make sure you follow the exact process that I'm about to show you. First, you need to scroll to the top and replace this with the number of image prompts that you want to generate for your story. You can choose however many you want, but in this case, let's go with 10. Once you're done, scroll to the bottom and replace this with the same number. One important thing you need to keep in mind is to make sure you don't remove the curly brackets. You only need to change what's inside. Then scroll back up to this part where it says Story Description. Remove this text, including the curly brackets, leaving only the square ones. Then copy the story you selected and paste it inside the square brackets. I've written a short story from one of the viral videos, so I'll go ahead and paste that one. Hit enter and wait for Qwen to generate the prompts you requested. It doesn't take long, but as you can see, the AI has generated 10 unique prompts as specified in the prompts. They're pretty solid, so you can go ahead and use them like this. But I recommend going through and making necessary changes, as AI isn't exactly perfect. Now that you've got your prompts ready, it's time to move on to the fun part, actually creating the images for your video. You can use any AI image generator you prefer, but if you're looking for a free option that still gives you high-quality, eye-catching visuals perfect for this style of content, I highly recommend using Leonardo AI. Head over to their website and create a free account if you haven't already. Once you're logged in, just click the image creation button. That'll take you straight to the image generation page where all the magic happens. Now here's something important to keep in mind. For these types of orange cat videos, you can go in two different visual directions, realistic or 3D animated. Both styles work really well, and you'll find tons of viral examples using each. You can experiment and see which one fits your story better. For the sake of this demonstration, we'll be going with the 3D style. The first thing you'll want to do once you're on the image generation page is head over to Presets and make sure the Phoenix model is selected. Once that's done, close the pop-up window and move on to choosing the image style. In this case, select 3D Render. You can leave the contrast setting at either high or medium. Both work well, so it's really up to your preference. Then, choose your image dimensions. Since we're creating a YouTube short, make sure you pick the 9:16 aspect ratio. It's likely that this style of content may eventually work for long-form videos, but for now, it's a better fit for short-form content. Once everything is set, go to the prompt input field and paste the first image prompt. Before you hit generate, there's one important adjustment you need to make. The prompt is structured to include detailed descriptions of characters' clothing, and while that's great for most characters in your scene, you'll want to remove any clothing descriptions for the orange cat. This character usually appears without clothes, and keeping him that way helps maintain the look and style people recognize from the viral videos. So delete that and make any other changes you want. Once you've made any necessary changes, go ahead and hit generate. Give it a few seconds, and as you can see, your images are ready. Take a look at the results. The images look great, and the main character looks pretty close to the viral ones that have been flooding your feed all over social media. But if this image isn't good enough for what you need, simply regenerate it using the same or modified prompt. Repeat this process for every other prompt that Qwen generated for the story. To save time, I'm going to skip the remainder of the image generation. One important thing you need to keep in mind is to make sure you include the description for the orange cat in every scene where it appears. This way, you can use a second account while keeping the cat close to consistent throughout the story. Once you're done with the images, it's time to move on to the next step, animating them. For this part, I recommend using one of these two AI tools, Minimax or Kling AI. Both are solid options that deliver smooth, expressive animations, and they work really well for this particular niche. So feel free to try both and see which one suits your style better. But for this demonstration, we'll be using Minimax. Start by heading over to the Minimax website and creating a free account if you haven't already. Once you're in, select Create Video from the left sidebar, and then choose the Image to Video option. You can either hit this button to import your image or simply drag and drop your image to upload it. After your image is uploaded, you'll need to enter a short description. This doesn't have to be anything fancy. Just a quick sentence about what's happening in the image is enough to guide the animation. So in this case, I'll say something like, an orange cat is sitting in front of a shop eating ice cream when a pig on a moped crashes into him. Keep your description short, simple, and focused on the main action. That helps the AI understand what to animate without getting confused by too many details. Before you hit generate, there's one more important thing to do. Select the model you want to use. For this type of video, I recommend choosing either the live or base model. Both produce good results, but depending on the style of image, one might work better than the other. You'll want to experiment a bit to see which one gives you the smoothest animation for your specific scene. For this image, I'll go with the base model. Next, choose how many variations you want the AI to generate. Keep in mind that the higher the number, the more credits you'll be using. So I'll stick with one for now. Once everything's set, go ahead and hit generate. If you're on the free plan, it might take a little longer, but if you're using a paid plan, generation usually takes about 3 minutes. What I recommend is that you grab one of their paid packages if you're serious about entering this niche. The investment is definitely worth it. While you wait for the video to be generated, you can go ahead and upload your next image. Don't forget to include the description before you generate. The results aren't bad, so you can go ahead and generate the other videos. The final step is editing the video. For this part, you can use your preferred video editor, but CapCut is free and works perfectly for this niche, so we'll select that one. Open CapCut and import your clips. Now you need to arrange them on the timeline, so bring in the first one, and also make sure you select 9:16 aspect ratio. You want to make it immersive, so it's advisable to add sound effects. For this particular footage of the moped and the crash, I'll be adding multiple sound effects. You can find a bunch of them by simply going to Audio Sound Effects and searching for whichever sound you need. In this case, I will be looking for something related to a moped. If you want a broader library of these sound effects, you can go to Pixabay, select sound effects, and search for the one you want. Play a few, and choose the one that fits the scene. Feel free to stack as many sound effects as you need for each scene. I've added one for the horn from the moped, a sound of the moped moving, and finally, one for the car accident. I'll bring in the next clip and repeat the same process. One important thing you should know is that some of the viral videos have the characters speaking. It's mostly just gibberish though, so no need to look for a text-to-speech generator or anything like that. You can simply search on Google for gibberish or go to Pixabay and type it inside the search bar. Play a few and download as many different ones as necessary for your video. Another place you can find this is on a platform called 101 Soundboards. Just visit this URL and search for gibberish fast. If you don't find the one you want, change the search term to cartoon gibberish and you should find additional results. I recommend downloading as many of these sound effects as will be necessary for your video and then importing them inside CapCut. I'll add the speech to the timeline and trim it at the point where the character stops speaking. For the pig speech effect, I'll drop in the file, split, and bring them closer to speed up sounds. Keep repeating this for the remainder of the clips till the end of the video. Again, don't worry about stacking multiple sound effects. You can add as many as you need to make the video more immersive. Now that we're done arranging the clips, it's time to move on to the next step. This part is optional, but I still recommend it, especially since I've seen a few viral videos in this niche use this exact format. What we're going to do is add on-screen text to match the character's dialogue. This helps with engagement and keeps viewers locked in, even if they're watching without sound. To start, go to Text and grab the default text. Drop it into the timeline right at the moment the character starts speaking. Now go ahead and type in the dialogue or sound effect you want to appear. After that, scroll down to the preset styles and choose one. You can also customize it by changing the font and modifying the color of the stroke. Once you're happy with how it looks, move to where the character stops speaking and split the text layer right at that point. Then change the text and move it to the next scene or the next line of dialogue, and repeat this same process throughout the video. I'll quickly speed through this part until every part where a conversation should be added has been completed. Once it's complete, the next step is to add transitions to your video. Head over to Transitions and select whichever one you prefer. For this style of video, you need something simple, so the mix or black fade transitions work perfectly. I recommend simply applying one transition to the rest of your clips. Now it's time to add a filter, so test a few and grab whichever one you prefer and drop it inside the timeline. Then extend it to fit the duration of your video. The final step before we export the video is to add the background music. Most of the viral channels in this niche use a specific soundtrack called Undead Funeral Match. To find it, just go to YouTube and type Undead Funeral Match inside the search bar. It should be one of the top results. Pick this one and grab the audio using your preferred downloader. There are plenty of free options online. Just pick the one you're most comfortable with. Next, open CapCut and import the audio into your project. Drag and drop it onto the timeline beneath your animated clips. The soundtrack is usually a bit high by default, so it's a good idea to lower the volume slightly so it doesn't overpower the visuals. You can also trim any excess parts from the end of the track. Once everything looks and sounds good, go ahead and export your video at 1080p, 2K, or even 4K resolution. One of my subscribers recently brought my attention to this channel called Lovely Kittens AI, and honestly, they're absolutely killing it. The channel was created last November, but posted their first video on the 28th of December. But in just a little over 3 months, they've racked up over 345,000 subscribers from just 88 videos. If you take a closer look at the channel, they're simply creating short, funny AI-animated animal stories with a clever twist at the end. Nothing complicated, just an interesting story idea, coupled with some rather impressive storytelling and images. But the videos are resonating so much with their audience that the channel already has more than 26 million views from these viral videos that are raking in hundreds of thousands and even millions of views. And this isn't just a trend, as you can see from here. Even their new videos are still doing pretty well, with some already bringing in more than 100,000 views. So if you're looking for a YouTube Shorts niche that won't take too much of your time while being lucrative, then this is a good option. However, I know that some people will still claim that this channel is not monetized, so let's check monetization. You can use a tool like Nextlev, or even install YouTube Monetization Checker from the Chrome store. Then go to the channel page and click this icon. You'll see this button that says check this channel. Simply click it, and in a few minutes' time, you'll see whether the channel is monetized or not. As you can see, this channel is fully monetized. So there's nothing stopping you from giving it a shot. To make it easier for you to create these videos, I'm going to walk you through the entire process. We'll go through everything from coming up with some ideas for the videos to creating the voiceover. Then we'll look at the best way to generate the same level of image quality as these guys. Finally, we'll move on to actually editing one of these videos. Just a heads up, I've created a Google Doc which will contain every single prompt that I'll be using in this video. You can find the Google Doc in the prompt channel of my Discord server. Simply look for the name Lovely Kittens AI and you'll find it right under the title. The link to the Discord server will be in the description of this video as well as on my channel page. Guys, these prompts honestly take a while to put together, so I'd appreciate a like if you find this helpful. It doesn't cost you anything, but it really helps me out and keeps me motivated to keep dropping more tutorials like this. To give you a quick glimpse of what we're about to create in this video, check out this short demo I made using the exact same strategy I'm about to walk you through.
The king of the other jungle, furious for not catching Simba, hires the best mercenaries to eliminate him. Among them are a cheetah, a giant crocodile, and 3 strong tigers. Give a like to power up the little cub. The cheetah goes first. But later, the lion hears that the cheetah was turned into a rug for the king. Then, he sends the crocodile, but soon he finds out the croc was turned into a fancy crocodile leather chair. Finally, he sends the tigers, but they return terrified. "What happened, tigers?" asked the lion. "That little guy tried to turn us into a fur coat. And what happened?" "Then we told him we'd find him a better coat if he spared our lives." "You stupid tigers. Where do you think you'll find a fur coat?" "Well, the king told us he really likes lion fur coats."
Now, the first step is to come up with some story ideas for the video. It's quite easy to come up with ideas for this style of video, so I recommend looking at some popular stories on YouTube and other social media platforms and taking inspiration from them. But if you want a simpler option, head over to the Google Doc that I mentioned earlier and look for this heading. Copy the prompt and go to your preferred text generator. I'll be using ChatGPT for this demonstration, but both DeepSeek and Qwen work perfectly, so feel free to use whichever one you prefer. Go ahead and paste the prompt inside the text area. You don't need to change much here. Simply specify the number of stories you want the AI to generate. Feel free to choose as many as you want, but I'll go with 5. One thing you need to keep in mind is that the prompt is structured to not only generate the ideas, but also create the entire script. So you can choose the word count you want for the story. It's set to generate stories ranging from 100 to 150 words. This works perfectly for the channel we are modeling, but you can increase or decrease it based on your personal preference. Once everything is set, just hit enter and let ChatGPT do its thing. As you can see, it's generated some pretty cool stories that you can use for your video. Not only does it come up with unique story ideas, but it also gives the full narration. So go through each of these and choose the story that you like. If none of these seem interesting to you, go ahead and regenerate for a fresh batch. Now that you have your story, The next step is to generate the voiceover. There are plenty of AI voice generators that you can use for this part, but if you're looking for a free option, Clipchamp is a solid choice, so feel free to check it out. However, for this demonstration, I'll be using 11 Labs since it's one of the best on the market. Head over to their voice library and browse through the available voices till you find whatever voice you prefer. If you have a specific voice character in mind, you can simply search for it. Otherwise, go to the filters and select your preferred language, in this case English, choose an American accent, set the gender to male, and select the age range for the voice you want to use. I think middle-aged is fine, so I'll choose that. But feel free to choose one and test some of the voices. For this demonstration, I'll choose a random voice and go back to the text area. Paste the narration and hit generate. If it doesn't sound good enough, you can make changes to the settings till you find what works for you. This one sounds slow, so I'll increase the speed slightly and try regenerating again. Now that the narration is ready, it's time to generate the images for the video. But before that, we need prompts that we can give to the image generator. This part is equally easy, so I recommend going through the story yourself and coming up with images that would best fit each scene of your story. It doesn't take much time since these stories are typically quite short. However, I've created a prompt that will simplify this process as well. So go to the Google Doc and copy everything under this heading, paste it inside ChatGPT, and make these changes. First, you need to specify the number of image prompts that you want to generate. Feel free to choose as many as you want, but let's go with 10. Then you also need to add the story. So make sure you've got your story copied and remove this placeholder. Then paste it inside these square brackets and hit enter. Wait a few seconds and your image prompts should be ready. As you can see, the AI has generated 10 unique prompts for the story. And the best part is that each prompt includes the style, description, setting, and emotion. These prompts are pretty solid, but I still recommend modifying a few to generate any scenes that the AI may have missed. Since the image prompts are ready, it's time to create the images. You can use whichever image generator you prefer. Leonardo AI and Google's Image FX are both good options. So feel free to use any of these for this style of image. But the channel we are modeling uses ChatGPT for theirs, so we'll be using that. If you don't have a ChatGPT Plus subscription, you can still get good quality images from any of the other two or any other image generator you prefer. Just make sure you choose the 3D or Pixar animation style if you need to select a model. The first thing you need to do is open ChatGPT. Keep in mind that you can't simply generate the classic Pixar animation style with the new ChatGPT 4.0 update. Instead, you need to go to the sidebar and select Explore GPT. Then scroll down till you find DALL-E and choose it. Hit this button and paste your first prompt. You can specify the aspect ratio to something like 9:16, depending on your personal preference. But the channel we're modeling uses a square aspect ratio, so you don't need to make any changes to the prompt. Simply hit enter and wait for ChatGPT to finish generating the image. I'm sure you already know that ChatGPT has a lot of restrictions when it comes to image generation. So you may encounter this issue where it's unable to generate the image due to a specific word or phrase in the prompt. In this case, it's the use of the word Simba. This can be quite frustrating, but simply changing the word should solve the issue. Now let's wait for the result. These images look great, so you can definitely use them for the story. If something is missing, feel free to modify the prompt and regenerate. I'll paste the second prompt, this time an image of Simba sitting on a throne, and hit enter. Check out these images as well. They're just as impressive as the previous ones, so we can use them for the story. I'll generate a few more of these images before moving on to the next step, which is editing the video. But before that, I like to enhance the quality of my images. Feel free to skip this, but your final video would have a higher quality this way. You can also do this after you've created your video, except most video upscalers can be quite expensive. So I personally prefer increasing the resolution of the images first, before importing them into the video editor. The tool I recommend for this is Upscale with a Y. It's free to install on your computer and works for both Windows and Mac. Once it's installed, you can add individual images and enhance their resolution separately, but that can take too much time. Instead, it's better to do them all at once. You should put your image files inside a single folder. Then check Batch Upscale and select the folder that contains your files. Next, choose your preferred model, as well as the scale you want to enhance. For these images, 2 or 3 times should work perfectly. For Batch Upscale, the tool typically creates a folder inside the selected folder to output the images, but you can also specify a location. Hit Upscale and the process should begin. The duration typically depends on the speed of your computer and the number of images, so the entire process could take anywhere from a few seconds to a couple of minutes. Once this is complete, it's time to edit the video. You can use any video editor you prefer, but CapCut works perfectly, so I'll be using that one. The first thing you need to do is to open CapCut and import all your images as well as the narration. Then add the voiceover to the timeline. This next part is very important since you want to maintain the pace for shorts. The video needs to be fast-paced, so make sure you go through the voiceover and remove any gaps. Don't forget to keep playing the audio to ensure that the narration flows smoothly. Once that's done, the next step is to grab the first image and drop it into the cover layer. Now, one very important thing you should know is that CapCut typically takes the aspect ratio of the first image or video you add to your project. So you need to hit this button and choose the aspect ratio that you want for your video. In this case, I'll choose 9:16 since we are creating short-form content. You need to decide how long each image is going to be, so I recommend playing the voiceover and then increasing or decreasing the duration of that particular image. For this image, I'll decrease it to something like this. It's just about 1.5 seconds. Then copy the image and paste it right above the one on the cover layer. Select the image on the bottom layer and drag the corners to scale it up. Go to Effect, look for Blur, and drag and drop it on top of the bottom image. You can play around with how blurry you want the image to be, but once you're done, make sure the top image is selected. Go to Animation, select Combo, and choose one of these. It doesn't really matter which one you choose first, but I'll go with this Zoom 1 animation for the first image. You don't need to change the duration of the animation, so simply leave it as it is. Then bring in the second image and repeat the same process. First trim it, then duplicate and position it directly above the one on the cover layer. Scale the image on the bottom layer and add the blur effect to the layer. Decrease the blurriness and select the top layer. Add a combo animation to it and repeat this for the next images. To make things faster, you can actually skip scaling the bottom images or even adding the blur effect. We'll fix that with a simple trick later. Just arrange all the images according to the flow of your story. Make sure you also duplicate every single image you add to the cover layer. For places where you are asking viewers to like the video, you need to add a loading bar and like button. So simply head over to your preferred stock video website, in this case, Pixabay. Select videos and search for loading bar. Look through the results and choose whichever one you prefer. This one looks alright, so I'll download it. You can also search for a like button as well and download that. The design typically depends on your personal preference. Import them inside CapCut and drop the loading bar at the point where you want to ask for the viewers to like the video. In case the video doesn't have a transparent background, but instead has a colored background like this. Go to Remove BG, check Chroma key, and use the color picker to select the background color. As you can see, it's done a pretty good job removing the background. Feel free to scale down the image and position it here. Next, you need to go to Speed and increase the speed of the clip. For finer control over the speed, make sure you're still on the Speed tab with the clip selected. Then put the cursor at this corner where you see this shape. Drag it to increase the speed. Some of these clips come with their own sound effect, so you can choose to either leave or remove it. This all depends on your personal preference. Repeat this process for the like button clip as well. You can also go to Adjustment and play around with these settings to find the look that you prefer. I'll quickly speed through arranging the remainder of the images. Now once you're done, select all the images on the cover layer and create a compound clip. Then with the compound clip selected, scale it to fit the full height of the canvas. If you have already added the blur effect to the first few images like I did, you can double-click the compound clip and select those clips. Go to Basic, Effect, and hit this button to delete it. Repeat this for any other image you applied the blur effect to, and go back to the main composition once you're done. Then go to Effects and drag the blur effect on top of the compound clip. You can choose how blurry you want the background to be. This looks alright, so I'll leave it and move on to adding combo animations to the top layers. Make sure you apply the animation to every single one of the images. Once you're done with that, it's time to add sound effects. So go to Audio, Sound Effect, and search for a whoosh or any sound you want to add to the video. Play a few till you find the one you want, then drag it into your timeline. Make sure you position it at the beginning of the animation and decrease the volume slightly. Copy the sound effect, move the cursor to the beginning of the next image, and paste it. Repeat this process as many times as necessary till you've added that sound effect to every single image. Now it's time to add a filter. So go through the available options and choose the one you want. The clear filter works perfectly, so I'll drag and drop it in the timeline. Then extend it to cover the full video. The video is looking good, so it's time to add captions. Go to Text, Auto Captions, and hit Generate. Once that's done, go to Templates and look through these options. Keep in mind that CapCut has made most of these templates paid at the moment, so you may not be able to use them. Even the ones that aren't paid may still not be available since they could be using a text animation that's also paid. So you may need CapCut's paid version to use the template that you want. That said, free users can still use any of the available free ones or a third-party captions application. Feel free to keep the captions where they are, but the channel we're modeling has theirs at the top, so I'll move it over there. The final step before we export the video is to add a background music. You can look through YouTube Audio Library or a platform like Chosic for any royalty-free track that fits the mood of your video. Then add it to the timeline and decrease the volume so that it doesn't overpower the voiceover. Don't forget to trim any excess and maybe add a fade out. Finally, you can export your video at either 1080p, 2 or 4K resolution. Now, as I said, I'm going to be revealing a trending niche with very little competition. Check out this channel called Barely Evolved that's killing it in that niche. As you can see, they've only posted one video, but have racked up almost 60,000 subs from that video alone. So let me know in the comment section if you want me to make a video about their entire strategy. Thank you and see you in the next one.